Fragments of memories flashed before my eyes. I knew that name all too well. Uncontrollable, unstoppable, a master swordsman trapped in a room. A man who had lost his sanity. A lone figure sat imposingly atop the rubble, the useless eldest son of Count Perdium, Ghislaine Perdium. The man, his face battered and bloody, trembled all over. Me, the finest knight of the north, defeated by this worthless scum. The figure in the cloak spoke, his voice oddly warm. Quite the scene, is not it? I poured a fortune into setting up that trap. In the flickering, savage light of the flames, he carried a colossal axe with pride, stepping forward with measured confidence. Do you like it? He asked. The trembling man ground his teeth. You are that wretched Ghislaine, a trap. You mean you already knew my plan? The armored figure advanced step by step, unwavering. Not just that, he said. I know how many of you there are, who the spies are, and who helped you gather your forces. I have known everything from the very start. His eyes were unfathomable, as if they could see straight through everything. Ghislaine's blonde hair shook as he stammered, impossible. I always kept a trump card hidden. Rage overtook him. How could you? How dare you, a worthless piece of trash? Before he could finish, a foot slammed into his face. The armored man's cold gaze watched the blonde collapse. Shut your mouth. The iron helmet clattered to the ground. Try to invade as many times as you like. I will win this battle, and the next one, and every battle after. I will always win. Ghislaine sneered smugly. Do you know why? Because I knew all your plans. A year ago, in the kingdom of Luthania, near the Perdium territories. His eyes widened as he stared at his hand, bewildered. What just happened? He gasped, rubbing his neck. I am still alive. Disbelief washed over him. Impossible. Just a moment ago. A massive sword suddenly flew through the air and slammed into the ground. Ghislaine cursed under his breath. Damn it. His body was riddled with fresh cuts. Blood spraying everywhere. Aiden, sword in hand, bore an arrogant stance as he looked at Ghislaine. So this is how it ends, he said. Ghislaine Perdium, king of mercenaries and one of the strongest men on the continent, now reduced to this. Aiden raised an eyebrow, full of contempt. The battle is over. He is one of the 7 strongest men on the continent. Aiden pointed his sword at Ghislaine. Any last words? Ghislaine knelt on the ground. No, I regret that I cannot complete my revenge. He glared at Aiden with burning hatred. Die, you sick bastard. One of the 7 strongest men on the continent. King of mercenaries. Ghislaine Perdium. Aiden chuckled. So arrogant. He pressed the sword closer to Ghislaine's neck. I did not expect you to be the eldest son of the fallen Perdium family. You left the family after your sister died, did not you? Ghislaine's eyes narrowed in suspicion. How do you know, when you come from another kingdom? Aiden replied calmly. Of course I knew. I worked tirelessly to find you. Then a cruel smile spread across Aiden's face. Because we allied with the Delphine family to bring down your house. Ghislaine froze, stunned by his words. His spirit wavered. Were there others behind this besides the Delphine dukes? Aiden pressed the tip of his sword to Ghislaine's throat. You are about to die anyway, so explaining it won't matter. Accept the reality. Ghislaine roared uncontrollably, his face twisted with hatred. You bastard, I will never forgive you. Aiden regarded him like a beast, his tone dripping with disdain. Very well. With decisive force, he swung his sword and severed Ghislaine's head in a single, merciless strike. Back in the present, Ghislaine stared at his reflection in the basin of water, his face still pale with shock. A moment ago, he had been decapitated, but his head was still firmly on his shoulders. He reached out, touching his face, as if confirming the reality of it all. Was it just an illusion? And he looked younger, somehow. Standing up, Ghislaine surveyed his surroundings. He had been captured. Was he some kind of guinea pig in a wizard's laboratory? Those arrogant bastards. He would make them regret ever sparing his life. A voice called from behind, drawing his attention. Young master. A young man stepped through the tent flap. Sir, you should come out. I knew you were awake. The soldiers of Perdium, Ricardo. A sharp sword pressed to his neck cut off his words mid-sentence. Ghislaine turned sharply, circling behind Ricardo, his tone icy. I will let you live if you answer my question. His gaze was deadly serious, unwavering. Ricardo stammered, why young master? Then sighed in resignation. Don't you think this is a bit much? No, Ghislaine answered, confused by the reaction. Why this response? He is being threatened. What is he even saying? Suddenly, Ricardo shoved Ghislaine aside. Earlier, you were so angry that you fell asleep. Surprised, Ghislaine asked. What? I did that? Ricardo muttered. You slept and forgot everything, did not you? You were upset about leading the squad to punish the orcs, right? Ghislaine blinked. Orcs? Ricardo bent down to fetch a backpack. Gather your things, everyone's waiting. Ghislaine froze, still arguing. Wait, I was angry, what nonsense are you talking about? He paused, realization dawning. Things. Belongings, where are we going? Ricardo slung the pack over his shoulder and stepped out of the tent. Where else? To the Perdium territories, of course. Ghislaine's eyes widened. What? Suddenly, he grabbed Ricardo by the shoulders. Say that again, Ricardo flinched. Yes, sir. Ghislaine stammered. Disbelief etched across his face. Perdium. You mean the territories have fallen, Perdium. He stepped out of the tent, taking in the view. His eyes refused to believe what he saw. The Perdium territories were intact. Why? Why were they still standing? He had seen them reduced to ashes in his memory. Ricardo leaned close, whispering into his ear. Did you have a nightmare, sir, calling your family a fallen house? If the Count heard that, you would be kicked out of the family. Ghislaine pinched his cheek, questioning his own senses. Am I dreaming? Letting go. He felt the pain proof that it was not. Confused, he looked down at his hands. He appeared younger, and the territories remained whole. Could it be? He had gone back in time. Memories of his past flooded back. As a child, he had harbored deep resentment toward his family. Petty anger and childish tantrums had caused constant trouble. And over time, the family had avoided him. He could not bear the criticism and ran away from home. Years later, he became a mercenary, surviving countless battles, honing his skills, and building a reputation. Eventually, he returned to the Perdium Count's territories to make amends, but by then, his family had already fallen to ruin. He had lost everything. Ghislaine walked forward, watching the flag flutter in the wind. Yet now, everything remained intact. A smile spread across his face as he realized that everyone he cared about was still there. He could not help but cover his mouth, laughing with excitement. It was unbelievable, he could almost sing for joy. Yet his gaze shifted, cautious. It was far too early to celebrate. Turning to Ricardo, he confirmed, You said we are going to punish the orcs, right? Ricardo nodded. Ghislaine's expression hardened as the memory returned. He could not forget that day. Most of the team would die. In his previous life, he had led the punitive expedition to build his reputation. At first, there were only 3 orcs, and he thought that, inexperienced in leadership, he could easily defeat them. But when they arrived, more than 20 orcs awaited them, and most of his comrades perished stubbornly clinging to their pride, unwilling to follow orders. Ghislaine adjusted his attire and turned, stepping forward. He should be able to annihilate them. The orcs had no real tactics, but the question gnawed at him. Would these men trust him? After all, he was nothing more than a useless wretch in their eyes. Suddenly, a guard tower flew overhead, crashing down in front of Ghislaine. The impact with the ground triggered a small explosion. Other soldiers screamed in panic. The orcs, they are here. A horde of vicious monsters charged forward, attacking without mercy. The orcs have arrived, Ghislaine muttered, startled. So fast. Even in his previous life, they had come this quickly. The orc horde began slashing through the soldiers, leaving countless casualties in their wake. A panicked voice rang out, Form up, get into formation. A man brandishing a sword rushed forward. Don't panic, get into the defensive lines. He was Scoven, commander of the expeditionary squad. One brutal orc swung violently, flinging several soldiers aside. Slogan gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead like a torrent. Damn it, we let our guard down. We were not prepared, and now we have been ambushed. Their numbers, they are more than reported. At this rate, we are all going to die. From behind, a shout rang out. Commander, behind you. Slogan spun just in time to see an orc wielding a massive hammer ready to strike. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Ghislaine grabbed Scoven and hurled him out of the way, drawing his sword and rushing toward the orc himself. Scoven, still dazed, turned to look at him. Huh. Scoven watched in awe as Ghislaine engaged the orc. The young master's sword struck with precision, slicing through one of the orc's arms cleanly. The severed limb flew through the air. Both Scoven and the soldiers gaped in shock. The orc roared in agony, then collapsed with a massive crater forming where it landed. Ghislaine twisted the sword in his hand, noting, it probably can't use mana. I wish I would return sooner. He pivoted and approached Scoven. You are the commander, right? Scoven, sitting on the ground, stammered, why yes. Young master, Ghislaine extended his hand. Give it here. Scoven frowned, confused. Give what? Ghislaine said calmly. Command authority. Ghislaine spoke with authority. Give me command. Scoven frowned, irritation flashing across his face. Command, he thought. I know he is a fool. But demanding command in the middle of a battle, with soldiers' lives at risk, he scrambled to his feet, refusing. No, Scovin said firmly. Ghislaine's eyes widened. What? Scovin grabbed his sword and spun away. Do you think this is some game, even if you are the young master? I cannot hand over commands so easily. Ghislaine gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath, frustrated, but he understood. He would probably do the same if some idiot suddenly demanded command from him. Suddenly, another orc leapt forward, charging at the two of them. Scovin dashed in front of Ghislaine. Step back, I will handle this. You are far too inexperienced to lead the troops. Ghislaine swung his sword, his face icy and terrifying. Then there is no choice. The blade whistled past Scovin's face, forcing him to flinch. Anger flared as he grabbed Ghislaine by the collar. Do you realize what you are doing? But then he froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as they turned behind him. What? The sword Ghislaine had thrown earlier had struck the orc directly in the chest. Its eyes rolled back, blood gushing like a river, and it collapsed with a sickening thud. Scovin's pupils constricted in shock. How did he hit its weak point? Ghislaine's voice rang out. Scovin, do you know what is most important in battle? He gave a faint, knowing smile. If our army is afraid, there is no chance of victory. We need morale, motivation. With that, he drew his sword fully and charged forward. Launching himself into the air, he dove straight into the horde. Under the soldiers' horrified gazes, Ghislaine drove his blade deep into an orc's head. Scovin could only stare, dumbfounded. Ghislaine pulled his sword free. Blood spraying across his face. Come on, all of you, orcs. He stomped the orc's head into the ground and let out a wild roar. I will kill every last one of you. The orcs surged toward him, attacking in waves, yet each strike was met with precise, lethal counters. Watching orc heads tumble to the ground one by one, Scovin was paralyzed with fear. Am I dreaming, he thought, whispering in disbelief. Observing Ghislaine, he realized that even a mage of considerable power would struggle against this display, yet here was a frail young master, cutting down orcs with skill and efficiency. Ghislaine moved with fluid precision, dodging lethal blows while delivering the smallest, most effective counters. He severed an orc's head in an instant, striking precisely at weak points with deadly accuracy. Every swing of his sword was flawless. Like a master swordsman fighting without relying on aura. Scovin swallowed hard. Odd, perhaps it was even more impressive than that. Ghislaine roared, is that all you have got? I am just getting warmed up, the orcs pursued relentlessly. You are not worthy of being called warriors, he shouted. The soldiers panicked. They are all chasing the young master. Is he planning to run? Scovin, drenched in sweat, shouted back. Commander, what are you thinking? Charging at a horde to draw attention is one thing, but running, and in that direction. The cliff. He froze. Wait, the cliff. Scovin's voice was hoarse with disbelief. Don't tell me. He spun around to give orders. All soldiers, form a shield wall. They followed Ghislaine's lead, chasing him while keeping formation. The orcs, aggressive and relentless, pressed forward, but Ghislaine led them straight toward the cliff. Although I would love to slash them all, he thought, my stamina would not last. He grinned, but this is still within his control. The orcs attacked furiously, sensing something, and all turned their attention toward him at once. Then Scovin's soldiers arrived, shields and spears ready. Ghislaine smiled in satisfaction. Perfect. He leapt from the cliff, striking down the orcs. Scovin bellowed, all units, they formed a tight circle, driving the orcs over the cliff. Every soldier pressed the attack, shouts of battle ringing out. After a brutal struggle, they finally forced the horde over the edge. The monstrous bodies tumbled down, shattering on the rocks below. The soldiers exchanged exhausted, exhilarated looks. We did it. We killed all the orcs. Scovin hurried to the cliff's edge, shouting, young master. Ghislaine drove his sword into the cliff, his body dangling precariously over the edge. With effort, he managed a weak smile toward Scovin. Seeing him alive and seemingly unharmed, Scovin froze, but then, almost instinctively, a smile tugged at his lips. He bent down, offering his hand. Here, take my hand. Ghislaine slid his hand off the sword. I can't. Before anyone could react, he lost his grip and tumbled down onto the cliffside, barely managing to cling on. Scovin's soldiers screamed in panic. Young master. A clear, gentle voice rang in his ear. Ghislaine, it is me. Ghislaine froze. Elena. Fragmented memories flashed before him. Mother is gone. Thank you. How have you been? You are the worst. He reached out, grasping one fragment. This. This is my memory of Elena. Suddenly, a hand clasped his own. Shillane, let us go together, Elena's tearful voice whispered. Ghislaine's eyes snapped open. He sat frozen for a long moment, staring at his hands. I am alive. They saved me. He crawled up, dabbing sweat from his forehead with a cloth. Was it just a dream? Pain radiated through his body, sharp and relentless. Clutching himself, he groaned, cursing softly. Every part of me aches. Definitely from pushing myself beyond the limit. But I am alive, that is what matters. The door suddenly swung open. Young master. Belinda entered energetically, carrying a bucket of water. You are awake, Ghislaine froze. Belinda. She placed the water on the table and exhaled sharply. Do you know how worried I have been? I told you you should have let the soldiers handle the orcs. Ghislaine suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her in a tight embrace. Belinda blinked in surprise. Young master, what are you doing? Did I do something wrong? No, he said, his voice trembling with relief. I am just glad to see you again. Belinda had been his tutor, his constant companion since childhood, supporting him through every foolish action. After his family fell and she disappeared, he never thought he would see her again, yet here she was. Belinda smiled softly. We see each other every day. Why are you so happy? Ghislaine's expression darkened, his eyes sharp. He needed to tell her the truth. Grabbing her shoulders, he said firmly, listen carefully. Perdium is about to face a catastrophe. Belinda recoiled in confusion. What are you saying? Ghislaine hesitated, then emphasized each word. I have died and returned to life. Belinda replied nonchalantly. Yes, the orcs nearly killed you. No, that is not what I mean, Ghislaine shouted. Belinda quickly folded the blankets on the bed. Do you realize how much danger you have been in? Not Perdium but yourself. She stepped closer, hands on her hips, scolding him. If you keep causing trouble like this, you will end up in jail. You acted like a commander, and now this happens. Do you know how worried I was? Ghislaine exhaled, silently acknowledging she did not believe him. Belinda continued, anxious. Honestly, if something happened to you before the festival, what would I do? His pupils constricted. The festival. Belinda teased lightly. Have you forgotten? Miss Elena has been eagerly waiting to attend the festival with you. A photograph of Ghislaine and Elena lay neatly on the table, a perfect chance for the two of them to grow closer. He picked up the photo, nodding to himself. Yes, this time of year, there is always a festival. In his previous life, he had never truly enjoyed it, caught up in harrowing experiences. Ghislaine asked, how long until the festival? Belinda rested her hands on the table, thinking. Let us see. The festival is next week, so you have about half a week. He fell silent, mulling over the days ahead. A week, the day my life changed. The door creaked open again, and a gentle voice called out, Shillane. Are you in there? Slowly, he turned his head. Memories still haunted him, the image of Elena crying. Begging, go with me. He looked at the little girl outside the door. A week from now, Elena will die. Ghislaine lunged forward and wrapped Elena tightly in his arms. Belinda froze, startled by the sudden action. Elena, blushing and flustered, stammered, what is going on? What is with this surprise? He whispered softly into her ear, I missed you. Elena panicked and shoved him away. Let go, you are scaring me. Ghislaine clutched his chest, cursing under his breath. What kind of strength is this? From a child, she has always been this strong. Elena brushed her dress irritably. Belinda already said I was coming here, what are you playing at? You think acting like this will make everything okay? Ghislaine blinked in confusion. Okay, what? The girl scrutinized him with sharp eyes. You are so irritating, that is why I said go away. Just seeing you breathe annoys me. Have you forgotten everything? Ghislaine flushed. Did I really say that? He quickly averted his gaze. I was not close to Elena in the past. I am such a jerk. Sorry. Belinda and Elena clung to each other, frightened. He said sorry. Did he get attacked by orcs? Did he hit his head? Ghislaine frantically tried to explain. No, I am really fine, but his panic only seemed to frighten them more. Why are you two saying I got attacked? His face twisted in pain as he clutched his chest. Elena, trembling, knelt on the floor and nodded. Yes, you are fine. Really? Then she collapsed, fainting once more. When Ghislaine looked up, he caught a glimpse of Belinda and Elena's gentle smiles, and for a moment, both froze. He could not help but grin. A deep sense of fulfillment washing over him. Everyone, they're just like I remember. Why did I waste so much time on useless things in the past? The festival was coming next week. In his previous life, he had refused to go with Elena. The anger from taking responsibility for the expedition team had consumed him. That had been the last time he saw her. Her body had later been found torn apart, alongside the guards. I should have been with her. The door swung open. "May we come in?" 2 soldiers stepped inside. "Here she is, Miss Elena," along with guards Jamal and Philip. Elena approached, frowning. "What is going on? I told everyone to wait outside." They spoke up. "Sorry, young lady. The servants asked you to review preparations for the festival." Ghislaine raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why would they ask Elena? Belinda snapped at him. "Don't you know, young master, you have been out gallivanting all day. Do you have any idea how short-staffed per diem must be to let a young lady do the work herself?" He could only force a small smile. Elena followed the soldiers and began walking away. "Are we really that short on help?" she called over her shoulder. "I am going. Take care." "Okay, clearly. I did not know anything back then. I was so oblivious." Ghislaine suddenly spoke up. "Let me help." Elena's face turned red, startled by his offer. Belinda and Elena froze again, panic written across their faces. He wants to help. Did he really get hit in the head? Outside, the marketplace bustled with activity, people running back and forth. A loud shout rang out, startling everyone. He said he would help. "Now go. You are scaring everyone by standing here." Elena hurriedly pushed Ghislaine aside. "Is this how you help someone? The best way to help is to stay put and not cause trouble." Ghislaine furrowed his brow, thinking to himself. Elena's body was found near the rat nest, far from the festival site. Someone must have lured her there. To stop that, I need to know who enters and leaves the city. A hurried voice called from behind. "Young master." Ghislaine's eyes widened in shock. "That." Fergus came running, panting heavily. "Sir Fergus, you are all right. Thank the heavens." He grabbed Ghislaine's shoulders, choking back tears. "Your lowly servant here, Fergus, rushed to you the moment we heard about the orc attack." Ghislaine, exhausted, silently begged for a pause. "Can we just stop here for a moment?" Elena stepped closer, smiling. "Perfect timing, old man. He has been acting strangely since he woke up. Please, take him back to his room." Fergus nodded. "As you wish." Ghislaine muttered under his breath. "Here we go again, blocking my path." He raised a hand to his forehead, frustrated. "No other choice. I need to see more clearly what is going to happen next week." He turned to Fergus. "Old man, there is an abandoned training ground in the city, right? Take me there." Fergus, puzzled, asked, "Yes, training ground. But why, sir?" Ghislaine replied calmly, "For practice." The words seemed to shock Fergus. He knew I would be here someday. They walked toward a large building. Ghislaine glanced around, surprised, and as he stepped into the room, he muttered in awe, "What? It is even better than I thought." He scanned each weapon rack. "This place. It is perfect for training. I never saw anything like this when I was a mercenary." Fergus reported cautiously, "The servants have kept it just in case you needed it. I knew you would come here one day." Ghislaine froze for a moment. In my previous life, he already knew. After a long pause, he finally said, "So that is how it was." He lightly patted Fergus on the shoulder. "I need to survive, old man. Dying. It felt like crap." Fergus replied calmly, "Indeed, sir. You act like you have already died once." Ghislaine's eyes lit up, sharp as ever. "I have died, and returned." Fergus exhaled. "I think that is enough joking, young master." Ghislaine reined in the joy he had felt earlier. "At least he is back." He nodded. "Old man, I will start training now." Fergus bowed 90 degrees. "I will stay outside." Watching Fergus's retreating figure, Ghislaine reflected, "I have always treated people like enemies." His gaze darkened as he thought of the past. "I was shallow then. 1 week. The one responsible for Elena's death was the neighboring lord. That triggered Perdium's war and decline. Elena's death was the spark that started the fall of our family. That means..." Determined, he settled cross-legged on the floor. "I need to start from the beginning. First, I need to be stronger. Too bad I do not have much time." He exhaled and focused on controlling his mana. Ghislaine sensed the waves of energy around him. Mana, extraordinary energy capable of breaking human limits. A small concentration of mana condensed in his hand. Everyone says sensing mana is the hardest part. But I have done it. Even on the battlefield, he could connect to the mana particles in the air, swirling them into a solid core. His entire body became enveloped in mana. For someone like him, someone who had survived thousands, no, tens of thousands of battles, creating a mana core was easy. Ghislaine's face contorted, sweat streaming down, but this alone would not make him one of the 7 strongest. With the method from that magic book I stole. The mana around him grew, along with the pain he felt. He could create 2, even 3 natural mana cores. Tilting his head back, his pupils dilated, and he roared, channeling the cores into a linked network to generate an explosive surge of energy. Blood spurted from his nose and mouth. He braced himself against the floor, gasping. 3 is the limit, even though in the past I could make 5. A large drop of blood fell to the floor. This technique allowed a person to create an explosive burst in a short time, but it drained an enormous amount of mana. That is why I lost to Aiden last time. When I led the knights in an attack, I ran out of mana. If it had been a fair fight, I would have won. Ghislaine wiped his mouth. It is an unstable technique, but for now, it is enough. I am young, and I still have time. He struggled to his feet. This time, I will win, Aiden. His gaze blazed with unrelenting hatred. Even you, the scum behind the Delphine family who destroyed our territory. I will kill every last one of you. A week later, the day of the festival had arrived. Ghislaine adjusted his belt and straightened his equipment. With his sword hanging at his side, he strode proudly through the streets. Elena caught sight of him and froze for a moment. She stepped closer, frowning. You actually came. What is going on? You have never done anything like this before. Ghislaine replied calmly, as a citizen of Perdium, at the very least I should attend the festival. Elena curled her lip in contempt. You are acting really strange. I heard you have been training all week. Ghislaine rubbed the back of his neck. What is wrong with the air of a knightly family practicing a bit? The girl snorted. You did not care about it at all before. Then she delivered a pointed remark that struck directly at Ghislaine's heart. You are the one who said your father's a nuisance and wished you could become the lord yourself. She laughed loudly and spun away, though her smile was gentle, as if she were the Elena he remembered from before. Ghislaine watched her in silence, deep in thought. I have realized a few things after this week. My actions have changed, and so have the impressions of me and my future. He reflected, 2 people. Remember to keep the young master from causing trouble. We can't let anything happen, especially with so many guests around. A reassuring voice answered, Don't worry, you can trust us. Ghislaine noted that the major events seemed unchanged, but it was difficult to gauge the effects of his actions on smaller events. Using future knowledge effectively is my task. I must handle every situation as efficiently as possible. He touched the small pouch at his hip, confirming that everything was prepared. Later, Elena guided him through the festival, darting from one booth to the next. As night fell, she sighed in delight. It is fun, but a little boring. Just like every year, nothing new this time. Ghislaine frowned, scanning the surroundings. The festival's almost over, and nothing's happening. Is it because I am here with Elena? A voice suddenly rang out, putting him on alert. Would you like to see another area? A soldier spoke to Elena. A friend of ours says there is a new event being held over there. What do you think? Her eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Then let us go. She grabbed the soldier's hand and dashed off eagerly. Ghislaine's eyes glinted with deadly intent. So it is you. He spotted the 2 bodyguards, Jamal and Philip, smiling with sinister intent. Traitors to the family. Elena's escort knights, Jamal and Philip, were once the most trusted protectors, guarding her since she was a child. In the previous life, they had been killed while defending her. Ghislaine's eyes sharpened to a chilling intensity. So it is you too. Traitors to our house. Jamal guided Elena and Ghislaine into a side street, a grin spreading across his face as he introduced, We have arrived. The street ahead was eerily quiet, the atmosphere immediately heavy and tense. Elena glanced around, frowning. What is this? There is nothing here. Are you sure the performance is supposed to be in a filthy place like this? Jamal stammered, They probably are not ready yet. He leaned closer, whispering, The crowd will arrive soon. Elena huffed in irritation. Stop saying ridiculous things. Who'd want to perform in a place like this? Ghislaine said nothing, observing everything carefully. His brows furrowed, confirming his suspicions. The street was unnaturally empty. At first glance, it seemed like just a quiet lane, with scattered trinkets and items laid out, but looking closer, he noticed barriers blocking every escape route. While he was analyzing the scene, someone suddenly yanked him forcefully. They have been preparing for this. Let us go. Jamal hurried to stop them. Miss, we are already here. Do not you want to see the show? Elena tugged Ghislaine along angrily. No, thank you. I do not want to watch a performance in a place like this. Ghislaine turned to her, impressed despite himself. Have you been training or something? You are strong. Elena shot him an irritated glare, bumping hard into someone ahead. Miss, a voice began. Philip glared at Elena, speaking with a threatening tone. Wait just a little longer. Elena froze, fear creeping into her voice. Philip. She looked at the two knights with wary eyes. Why are they acting so strangely? What is going on with them? Jamal rubbed his neck and sighed. Oh, do not worry, we are not trying to scare you. He clasped his hands together, grinning with a twisted expression. It is just that someone has a reasonable request. Elena flinched. A request. From the distance, a figure approached, calm and deliberate. Frank arrived with two subordinates, strolling forward casually. He smirked. Indeed, your operational procedures are impressively clean. Jamal turned toward him. Of course. We have brought the young lady here as promised. Let us conclude the transaction here. Frank raised an eyebrow, scanning the scene. Isn't that the eldest son of House Perdium? I do not recall requesting that he be brought here as well. Elena's entire body trembled with fear, clutching Ghislaine's arm tightly. Jamal's face darkened with malice. I will hand him over for free. He foolishly followed us, unaware that this would be his own grave. Ghislaine's voice remained calm but icy. Jamal, so you sold us out. Did you really think you could get away with this? Jamal glanced at him, letting out a derisive laugh. Why do not you worry about yourself first? All we need is to escape to a faraway place. He groaned, irritation lacing his words. We have grown tired of this poor land, endlessly harassed by savages anyway. Jamal laughed bitterly. Surely there are many others besides us who want to leave Perdium, right? Before he could even finish, Ghislaine drew his sword in a flash and struck the two men down. Jamal froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Frank and Philip were equally shocked. Jamal's body split in half, collapsing to the ground, but at least now they would never betray them. Ghislaine's eyes burned with pure hatred. Philip, terrified by that gaze, instinctively grabbed Elena. That fool Jamal. A knight defeated by an amateur like him. Before he could finish his thought, Ghislaine drove his sword straight into Philip's chest. Philip's eyes went wide in disbelief, his lips mumbling, impossible. Before his body thudded to the ground, Elena, horrified beyond measure, rushed to cling to Ghislaine. Frank's two subordinates hesitated slightly, sizing him up. Is this really the eldest son of House Perdium? I would have assumed he had no real combat experience or basic training. Frank studied him carefully, nodding to himself. Not wrong. Even though they abandoned their guard, he killed two knights immediately. He remembered Ghislaine's attack. It had been executed using mana. Elena whimpered, Ah, what is happening, Ghislaine? What is going on? Ghislaine remained silent. Before she could ask more, he lightly struck her neck, and Elena fainted. Rest now, he murmured as he carefully laid her on the ground. Frank's voice rang out, calm but filled with menace. Thanks for taking care of my part of the work, eldest son of House Perdium. He and his subordinates stepped closer to Ghislaine, studying him. He is far different from what I expected. We had planned to handle those two ourselves. Frank bit down on his pipe, a sinister grin spreading across his face. So you have always hidden your true skill, huh? Ghislaine turned, pulling his sword from the body. That has nothing to do with you. He glanced at them, silently counting 3 opponents. Carefully assessing, Ghislaine concluded the 2 flanking men were negligible, but the one in the center radiated mana on an entirely different level. He condensed mana into invisible threads around him. I must end this quickly. Stepping forward, Ghislaine's voice was cold and deliberate. I will ask you once, who ordered this? The man sneered. Do the dead even need to know? Ghislaine's voice dropped even colder. I knew you would not answer easily. That is fine. He raised his sword, the aura of killing intent emanating from him. You will speak soon enough. One subordinate drew his sword. Shall we take his head? Frank shook his head. No. Capture him alive, then break all his limbs so he can do nothing but go mad. He smirked. He must writhe in pain to maintain that perfect form. The 2 subordinates immediately lunged, swords ready. Yes, sir. Ghislaine remained unshaken. He drew a hidden weapon from his side, launching a projectile at the 2 rushing men. One froze in confusion, a bomb. Before it split in 2 midair, striking him in the face. Ghislaine surged forward, stabbing his sword into the man's forehead. The remaining subordinate turned to strike him from the right. A trivial trick. Ghislaine twisted his sword, blocking the attack effortlessly. He glanced at his opponent, then slammed his hand against the hilt, knocking the sword from the man's grip and cutting him down with precise force. Ghislaine sensed danger. Suddenly Frank had appeared, ambushing from behind. Luckily, Ghislaine reacted in time, spinning his sword backward to block. Frank raised an eyebrow, surprised. He blocked my strike from that angle. That was a perfect ambush. Taking advantage of Frank's momentary distraction, Ghislaine pivoted to face him directly. He drew another sword and swung hard at Frank's neck. The strike cut deeply. Frank's pipe fell from his mouth, snapping in two and rolling across the ground. But as his sword descended in retaliation, Ghislaine leaned back, blocking it with both swords. Astonishingly, Frank was unharmed. The first strike had left only a scratch on his neck. If it were not for mana, I would have lost my head just now. Ghislaine gritted his teeth. How is he still alive after a direct strike to the neck? He must have concentrated mana there to mitigate the damage. Frank condensed mana down the hilt of his sword. I do not know where you learned such strange sword techniques at your age. But, he smirked with wicked anticipation, you will die here. Frank launched a relentless assault, snarling, you can't defeat me with such weak mana, you will die. His laugh was wild, almost deranged. Ghislaine, however, broke into a strange smile, an expression that made Frank pause in shock. He is smiling. With a swift motion, Ghislaine knocked Frank's sword aside, using his twin blades as a brace. Spinning 180 degrees, he kicked Frank squarely in the face, sending him stumbling backward. Frank sneered, removing his hat. I told you, that amount of mana won't do. But as he finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through his body. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest, a spray of blood escaping his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he stared at his trembling hands. What just happened, that strike? It was unlike anything I have faced. That skill level alone should not have pierced my enhancement. Ghislaine stepped forward slowly, his body enveloped in a dense layer of mana, killing intent radiating like ice. So, it was you, he said, glaring. Prepare yourself. Third core. Release. Frank's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How can you amplify your mana to this extent? Ghislaine did not give him a chance to panic. Leaping forward, twin swords flashing, he struck with lethal precision. Frank barely had time to react, eyes locked wide in shock. The battle continued, but the balance had shifted. Ghislaine pressed the attack with full force. Frank was forced onto the defensive, retreating step by step. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Gripping his swords. Impossible. My hands are shaking just from blocking him. The swords in Frank's hands began to crack, even with mana reinforcing them. There is always a limit. Terrified, Frank leaned back. I have never heard of a method to maximize mana like this. He looked at Ghislaine as though he were a monster, as if the man had transformed into something entirely different. Under the barrage, Frank's sword finally shattered, and Ghislaine delivered a devastating strike. Blood spurted violently from the wound. Ghislaine pressed the attack, driving his sword deep into Frank's abdomen. Frank screamed in agony, blood spewing from his mouth. Ghislaine slammed Frank's chin upward, pinning him against the wall. His voice was cold and commanding. Let us finish what we started. Who ordered this? Frank, refusing to yield, flicked a hidden projectile from his sleeve. I won't fall so easily, at least I will take the Perdium lady down with me. As Frank aimed at Elena lying on the ground, a flurry of unseen threads suddenly bound his arms. Ghislaine had created them with mana, restraining him completely. Let us make a deal, Ghislaine said, his eyes warning. Stop any futile resistance. Answer me, and I will withdraw my sword. Frank glared at the binding strands, shocked. Mana threads, I can't move. When did he make these? Ghislaine's sword shifted slightly. A man of your skill can heal himself, surely. He infused mana into his blade. But what if I destroy your core mana? Frank's eyes widened in panic. What? No. His gaze locked on Ghislaine's sword as immense mana began seeping into him. He felt his core cracking, his mana dispersing uncontrollably. You have gone mad, Frank shouted. One mistake, and the reverse flow of mana could explode, obliterating this entire area. Are you suicidal? Only the unskilled would dare. Ghislaine interrupted, calm and deadly, I can handle it myself. Frank was drenched in sweat, eyes wide with sheer terror as he looked at Ghislaine. He is not bluffing. I am going to die. In a panic, he shouted, It is Count Desmond. Under the pressure, he confessed. He was the one who orchestrated this, he said. Desmond needed a pretext to ignite war between House Perdium and House de Garde. Ghislaine clicked his tongue. So that is it, Desmond. He recalled the last life back then. All the dirty work would have been delegated to allied houses under the Duke, to the Delphine Duke himself. How dare you arrange such nonsense without any backup? He pressed further. So that is why you wanted to kill Elena. Seeing Ghislaine poised to act, Frank stammered, why yes. Without warning, Ghislaine drove his sword violently through Frank's body. What are you doing? Frank screamed, furious. This is different from what you just said. Ghislaine looked at him and sneered. So, you have killed countless people, yet now you fear death. Frank suddenly sprang up, face pressing close to Ghislaine's. It won't change anything if you kill me. I have completed my task with Degard already. Who would believe a brat like you? Ghislaine did not let him finish. He grabbed Frank's face firmly. Perdium will die because of war. Calmly, Ghislaine channeled mana. Listen carefully. I was reborn after death. This time, it will be different. He tightened his grip on his sword. Frank's eyes rolled back in shock as he screamed, and in an instant, a flash of light erupted into the night. Frank's body exploded, sending pieces flying, just as fireworks lit up the sky. Ghislaine panted, staring at the corpses scattered on the ground. His face was pale. He turned to see Elena sleeping on the ground and loosened his grip on the sword. Looking up at the sky, he exhaled sharply, but then a sharp, agonizing pain shot through him. Ghislaine collapsed, howling in waves of torment, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, when I was the Mercenary King, detonating 3 cores was not an issue. He glanced toward a nearby house. I won't fall because of this. Clutching his chest, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. 2 bodies lay there. In his previous life, another corpse had been found beside Elena in this very place. The son of Degard. Ghislaine sat down, carefully pulling a bag toward him and examining the body. It seemed the man had been killed along with the escort knights. So this is how they silenced them, framing them as Elena's killers. From his side, he retrieved a candle. Once this truth came to light, the war would ignite. He had to erase the evidence. Ghislaine lit a flame, burning the house to the ground, then carried Elena away. I won't let things happen according to your plan. On a branch not far off, a lone figure silently observed Ghislaine's actions from start to finish. Once Ghislaine departed, the figure vanished as quietly as it had appeared. In the dark room, the mysterious figure from earlier knelt and reported, and those seated around the table immediately raised their voices in frustration. Failed, we sent knights and Frank our very best, and you could not even handle a little girl. Did you let your guard down because you thought it would be easy? The cloaked man stammered, hesitant. It is all because of Ghislaine Perdium. Hands clenched tightly around the table. Ghislaine, that useless northerner, one of them shouted angrily. Surely you know that Ghislaine is nothing but a worthless trash. You are using him as an excuse. The cloaked man trembled. He is completely different from the information and rumors we had. I saw the way he fought, his eyes. It is as if he became a completely different person. He pleaded, voice shaking. But we have completed the task at House Degard already, so there is no need to trigger a war over territories. Please, give me one more chance. Instantly, they shouted back at him. Silence, you did not even gather enough intel on a kid, and you are asking for another chance. You could not complete a simple mission. And now you beg for leniency, wipe him out. From the highest seat, a voice cut through the chaos, calm but commanding. How noisy. Tell me, how do you propose to earn another chance? The cloaked figure quickly replied, I will eliminate Ghislaine Perdium. How? By arranging a natural one-on-one duel. I have already thought of someone. The others murmured, curious. Who? The cloaked man answered, Cain Loges. He is famous for his swordsmanship that relies purely on raw strength. Though still young, he is already a symbol of power. I can confidently say there is no one in the north who can match him. Furthermore, Cain is related to Ghislaine. There is no need to force them to meet. The room fell silent. The man in the high seat furrowed his brow. And if you fail again, there won't be a next time, the cloaked man answered, bowing. I will not disappoint you. In the Perdium Estate's training grounds, Fergus stepped inside and called out, Excuse me, young master. It is time for a meal. Suddenly, a sphere of mana shot across the room. Fergus froze as a thread of mana wrapped around a nearby sword, pulling it free. The blade flew directly into Ghislaine's hands. He swung it experimentally. All right, that is enough. Noticing something, he glanced outside and exclaimed, Oh, Fergus. Fergus bowed respectfully. Apologies. You were so focused on training that he paused, curious. How did you do that just now? Ghislaine guided the mana thread to coil around the sword's hilt and explained, just mana. Using mana like a cord. He closed his eyes, thinking quietly. In my past life, I always used it. But at my current skill level, I need to blow up a cord to use it like before, because I do not have enough mana otherwise. He frowned as he looked at the threads in his hands. But even if I make just one thread to use less mana, I can still use it effectively, even with limited mana. Fergus bowed his head, a mixture of surprise and curiosity in his eyes. I have trained with mana for a long time, but I have never seen anything like this. He thought silently. Just a few days ago, he was not even using mana. He was training on his own. How could he come up with the idea to manipulate mana like this? Ghislaine broke the silence. Do you want something? Fergus cleared his throat, choosing his words carefully. Actually, I just wanted to come and say this. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. Say what? Fergus bowed slightly, speaking cautiously. Thank you for protecting the young lady. Ghislaine blinked in surprise. Thank me, that is my duty. Now, let us eat. A few days passed, and the festival had been temporarily halted due to the conspiracy of a knight escort who had intended to sell the young lady. Elena sat at the table, tapping her hand on its surface in frustration. Everyone around seemed to doubt her claim that Ghislaine himself had saved her. I wish you would say something to convince them, she grumbled. Ghislaine leaned back calmly in his chair. It is fine, they would not believe it anyway. Belinda, standing behind, ground her teeth in anger. Jamal and Philip were the traitors, were not they, those scoundrels? I knew they were perverts. Elena sighed, exasperated. Belinda. Ghislaine smiled slightly at both of them. Elena is still alive. He turned his gaze toward the window. I have prevented a war from breaking out. But they certainly won't give up. I can't keep stopping them by myself. I need to build an army. Just then, a servant entered, pushing in a cart of food. Excuse me, he said politely, placing a tray on the table. Ghislaine's mind raced. I will need to learn more about politics if I want to make that happen. When the lid was lifted, the plate held nothing but a single slice of bread. Ghislaine blinked in surprise and looked up. Belinda, why are we having dessert first? She remained calm. Dessert? You know the current situation. Suddenly, a piercing shout rang from outside. A fat man standing by the door yelled, demanding compensation for the losses caused by canceling the festival. The crowd behind him joined in unison, shouting, compensation, compensation, compensation. They pressed against the iron gates, pointing and scolding. Get out, you are swimming in money anyway, they shouted, enraged. The gate guards tried to calm the crowd. Please, remain calm. Ghislaine leaned out of the window, astonished. What the hell is going on? Belinda sighed, following his gaze. I knew this would happen. She explained helplessly, this district has many merchants who rely on profits from the festival. Last year was already enough for them. But now, having it cancelled after just one day, they are furious. Ghislaine's eyes twitched in surprise. The district is in that bad a state. He turned back inside, thinking grimly, it will only get worse if I do not do something for them. He pointed decisively. Fergus, what are the guards doing? Send them down to calm the crowd immediately. Fergus smiled politely. We do not have any guards. Ghislaine froze. What? He explained, most of the guards have been sent to the monster forest to rebuild the area after the orc raid. Ghislaine cursed under his breath. Damn it, they have all gone there. Perdium was essentially always at war the northern barbarians, the monster forest, the northern fortress region, and the city itself. On top of that, there was a monster forest where beasts could appear at any time. He sighed, no money, no soldiers, a complete mess. Ghislaine quickly pulled Belinda aside. Belinda, come here, let us talk. He leaned close, his face serious. You manage my funds, right? Use the money to calm the merchants down. Belinda's expression remained calm. We are out of funds. Ghislaine froze. Out of money. She reminded him, don't you remember the count cut your allowance because you were spending recklessly? He went silent, thinking, so, I do not have a single coin left. He held out his hand. Give me some money. Belinda still smiled. I have none. Ghislaine sat on the windowsill, swearing under his breath. Damn it, no money, no soldiers. What now? His gaze drifted into the distance. Without money, I can't do anything. Even with knowledge from the future, it is useless. I need money first. While he was lost in thought, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Could there be a way? Isn't there something at the estate? Ricardo burst through the door, panicked. Young master. Ghislaine looked at him. Ricardo, why are you in such a hurry? Sweat poured down Ricardo's face as he shouted, something's happened, young master, Kane wants to see you. Ghislaine froze. Kane. Scovin staggered forward, bruised and gasping. A violent punch slammed straight into his face. Another blow followed, this one crashing into his stomach. Blood gushed from his injured organs. And he collapsed just as Ghislaine arrived. He lay trembling on the floor, calling out, young master. Ghislaine's expression changed, his pupils constricting as he looked at him. A voice rang out, drawing his attention elsewhere. So, you are here. A massive figure appeared before his eyes. Cain smirked at him. Ghislaine, he said. Ghislaine studied the two figures before him, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. I remember that face. The heir of the Loges, our ally, Cain Loges. Cain looked at him with a disdainful glare. Ghislaine's brow furrowed. He was my only friend back then. And now he is my enemy. Cain smirked and stepped closer. Ghislaine quietly asked, Ricardo, what is the situation? Ricardo, drenched in sweat, stammered, Why you know. We reported a disturbance at a tavern. We saw Lord Cain there with his escort knights. When he noticed us, he asked if the rumors about young Master Ghislaine were true. So Commander Scovin explained the rumors in detail. Cain pressed his hand against Scovin's mouth, glaring. You dare lie in front of the heir of the Loges. Ricardo dared not look up, terrified. That was how everything had unfolded. Cain's voice dripped with mockery. Hey, do not act like that. If you are going to tell him, tell the truth. He said you, untrained, defeated a goblin barehanded and handled the traitorous knights yourself. Cain glanced at Scovin lying unconscious on the ground. That is why I gave him a light warning, to help him see reason. He stepped in front of Ghislaine. None of this would have happened if you had not lied in the first place. Ghislaine said nothing, casting a sharp glance at him. Of course. He has always been like this, treating me as nothing more than a subordinate. Memories of his past trips to Perdium surfaced. Cain had always caused trouble, and no one could say a word because Ghislaine was essentially beneath him. Ghislaine's brow tightened. No one dares underestimate Cain. Unlike me, who carried insecurities, his bold confidence and daring manner were praised as traits befitting an heir. He closed his eyes and exhaled. That is why I was criticized more. Cain studied Ghislaine's expression and remained silent for a long moment. Then he smirked, amused. Look at him. Usually he would have charged me the moment he was provoked this much. Not long ago, in the Loges territory. Cain's expression shifted with surprise. What, killed Ghislaine? The cloaked man standing before him replied, If you succeed in this mission, those respected will support the Loges family. Cain frowned. It is not difficult to deal with a thug like him. But Ghislaine is also an heir to that land. How could I eliminate him? The cloaked man waved his hand, offering a suggestion. We can lure Ghislaine into a duel, make it look like an unfortunate accident. It will appear as a minor dispute between heirs. I will accompany you, posing as an escort knight, setting the stage. No need to worry. He smiled wickedly. A rare opportunity, even for you. Cain remained silent for a moment, then replied, thinking that I had to kill my own cousin. Ghislaine. He cracked his knuckles with a thrill. Let us go immediately. Back in the present, he glanced at the cloaked man behind him. They want to get rid of him because something changed. Cain chuckled. Then he spoke, making Ghislaine frown. Hey, what are you standing there for? He sank leisurely to the ground, unfazed by Ghislaine's glare. Why are you just standing there? Since you know I am here, you should bring what you have prepared for me. Ghislaine tilted his head, curious. Prepared? Cain smiled. I heard the festival was interrupted, right? Let us liven up the atmosphere and have a great time. We always see eye to eye on things like this, do not we? His eyes gleamed with malice. Am I wrong, my friend? Ghislaine smirked disdainfully, barely giving him the time of day. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow, asking lightly, You're talking about that? He glanced at Cain. Of course. He always makes me prepare the drinks and women whenever he comes here. Ghislaine shook his head with a bitter laugh. Back then, I complied just to avoid getting beaten, but not anymore. And because of him, I have wasted my precious money. He recalled Belinda's words. You forgot the Lord cut off your allowance because you spent too much. A spark of determination lit up Ghislaine's eyes, and the corners of his lips curved into a small, knowing smile. He fixed his gaze on Cain. My source of funds. A sudden shout snapped him back to reality. Hey, Ghislaine. Cain planted his hands impatiently on his knees. If you remember, you should bring them out immediately. Don't you see I am waiting? Ghislaine replied coldly, Of course. Better I bring them out right now. But. He leaned closer, voice low and sharp. Don't I have a debt to be repaid? The cloaked man behind him frowned, curious. Even Cain looked surprised. Repay what? Ghislaine smirked, extending his hand. Do you realize that I have handled everything you requested using my own money? Return it. I will take 1,000 gold, principal plus interest. Cain's eyes widened. What, 1,000 gold, all that? Is not worth even 100, he frowned in irritation. And you did this? Just to thank me for being your friend, that is like a friendship fee. Ghislaine's voice dripped with contempt, leaving no room for argument. Friendship my ass. I have been your doormat for far too long. Now, return the money before I give you a proper beating. I need it, understand. The tavern fell completely silent. Ricardo was in shock, staring at Ghislaine. Young master, what are you saying? Kane stomped his foot and straightened up, looking down at Ghislaine. You are getting bold just because I have been lenient with you. You think you have truly grown stronger just because of that false rumor that you defeated a knight. You are nothing but a parasite sucking from this land. Kane clenched his fist. That is why everyone in the north calls you a fraud. All you, the supposed heir, do is spout nonsense. He swung his fist at Ghislaine. Wake up. Ghislaine stood calmly, unshaken. Surprisingly, when Kane's punch came near, Ghislaine merely sidestepped, evading it with ease. The onlookers gasped. Kane reversed his fist to strike again, but in less than a second, Ghislaine bent low and dodged. He spun and slammed a punch into Kane's chest. Kane spat a small mouthful of blood, eyes wide in shock. Ghislaine elbowed him hard in the face. This time, Kane managed to block Ghislaine's blow and smirked. Ghislaine glanced at him coolly. 1 second later, Kane dropped to his knees, wailing in pain. The cloaked man rushed over in panic. Young master, are you okay? Ghislaine looked at him leisurely. Stand up. Stop whining. I know you blocked that strike. The cloaked man raised his voice, warning others, step back. Ghislaine, do you even know what you are doing? The tavern erupted into chaos. What just happened? Did Ghislaine just beat Kane? Did anyone see that clearly? Ghislaine lazily looked down at the curious onlookers on the upper floor and chuckled inwardly. You want to play this game, huh? Kane whispered to the cloaked man, see my acting skills, perfectly staged to make everyone think Ghislaine is at fault. This is more than enough to justify a duel. He lifted his tunic and revealed something, eyes glinting with purpose. Of course, this is a rare chance to gain strong support. I must make a deep impression this time. He pulled out a glove. If you succeed in this mission, those respected will support the Loge's family. Now is the perfect moment to cut down Perdium, a power in decline. He shouted, throwing the glove toward Ghislaine. How dare you, after sullying the nobility with lies, you attack me just for trying to verify the truth. Ghislaine, I challenge you to a duel. Before he could finish, another glove flew straight into his face. Ghislaine stared firmly at him. I accept your challenge, Kane Loges. The glove slowly fell, revealing Kane's stunned expression. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes. You insulted me, the heir, in front of the people of Perdium. You attacked my knight and defiled the honor of the nobility. Ricardo, sitting beside Scovin, could only gape in shock. Ghislaine's gaze bore into Kane with unyielding challenge. You are not considering refusal, are you? Kane remained silent for a moment, then laughed. I knew you were foolish, but I did not realize you were foolish enough to dig your own grave. He reached behind his back and drew his sword. Fine, I accept your challenge. He pointed the blade at Ghislaine. Don't regret it, even in death. Ghislaine stood facing the tip of the sword, a small smirk curling at his lips. He quietly called out, Ricardo. The young man jumped slightly. Why, yes. Ghislaine issued an order that left Ricardo astonished. Bring all the merchants who were protesting outside the castle here. A triumphant smile spread across Ghislaine's face. Tell them I will help them earn a substantial profit. The festival was suddenly cancelled, and the atmosphere, which had been building to a fever pitch, abruptly went cold, leaving a few visitors stranded. Frustrated by their unspent time and money, they were clearly dissatisfied, and in such a situation, any event that could distract or soothe them would be welcome. Amid the enthusiastic cheering of the crowd, Ghislaine stepped onto the platform. Everyone shouted excitedly. It is a duel between young Master Kane and Ghislaine. Place your bets on young Master Kane. That brat finally gets what he deserves, outside the arena. The stalls that had been set up that morning called out, cheap, buy one, get one free. The fat old man at one of the tables laid out paper and ink. Place your bets here, line up here. Gold coins began to pile up. I will bet on young Master Kane, one said. Me too. It is the safest bet. Kane slammed his sword into the ground, arrogance written across his face. How dare you turn a sacred duel into a marketplace, he scoffed. Glancing at the sword in his hand. Let me make it clear before we start, my sword will not stop, even if you surrender. Ghislaine remained silent, his gaze fixed on the malicious grins in the crowd. That must be exactly what they were hoping for. He furrowed his brow. All right, it seems we have gathered enough spectators. Let us begin. The cloaked man suddenly called out, Wait, I do not think we can place bets properly under these circumstances. The onlookers blinked in confusion. Huh, the fat man hesitated, looking at the betting slips. No one is placing bets on Duke Ghislaine, so. Ghislaine stayed silent, observing them. The crowd murmured among themselves. Honestly, the outcome is obvious. That boy has no chance against young Master Kane. Who in their right mind would bet on the other side? Kane held his sword with a smirk. Even the marketplace crowd ignores him. The spectators continued to chatter, suggesting, why do not we change the bet? Let us see how long he can hold out against young Master Kane. A large bag of coins was placed in front of the fat man. Scovin, helped along by Ricardo, scowled at the fat man. I will bet on Duke Ghislaine. Ghislaine smiled faintly. Another larger bag was stacked on top of Scovin's. Elena and Belinda stepped forward proudly. I want to bet on my brother too. The crowd turned, astonished. The onlookers murmured in excitement. Lady Elena, the young girl, looked indignant. Is that enough? Belinda sighed. I told you not to do this. The fat man quickly opened the bag and said, yes, that is enough. The cloaked man turned his head nervously. Kane, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor, glanced over and assessed the situation. Forcing me to wait without reason. A shout echoed across the arena. Then, get ready, Ghislaine yawned lazily. You know, I am older than you. It would be a little awkward if I struck first. Would not it? He slowly drew the sword at his side, twirling it once in his hand. Confidence radiated from him. He met Kane's gaze and taunted, come on then. Kane stayed silent, stooping to grab his sword. You still think it is not too late to act like the adult here? The referee's voice rang out, begin. Kane sprang lightly off the ground, swinging down toward Ghislaine. Ghislaine furrowed his brows, eyes fixed on him. Kane sneered loudly, you have humbled yourself too much trying to save face. He swung Ghislaine's sword forcefully aside. Kane thrust down, but the sword buried itself in the ground. Ghislaine slid aside, closing the distance. Ghislaine launched a sudden attack, but Kane caught his sword with his hands. Kane kicked sharply, but Ghislaine dodged in time. The spectators shouted. As expected, young Master Kane, he can't take a hit. Kane smirked, unimpressed. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, look at this one. Belinda grabbed Elena in alarm. My lady, we have to stop them now. The cloaked man laughed smugly. Too late. Whoever dares to face Kane head-on has already fallen into the trap. The opponent, overwhelmed by that tremendous power, would be swallowed by the thought that there was no chance of counterattack, expending all their energy merely to evade. Eventually, after only a short period of dodging, they would expose a weakness and pay the price. Kane always won in that way. The two continued their clash of swords. Kane taunted, still as skillful as ever. Seems your technique has actually improved since before. Suddenly, he let go of his sword and of course, it was inevitable. He flipped it, transforming it into an axe. He swung it at Ghislaine, but Ghislaine's sword blocked the strike. You have always been good at dodging, Kane sneered, using the axe's edge to pull Ghislaine closer, then tossed him into the air like a ball. Everyone gasped. Ricardo shouted, young master, the cloaked man laughed excitedly. It is over, Ghislaine. Ghislaine fell freely, glancing at Kane. Mana began condensing around his ankles. I intended to go easy on you, he thought. He landed lightly. But Kane had already exceeded the limits he had planned for. Ghislaine surged forward at lightning speed, closing in on Kane, whose eyes widened in shock. Ghislaine landed, retracting his sword. Kane turned in astonishment to watch him. The cloaked man panicked for a moment but stabilized himself by concentrating energy in his legs. Ghislaine exhaled sharply, rising with his sword in hand. A sword is nothing without technique, he thought. You think you are the strongest just because your opponent fears a show of power, let me enlighten you. His gaze was sharp, his presence exuding an indescribable authority. Kane's anger peaked, veins bulging across his face. He swung wildly, so, and what do you plan to do? Ghislaine focused his force into his ankles, flipping and kicking Kane's arm. As Kane's strike came down, he vaulted, performing a 360-degree somersault. Ghislaine moved so swiftly that Kane could not react, only roaring as he swung again, and each strike was effortlessly dodged. Ghislaine stepped onto Kane's sword, his eyes flashing with silent hatred. Resolutely, he struck down at Kane's neck. His expression was calm, as if everything had already been determined. Blood spurted from Kane's neck and other cuts across his body. The spectators gawked in shock, buzzing like a disturbed hive. What just happened? Duke Ghislaine has improved so much. Wait, could he actually win this? I bet on young Master Kane. Elena exclaimed proudly. See, Scovin smiled in satisfaction. The cloaked man's eyes bulged in rage. Kane stared at his wounds in disbelief. Wounds? Shallow. He could have made them deeper. But did it intentionally? Kane furrowed his brow and looked up at Ghislaine, unable to comprehend how he could wield his sword at such a level. Ghislaine silently met his gaze. Then, unexpectedly, he threw his sword aside. It spun a few times on the ground before stopping. This gap in skill won't be entertaining enough, he thought. Calmly, he spoke, from now on, I will fight bare-handed. Kane's eyes widened. What? Ghislaine stepped in front of him. Today, I think I will take this chance to teach you a lesson. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing rippling muscles, ready to strike with his fists. Kane squinted at him, his face a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Educate me. Ghislaine strolled forward leisurely, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt, issuing a challenge that left Kane stunned. Yes, Ghislaine thought, it seems he is not entirely comfortable with my swordsmanship, so I will take this disadvantage. Fighting bare-handed should make things more interesting. His expression remained calm, almost teasing. Then, confidently, he raised the stakes. I will bet an additional 2,000 gold, double the original amount, on my victory. The crowd erupted in astonishment, unable to comprehend that Ghislaine not only intended to fight without weapons but also dared to wager such a massive sum. Bare-handed. 2,000 gold. Whispers ran through the spectators. The escort knight's excitement grew. He assumed Ghislaine was doomed. He dares challenge Kane in a duel. How reckless. Yet somehow, luck is still on our side. The announcer shouted to draw attention. All right. Additional bets accepted. This will be a bare-handed duel. Young Master Ghislaine versus Young Master Kane. The crowd buzzed with chatter and speculation. Many thought Ghislaine a fool for taking such a risk. Bare-handed, I will bet on Kane. Challenging him with just your strength, what nonsense. Yet despite that, a few were swayed by Ghislaine's resolute stance. I will place my bet on Young Master Ghislaine, some declared. Kane's lips curled into a smirk, amused at the audacity. Bare-handed, you say, you amuse me, he sneered. His grip tightened on his sword. Ready for the clash, and he tossed his cloak aside with a flourish, preparing for combat. Confident in his weapon, he towered over Ghislaine, ready to strike. Belinda, standing below, shouted anxiously, this is absurd, young master, you should really take your sword. Kane focused all his strength for a decisive blow, raising his sword high with the intent to bring it down with fatal force. Ghislaine simply stared, a faint, amused smile curling across his lips. As I thought, I will have to hit him to make him see reason. The sword came crashing down with incredible force, but Ghislaine reacted with astonishing speed. He ducked and simultaneously delivered a sweeping spinning kick, closing in on Kane's right side. His legs barely brushed the ground as he surged forward. In an instant, he reached Kane's waist and unleashed a brutal punch to the stomach, sending a shockwave of force through the air. Without hesitation, he followed up, forming his fist for the next strike. His eyes gleamed with lethal intent as he slammed a devastating punch into Kane's jaw. Blood spurted from Kane's mouth, leaving him no time to react to Ghislaine's ferocious combination. Swift as the wind and ruthless in execution, Kane's head snapped back from the impact, blood flying, and he collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. For a brief moment, Kane could not comprehend what had just happened. What? How could his strikes move like that? The crowd erupted in astonishment, buzzing with disbelief. Unbelievable. Young Master Ghislaine could actually win this duel. He stood still, looking down at Kane from above as if the other were already defeated. Stand up. I have not even started yet, he said calmly. Kane's anger flared instantly at those words. He ground his teeth, furious. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged forward, sword in hand, aiming straight for Ghislaine. Every strike he threw, no matter how fast, was effortlessly dodged by Ghislaine. It was Ghislaine's turn to counter. He caught Kane's arm, a hint of mockery in his mind. Even now, you can't even look me in the eye. With precision, he twisted Kane's arm, throwing him slightly off balance. Holding both of Kane's arms, Ghislaine delivered a forceful kick directly to his waist. Kane's face contorted in pain, blood trickling once more from the impact. Ghislaine's resentment only deepened. I have to kill you. To protect the future of the Loges family. He was not finished yet. A relentless flurry of punches rained down on Kane, striking his face repeatedly, then his entire body. Kane could only tremble in pain. Sitting slumped, drenched in his own blood, Ghislaine grabbed a fistful of his hair, leaning over him. I feel sorrow for your father, he said evenly, his tone devoid of emotion. He continued, his voice calm but sharp. Count Loges helped Perdium until its collapse, only because he was my father's friend. And yet his son thinks differently. Disregarding his father's will. Kane's eyes widened in shock at the words. Memories of the past surged. Years ago, his father had continued aiding Perdium despite their hardships. Kane had argued, frustrated. Why continue helping that cursed land? It is like pouring water into a cracked bucket. Even upon returning home, his father went back to assist Perdium within a week. Kane's protests were met with silence until his father simply said, "Because we are friends." That simple sentence snapped Kane back to the present, leaving him dazed and unprepared as Ghislaine's fist came hurtling toward him. Expecting the worst, Kane closed his eyes, bracing for the strike. But instead of pain, he heard Ghislaine's calm voice, "That is enough of your lesson for now." Kane blinked, startled, opening his eyes. Ghislaine extended his hands toward him. "Stand up." Kane remained motionless, then finally lowered his gaze. Accepting defeat. I truly lost. The spectators erupted, shouting in disbelief. Even the escort knight could not contain his astonishment. "Young Master Ghislaine has won, my bet." "Unbelievable. My gold," Elena cheered, overjoyed. "Big brother has won." The escort rushed up the stands beside Kane, yelling, "How could you admit defeat so quickly just because things got difficult? What are you doing? I trusted you." But Kane only turned away, calm and indifferent. "Let it go. It is over." The escort groaned, frustrated. From behind, Ghislaine's voice rang out cheerfully. "Now, it is time to take care of what needs to be done." The escort, sweating nervously, stammered, What do you mean?" Ghislaine raised his voice for everyone nearby to hear. "Everyone, listen up. This gentleman is generously paying for all the food and drinks for everyone gathered here today." The escort staggered, dumbfounded. The crowd below erupted in cheers, delighted by the unexpected feast. Food and drink. "It has been so long since we had a party like this. Our young master is the best." The escort tried to protest, flustered. I can't allow this. I won't accept it." "Take back what you just declared." Ghislaine simply patted him on the shoulder. Speaking politely, "This is the price for losing the match, is not it? And for clarity, this amount is separate from our original wager." Pressing firmly on his shoulder to emphasize, he added, "Remember to add 2,000 gold on top of our initial bet of 1,000. His eyes, cold and dangerous, glinted with lethal intent. "If you dare run, you will face the consequences." The escort trembled under his gaze, nodding quickly. "Why yes, understood." Time passed. The next day, in Ghislaine's room, a large chest was dumped onto the table. He opened it, and the dazzling shine of gold spilled forth. He thought, I could hire a small mercenary squad with this. This is not a small sum. Closing the chest, he reminded himself he would need more funds to complete his plans. And his allies would not wait, he had to act quickly. Suddenly, Belinda and Elena appeared beside him. Ghislaine turned toward them. "What is it?" Elena, curious, asked, "Big brother, what are you going to do with all that gold?" Ghislaine replied cautiously, "Do you really want to know, or are you just asking?" Belinda chimed in, "It is obvious what he will do. Emilia's birthday is coming up. You want to buy her an expensive gift, do not you?" The sisters continued their conversation, while Ghislaine fell silent, thinking to himself, clever. All of this just to look good in front of my fiancé. His face clouded with confusion as he asked himself, do I even have a fiancé? Belinda looked at his expression and, together with Elena, began to speculate. He must be embarrassed, pretending not to remember. It is Emilia, from the Rayfold family, is not it? The moment Ghislaine heard the name, his face stiffened. Gradually, the memory surfaced. Emilia Rayfold. He could not help but picture her. Like a perfect apple from the front, yet rotting at the core. A noble admired for her kindness and impartiality, yet in the future, she would lead a rebellion and be known as the Witch of the North. Ghislaine's eyes flared with an inner fire at the thought. Alongside Duchess Delphine, she would sing a hymn celebrating the fall of Perdium, a betrayer. He merely smirked. Turning back to Belinda, he asked casually, when will father return? About a week from now, sir, she replied. Ghislaine silently calculated. A week. That should be enough. He stood and walked out, announcing, I will visit the Rayfold territory. Belinda opened her mouth, confused. Wait, is not it before her birthday? Why suddenly? Ghislaine glanced back, responding simply, to get the money. The scene shifted. Emilia, her long hair flowing, held out a pair of finely embroidered shoes. Her crimson eyes opened wide as she spoke. In front of her stood a barefooted little girl in tattered clothes, surrounded by townsfolk who had gathered to watch. The girl hesitated slightly, addressing Emilia. Emilia's tone remained gentle. If anyone must go barefoot in my city, it will only be me. She then turned to her soldiers with orders, provide them with food and shelter immediately. Without question, the troops obeyed, moving boxes and supplies toward the gathered citizens, who watched in astonishment. Emilia departed amidst their continuous thanks, echoing, "Thank you, thank you." She returned to her garden, the Rayfold estate. Benarf, kneeling, carefully washed her feet in a basin of water. He addressed her with utmost respect. "You have endured much, my lady," said Benarf, her personal guard. Emilia, seated gracefully, propped one leg up and stroked a white cat beside her. "Father always demands absolute obedience from everyone." The cat nuzzled into her hand, yet the fools around her obeyed only the one who gave warmth and sustenance. Benarf bowed further, speaking quietly, "With this, the hearts of the people belong to you, my lady. It will aid you in the upcoming succession struggle." Emilia did not speak, simply staring at him. Then her foot snapped forward, striking Benarf in the face. Maintaining her composed posture, she questioned him again, "How fares your battle against the Northern Swordmaster?" Benarf, still kneeling, replied respectfully, "Forgive me, my lady. I have been restraining my actions to avoid drawing attention. Should I succeed, your movements would attract far too much notice." He carefully held her foot. "It is not yet time to unleash my full strength." Bowing low, he pressed a delicate kiss to her foot. "My sword belongs to you." Emilia's expression remained neutral. "And what have I raised you into?" Then, she grasped Benarf's chin, tilting his head up. Her face drew close, a gentle smile forming as she admonished him, "Do not grow weak." She pressed further, "And what of the trade guild? If it is Actium, there is nothing for you to worry about, correct?" Benarf explained slowly. "They have been preoccupied with gathering materials to rebuild the ruined monster forest outpost, half destroyed by orc attacks near Perdium. In other words, we have effectively seized the entire annual aid that Count Rayfold sends to Perdium. The soldiers, following my command, have been recruited, along with all knights who left Perdium. Many of them are highly experienced, trained by the barbarians themselves, so their skill is exceptional." Emilia cradled the cat in her arms, satisfied with Benarf's response. "Good," she thought, "keep the trade guild cover intact until everything is fully prepared. Our identity must not be revealed." As they spoke, a servant approached, bowing low. "Forgive me, my lady." Benarf's gaze sharpened, and his tone carried a hint of reproach, making the servant flustered and stumble over his words. "Madam is resting. But there is news from the gate. Lord Giselle Perdium has arrived." Emilia's expression darkened immediately at the mention of his name. "Why does that troublesome man come here now?" The servant, sensing her irritation, continued nervously, "He has matters to discuss regarding the trade guild." In the reception room, Emilia sat across from Ghislaine, still holding the snow-white cat in her lap. Ghislaine spoke first, offering a polite greeting. "Hello, Emilia." Her eyes narrowed, the cat hissing subtly in her arms. She rebuked him sharply, "How rude of you to come without notice. Have you abandoned all manners?" Ghislaine ignored the admonishment, smiling lightly. "Your birthday is approaching, is not it? I thought I would give you your gift early." He placed a wildflower on the table. "I found this at a guild beyond the front lines. It smells wonderful. From now on, I will buy flowers from there." "The guild? What is it called again?" He mused to himself, sipping his tea leisurely. "Ah, yes, the Actium Guild." Emilia shot him a look of annoyance. Rising from her chair, she said sharply, "I do not understand what you are talking about at all." She began to turn away. "I will accept the gift, so you may leave now." Ghislaine's expression darkened, losing the calm demeanor he had shown earlier. "Emilia Rayfold, sit down." The command immediately tightened her chest. She paused, a flicker of shock crossing her face as she sensed the weight of his presence. "What is this pressure? Is this the same person who used to stammer and fumble in front of me?" Ghislaine twirled his teacup with one hand, casually but with purpose. "I will be brief. I need money. Give me 10,000 gold coins." Emilia's irritation flared. "What?" she asked sharply. "Is he sitting there out of nowhere to borrow money from his fiancée?" She snapped at him. "This is not about Count Perdium, just give it to me." Ghislaine tipped the teacup, letting the tea spill, a nonchalant smile on his face. "Besides, you were not planning to marry me anyway." Emilia froze, incredulous, unable to believe what she had just heard. Ghislaine did not wait for her reply. "That night outside the door once you ascend to power. What is to stop you? But until then, if your secret efforts to build your forces for the Rayfold succession struggle are discovered, The cat arched its back, its fur bristling, claws bared, hissing fiercely at Ghislaine. Emilia's own expression turned cold and stern, clearly showing her displeasure. "Even if you are joking, sir, you should not speak like that." Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. "If I am traveling this far." His blue eyes sharpened, his calm face edged with a trace of arrogance. Hand on his sword, he thought to himself, "Perhaps it is time I take this seriously." Burnif surged forward, his sword blazing with deadly intent, eyes glinting with ferocity. Ghislaine mirrored him, lifting his own sword in response. Burnif smirked coldly at him, but then something caught Ghislaine's attention. Behind him, the metallic clatter of armor echoed, raising suspicion. From within the suit, a mysterious figure suddenly leapt out, shattering the armor into pieces, leaving Ghislaine momentarily stunned. The figure charged, driving his sword through several chairs near where Ghislaine had been sitting, but Ghislaine had already rolled to the ground, leaving the strike to slice only air. Without missing a beat, Ghislaine countered, thrusting his body forward and delivering a precise kick to the intruder's stomach, sending him flying across the room. Ghislaine landed coolly, while the mysterious attacker was hurled out past the glass doors. The sudden counterattack left both Burnif and Emilia in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Ghislaine's lips curled in a faint, mocking smile. An assassin, pretending courtesy, only to strike in secret. He assumed his battle stance again, sword ready, eyes full of teasing contempt. Such terrible hospitality. Burnif raised his sword in response. And the two clashed, the sound of steel ringing sharply through the otherwise quiet room. Ghislaine's eyes burned with lethal intent. Does House Rayfold have no chivalric spirit at all? Burnif parried, speaking through gritted teeth, "Forgive me, but the real impolite one is Grand Duke Giselle himself, barging in without warning. Disturbing the young lady." He paused briefly before continuing, "With someone like that, courtesy is meaningless from the start." Ghislaine swung his sword, but Burnif dodged nimbly. No longer restraining himself, Burnif launched a swift counter-thrust, which Ghislaine narrowly evaded with a spin. Using his acrobatic skill, Ghislaine executed a full flip, finishing with a strike to Burnif's side, catching him off guard. Burnif was pushed several meters back. Ghislaine paused momentarily, thinking, "Grand Duke Giselle, I heard you were just a showy incompetent." But seeing the aura surrounding Burnif, he could not suppress a quiet acknowledgement. Not exactly a novice, then. Behind him, Emilia frowned, displeased. "What are you doing, Burnif? Don't let that thug get away." Burnif, sweating nervously, dared not argue, whispering, "Young lady." Her sharp, elegant eyebrows furrowed tightly. "Take his head down for me, if you truly are my sword," she commanded. Burnif, hearing her order, fell silent, contemplative. After a moment, he lifted his sword, following Emilia's instructions. "I will not disappoint you," he said, then lunged forward, blade thrusting with a growl. Ghislaine merely smirked coldly. "A mere guard, daring to issue orders to me," he advanced step by step, taunting. "I am holding back, but if you do not know your place." At the same time, Ghislaine re-entered full combat mode, stepping closer as Burnif's threatening voice grew louder. His sword rose, poised for the next strike. Suddenly, Burnif lunged, sword aimed directly at Ghislaine's eyes, hatred blazing in his gaze. The speed caught Ghislaine off guard for a split second, but he dodged the deadly strike. The blade scratched his face lightly, eliciting a smirk from him. "Fast, that bastard." Burnif, unsatisfied, pressed on, his eyes flashing murderous intent. What followed was a rapid, continuous exchange of hundreds of strikes and counters, the sound of clashing steel growing louder with each moment. The two fighters moved constantly throughout the room, positions shifting with every blow. Emilia stood amidst the chaos, inwardly bewildered. Giselle, how can a brute like him even fight evenly with someone as skilled as Burnif? Her gaze hardened, thoughts racing, as the battle unfolded. At this moment, Burnif seemed to gain the upper hand. He advanced, thrusting at Ghislaine, who deftly parried. Burnif's blade pressed down hard, charging forward with ferocity, but Ghislaine's force seemed to grow even stronger, allowing him to deflect Burnif's strike and regain the initiative. Suddenly, Ghislaine's sword flicked upward, brushing past Burnif's sleeve, leaving the guard momentarily wide-eyed in surprise. Ghislaine pressed the attack, though Burnif skillfully dodged the follow-up strike. He repeated the same old trick, thrusting downward fiercely, but Ghislaine's spin once again allowed him to dodge. Burnif raised an eyebrow in surprise. Ghislaine looked up, a teasing smile on his face. "Again with that move, huh?" Without warning, he tumbled forward, flipping and landing on Burnif's shoulders, leaving the guard momentarily stunned. But as Burnif reacted, he landed a powerful punch to Ghislaine's stomach, sending him flying backward. Smirking arrogantly, his eyes glinting with contempt. Burnif warned, that won't work a second time. Then, with a swift, almost slicing motion, he slammed Ghislaine into the ground. Ghislaine's eyes widened, pain forcing a soft groan from him. Burnif pressed the attack, driving his sword forward as if to finish Ghislaine off. Yet, despite the injury, Ghislaine lifted his leg in time, deflecting the blade and preventing it from reaching his body. With a graceful roll, he bounced backward, landing safely while Burnif struggled to regain his footing. Wiping sweat from his brow, Ghislaine's mind raced. As expected, he is using magical enhancement to augment his defense against my strikes. Burnif advanced again, the sword in his hand leaving trails of blue light in the tense air. Grand Duke Giselle, he said, voice sharp, you are nothing like the rumors. One only learns a rival's true strength in battle. He sneered, discarding his sword with a clatter, the sound echoing through the room. Your swordsmanship, it looks forged in real combat rather than formal training. Have you been fighting savages so much you adopted their crude methods? Stepping closer, Burnif continued, his voice serious now, those moves might work on a chaotic battlefield, but against me, useless. Finishing his remark, he tightened his expression. Your arrogance ends here. Ghislaine exhaled slowly, wary, reflecting on the ferocity of Burnif's attacks, the narrowed thrusts, the strikes aimed directly at the head so precise that gauging distance and timing was extremely difficult. He recalled the sudden, unpredictable thrusts at close range and shivered at Burnif's cold, ruthless gaze. From the start, I knew he would not be an easy opponent. Suddenly, Ghislaine extended his hand, spinning his palm lightly. A strand of blue light materialized, coiling around his arm. His voice was low. Eyes serious, but I do not have much time. Instantly, the light formed a whip-like weapon. Ghislaine lashed it forward, the air buzzing with its speed, even as Burnif's sword advanced toward him. Burnif's eyes widened in shock. Magic, he muttered, sensing the strange force around him. The whip wrapped around his hand and sword, causing sharp pain. His eyes glowing red with fury. Ghislaine jumped, stomping on Burnif's foot while simultaneously yanking the sword from his grasp with the whip. Then, he delivered a precise strike to Burnif's chest, leaving him no chance to react. Burnif staggered back, syrup like blood oozing from his nose, sweat pouring down his face, eyes wide with disbelief. What did you just do? From afar, Emilia cried out in alarm. Burnif. Before he could glance at her, Ghislaine pressed the attack, raising his sword high and striking downward. Burnif swiftly grabbed his own sword nearby to block, narrowly escaping death. Ghislaine pushed harder, diminishing Burnif's defense, eliciting a desperate cry from him. Yet Burnif refused to yield, using his remaining strength to shove Ghislaine back. Ghislaine only staggered slightly, retreating just a step, while Burnif quickly recovered, readying himself to continue the fight. Feeling the risk growing, Burnif shouted to Emilia, "Young lady, leave this place." She clutched her small white cat. Stunned by his words, he explained urgently, "I can't guarantee your safety anymore." Ghislaine, though equally tired, raised his sword. "Very well, let us continue then." He regarded Burnif casually, a hint of amusement in his gaze. "It has been a long time since I have faced an opponent this entertaining." For the first time having to retreat like this, Emilia was furious. She silently cursed, "Ghislaine, how dare you humiliate me like this?" She ran as fast as she could. Yet her mind raced with suspicion. Who could it have been? Which fool leaked information about the merchant guild to that madman Ghislaine? Otherwise, how could he know so much? Her thoughts kept spinning, remembering the rumors of him killing orcs, protecting his sister from assassins, and even defeating the heir of the Loges family. Based on his rogue past, she had assumed he was just lucky or that the stories were exaggerated, but who could have guessed? She could not hold it in and swore under her breath, "Damn it." Suddenly, she sensed something unusual. Glancing back toward the hallway, she froze. Her guards were lying scattered across the floor, and in the distance, a figure dressed entirely in black stood silently, as if waiting for her. The sight left her momentarily speechless. The figure turned, locking eyes with her. It was Belinda. Seeing Emilia, she offered a gentle smile and a quiet greeting. "It has been a while." "Madam." Emilia was stunned for a moment, then reacted sharply. "Perdium's maid, why are you here?" Belinda's hood seemed to drop lower as she whispered, "Shush." Before Emilia could react further, Belinda was already behind her, a knife pressed against her neck. Emilia's eyes widened in shock. Belinda did not threaten with words, only spoke softly, "Quiet now." With her other hand, Belinda plucked the spider from Amelia's face, mockingly remarking, "Goodness, you are still keeping this disgusting creature on your lips." Before Amelia could answer, Belinda continued, recalling, "I remember overhearing the conversation between Count Rayfold and him during the engagement ceremony. Your siblings teased you about those repulsive spiders. So you kept one yourself for revenge." The knife pressed closer to Amelia's neck. Her cat became irrelevant and was thrown to the ground. Belinda crushed the spider underfoot, voice low and calm. "Forgive me for saying this, but it is not fitting for you, madam." Amelia watched, horrified, as Belinda's foot smashed the spider completely. She then demanded, "Will you cooperate obediently?" Turning attention to Ghislaine, the room's tension thickened, the aura around Burnif growing more intense. Seeing him brimming with aggression, Ghislaine silently noted the heaviness of the atmosphere. Observing the sword pointed directly at him, he could feel the terrifying force behind it. Burnif suddenly spoke, voice gritted with anger, "An opponent worth entertaining, huh? Only humble mercenaries would say such things. And you dare call yourself a noble like my lady?" Ghislaine met his gaze steadily. "Of course, I am a noble. A simple guard like you could not possibly understand." The atmosphere darkened further, but Burnif broke it, shouting, "Young Master Ghislaine." Almost instantly, their swords clashed again, the smell of gunpowder or the metallic tension of combat filling the air. Burnif barked, "Do not dishonor the dignity of a noble." Then dozens of sword thrusts surged toward Ghislaine. The speed caught him off guard, yet he successfully parried every attack. The strikes were vicious. Some skewing left, some right, others aimed directly at his face. Ghislaine gritted his teeth, silently cursing, "This one." The relentless assault forced him to dodge swiftly. Finally, he began his counterattack, noting aloud, "You strike with formidable power." He raised his sword, matching blow for blow with Burnif. Ghislaine's blade spun mid-air, pointing straight at his opponent. Burnif's frustration flared. He raised his sword and swung hard. The downward strike was blocked by Ghislaine, who swiftly countered. In a flash, Burnif slammed both Ghislaine and the sword away. Ghislaine's eyes widened as Burnif's voice rang out, "Young Master Ghislaine." His sword clattered to the ground, and he gave a faint, cold laugh. It is over. This time, he had successfully struck Ghislaine, and the air seemed to freeze. A splatter of red hit his face, just as he had anticipated, but suddenly, his eyes widened. He was shocked to see Ghislaine willingly take the blow, using his shoulder to block the strike. Immediately, Ghislaine surged forward, thrusting his sword, though Burnif quickly intercepted it. Sweat ran cold down Burnif's spine as he looked at him and muttered, "It seems I can't afford a single moment of carelessness, but..." He swung his sword in a spinning arc, but Ghislaine anticipated it. Suddenly, Burnif kicked sharply into Ghislaine's chest, sending him sprawling backward. He glared at him, disdain gleaming in his eyes, and said, "This is the difference between me and someone who wields a sword for amusement." Ghislaine landed several meters away, the force of Burnif's kick sweeping everything around him. He exhaled sharply, thinking, "Indeed, this is a battle for entertainment." Reflecting on Burnif's tactics, he analyzed, the speed, reach, and relentless attacks were overwhelming. Burnif controlled the battlefield, and even if he tried to close in for close-quarters counters, he was effectively neutralized. Remembering the way Burnif wielded his sword, Ghislaine was impressed. Burnif had used a deceptive technique, making it seem as though their blades were stuck together, tricking him into thinking separation was impossible. With Burnif's current magical enhancement, Ghislaine could not withstand several more waves of attacks. As he pondered, Burnif charged again, though only with his previous level of magical enhancement. He did not relent. Ghislaine lifted his sword, regretting that the battle had to end so abruptly. Though he looked battered and worn, the resolve in his eyes had not dimmed. There was one thing his opponent had overlooked. Suddenly, a blazing pink light flared before him, like a powerful wind striking Ghislaine, heightening his strength and presence. He thought to himself, "This is the unique cultivation of my magic." Then, with blinding speed, he surged toward Burnif, each step kicking up waves of dust. Third stage spiritual force, release. His grip on the sword tightened like never before. The two swords clashed again, lightning fast. Neither yielded. Their weapons struck each other repeatedly. Ghislaine soon overpowered Burnif, forcing him back in retreat. He raised an eyebrow, "Young Master Ghislaine." Preparing to thrust his sword downward, Burnif was stunned, astonished that Ghislaine could release such explosive magical power. The tip of Ghislaine's blade grazed his forehead, and he let out a startled yell, halting. At that moment, Belinda escorted Emilia back, arriving just in time to witness Burnif's defeat. Tears streamed down Emilia's face as she sobbed, hurriedly handing over the money. "Take it, 10,000 gold, now go." Ghislaine snorted coldly. "Troublemaker, why did not you do this when I was being polite?" He removed his sword from Burnif's forehead. Belinda glanced around the scene and teased. "Goodness, what kind of fight is this between husband and wife, completely ruined?" "Young master." Ghislaine merely laughed, stepping forward. "Just a small difference of opinion." He stood before her, sword resting arrogantly on his shoulder, and added, "I have some bad news for you, Emilia." He looked up boldly, grinning. "I am raising my fee 20,000 gold now." Outside the hallway, the guards lay sprawled on the ground, knocked out in a single sweep. Inside the room, chaos reigned like never before. A vase had been thrown to the floor, shattering into pieces. The culprit was none other than Emilia herself, venting her fury on the innocent object. Nearby, Burnif bowed his head, remorseful. "Forgive me, milady," he said. "This opponent is far stronger than rumors suggested. I failed to anticipate the situation." In an instant, he released a mana surge capable of overwhelming a high-level knight. Emilia's earlier tears had vanished, replaced by the haughty composure she had shown from the start. Quite a change, Giselle per diem, she thought. Burnif hesitated. "Should we report this to Duke Delphine?" he asked. Before he could finish, Emilia slapped him full force, sending his head snapping to the side. She grabbed him by the collar, her voice icy with warning. "Watch your tongue. Do you have any idea how dangerous Duke Delphine is? If today's events leak, we will be executed immediately." She explained further, her tone deadly serious. "The reason I secretly collaborated with Duke Delphine behind my father's back is that I promised to support his rebellion in exchange for his cooperation to overthrow per diem. If this agreement is exposed, I would be killed by my own family." Her expression darkened, and she issued a cruel command. "If the council has already learned every secret, they probably know about this pact as well. Whatever it takes, Giselle must be eliminated." Burnif nodded coldly, obeying without question. Recalling the earlier battle, he noted the state of Gislaine's injuries, the various cuts across his body and a significant wound on his shoulder. After releasing that burst of mana, his condition won't stabilize for some time, he added, a skeptical glint in his eyes. Burnif then began discussing further plans. Emilia responded curtly, "I know." She turned, speaking with serious intent. "Those children were raised for times like this." Burnif's expression shifted. Realizing something, he thought of a certain black-clad organization and muttered each word deliberately. "Filth." Emilia moved a banner to a densely forested mountain area, her voice soft but merciless. An experienced battlefield veteran, devoid of humanity and identity, a specialist among the nameless. A member of the assassin trading organization. Send them here. Select 18 experts in mana. A chill ran down Burnif's spine. Indeed, he understood. That narrow path was the only route from the Rapold territory to per diem. Though the terrain offered cover, it was perfect for a covert and efficient operation. He nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I will prepare thoroughly." Emilia's thoughts darkened, filled with resentment. "Giselle, you made me endure this humiliation. You will pay the price." Once the gold was secured, the carriage sped out of the city gates. Inside, Ghislaine carefully wrapped the wound on his shoulder. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of someone, Emilia. Sitting across from him, Fergus looked on with concern. "Young Master Doran, are you all right?" Ghislaine spoke calmly, reassuring them. "Don't worry, it is nothing serious." He flexed his arm a few times, checking the injury. The cut was not deep, not severe enough to be too troublesome. Ghislaine glanced toward the back, where chests of gold lay neatly stacked. Silently calculating, 20,000 gold pieces from Emilia was a sizable sum, enough to help rebuild their territory, effectively saving several years' worth of effort. Thinking back on the recent battle, he could not help but consider that it would have been better to eliminate Emilia entirely. Still, a territorial conflict was inevitable, and letting his emotions run wild could put the domain at risk. He draped his tattered coat over his shoulders, yet his thoughts raced on. Per diem was in a precarious position, barely able to fend off barbarian incursions. This was the perfect opportunity to push them back. Whether gripping a weapon or a collar, Ghislaine contemplated his purpose. Knowing the secrets of the Demon Guild would make Emilia cautious in her actions. Dark thoughts crept in. This time, I will exploit her to the fullest. Belinda, seated across from him, remained silent, observing. Finally, she spoke. "Everything went as you said, young Master Doran, correct?" He nodded lightly. She recounted the plan. If the sounds of a fight were heard inside, the guards were to be subdued so that Lady Amelia would step outside, allowing them to take her hostage. Ghislaine, distracted, replied absent-mindedly, "I entrusted that task to Fergus already." Suddenly, something felt off within him. He quickly covered his mouth as Fergus cried out, "Young Master Doran." Looking down at his hand, now sticky with syrup like residue, he muttered in frustration. This is the third time the energy core has been disrupted. Conditions are slightly better than before, but each use of power brings new complications. A delicate, pale hand grasped his own, forcing him to pause his scattered thoughts. He needed to find a way to increase his mana quickly. Surprised, he called out, "Valinda." She drew a slender needle. "The mana flow is completely chaotic," she explained, then began repeatedly pricking his hand. Astonishment shone in his eyes. Suddenly, something in his mouth compelled him to exhale, releasing a wisp of white smoke that drifted through the air. Looking at his hand again, he realized in surprise that the mana pathways had begun to clear slightly. Without an understanding of mana, this method would be impossible to perform. He glanced at Belinda, thinking silently, "Valinda, I have heard your mother brought you here. You are no ordinary person." He sensed a peculiar aura surrounding her body and unusual physical strength. Why would someone with this level of ability be in such a remote countryside? Thinking back to past encounters and duels, he concluded that the more strong individuals in the territory, the better. The people he had met so far were only the beginning. Belinda's voice interrupted his train of thought. "Young Master Doran, because I trust you, I will always help unconditionally, no matter what you do. So tell me, why did you take such a large sum from Lady Amelia?" He paused, then replied, "I need the money for certain matters, and besides Amelia, there is no one wealthy enough around here." His answer left both Fergus and Belinda wide-eyed, incredulous. Unable to believe the strange reason, she pressed further. "Are you saying we risked so much just to borrow money, and that is all? If the Rapold Count hears about this, it will be a huge problem." Ghislaine calmly reassured her, "It is fine. Amelia will never tell her father." He asked, "Do you trust me?" She smiled helplessly. "Yes, I suppose." Then she added, "At least tell the person who helped you escape danger what you intend to use the money for." "All right." Ghislaine became quiet, the earlier confidence replaced by solemnity. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "The Demon Beast Forest." The ominous words startled Belinda. "I will explore the Demon Beast Forest," he continued. Fergus immediately intervened. "No, young Master Doran. There have already been great efforts to develop it since your great-grandfather's time." Ghislaine paid him no mind, focusing instead on his next question. "Fergus, what about the task I assigned you before entering the city?" The old man's face broke out in a cold sweat. "Young Master Doran," he muttered, lowering his gaze. Then he cautiously answered, "Yes. The person you are looking for is exactly where you said. But, are you certain it is them, and their condition?" Ghislaine cut him off, his voice firm. "As long as they are alive, that is enough. I will go there myself." Belinda immediately protested, worry etched on her face. "No, you need to return to the territory. With your condition right now, wandering around like this, how could that be safe?" But his next words froze her. "Belinda, do you think after Amelia was treated like that, they would just let us walk away? You think it will be easy? She will want to kill me to cover her tracks." Her eyes widened, but she refused to back down. "Young Master, I am skilled in combat. Fergus is a knight. If necessary, we can handle this quickly and cleanly." Ghislaine only shook his head with closed eyes. "That puts me at ease, but that is not your role. We each have our own fields." He added with quiet authority, "I need someone to be at the forefront." When the group finally arrived at the wooden house, he finished the thought he had left incomplete. "I will go meet that person myself." Ricardo stepped forward and knocked on the door. Belinda glanced at him, surprised. The family is not collapsing, right?" Fergus scratched his head and confirmed, "The address is correct." A hand emerged to open the door. Half hidden behind a curtain of disheveled white hair, an elderly man with a long, tangled beard leaned in. He squinted at Ghislaine's group and asked in a gruff voice, "Who are you?" All four of them froze, taken aback by the sight of the man. Silence fell for a moment. Belinda whispered to Ghislaine, "Young Master. The person you told me to find. Is it really someone like this?" Her expression betrayed disbelief. "He looks like he is about to die any second. How can this be the one we need?" Ghislaine nodded calmly. "No, this is the right person." The elderly man's eyes flicked upward at the confirmation. He abruptly spun and slammed the door almost shut. As he did, he sneered one final remark, "Young noble, you have too much free time. Don't waste mine, leave, now." Belinda quickly intervened. Wait. Ghislaine raised his voice with authority. I am the captain of the Ratatoskr Mercenary Company, Gillian. The words seemed to catch the old man off guard. His eyes narrowed as he glanced back. Ghislaine extended his hand respectfully. It is truly an honor to meet you. Fergus's eyes darkened. The Ratatoskr mercenaries. Ricardo stammered, see, could it be? The image of countless blades raised in unison flashed in both their minds. The Ratatoskr Mercenary Corps, an order where only those who had mastered nearly every weapon could earn entry. Though now disbanded, their courage had echoed across nations. No knight alive had not once heard their name. The figure before them, their leader, was slowly being revealed. Gillian, Ghislaine called out sharply. The man, who had just turned away, froze mid-step. Ghislaine stretched out his hand. I came here for you. A battle axe spun through the air. Its edge missed Ghislaine's head by mere inches, skimming through his hair. Yet he neither flinched nor trembled. The others, however, gasped in terror. The old man's arm was still extended from the throw as he muttered, so, you know who I am. When he turned back, Fergus, Belinda, and Ricardo had already stepped in front of Ghislaine, shielding him. His eyes bored into Ghislaine, his voice a low growl. Almost demonic. What business do you have with me? Belinda edged forward, dagger in hand. Young master, something's not right with him. Ghislaine's voice was calm, deliberate. Eternal punishment. The old man's eyes flew wide. Only Ghislaine's voice cut through the tense silence. I know how to cure your daughter's incurable disease. He pressed further. Do you want to talk now? His words came steady, as if he could see Rachel's condition through the walls, the high fever, the coughing of blood, the crimson blotches blooming across her skin like cursed flowers in illness. So agonizing it was said to feel like divine torture, the eternal punishment. His daughter, now bedridden, writhed and begged for death. The man's only answer was to clutch her and cry her name in anguish. Rachel. It is not too late, Ghislaine thought. From memories of his past life, he swore this time he would not let it end the same way. In that life, he had also sought to recruit Gillian, but by then, the man had already taken his own life after his daughter's death, abandoning everything. His eyes swept the house. Countless tools and empty bottles lay scattered about. The man had clearly poured every coin he had into failed remedies. All that remained were his weapons. On the bed, Rachel writhed in torment, whispering through tears, Father. It hurts so much. Please, let me die. Her father could only scream back in grief. Rachel. Ghislaine shrugged off his cloak, resolute. I must act now. There is no more time to waste. He stepped forward, but Belinda caught his shoulder, urging him softly. Let us go back, young master. I do not know what you are planning, but this is not something force can solve. Even the priests failed. They call it the punishment of the gods. What could you possibly do? Ghislaine shook her off and pressed forward, unwavering. I can cure her. Master, Belinda's voice cracked, sharp with frustration. He glanced back at her with a faint smile. Didn't you say you trusted me? Her lips parted. She remembered she had indeed spoken those very words, and so she fell silent. Ghislaine handed her a slip of paper. Take this. Then he ordered, buy every herb listed here. Miss nothing. Belinda stared at the note. This is. His thoughts churned. For mercenaries who live wandering lives, knowledge determines survival. And knowledge tells me this. Eternal punishment may be incurable now, but in the future, a way exists. He pulled a small pouch from his belt, already sorting ingredients. Leaves, powders, and a vial. It caused a stir in its time. The preparation was simple enough to remember. From deep within his bag, he drew a fragile stem glowing faint violet. The blessing of the fairy. Rare, priceless, and whispered of as a miracle herb. Carefully, he crushed the fairy's blessing with other herbs, mixing the powders in flasks and adding strong liquor. He shook the bottle evenly, watching the colors swirl. More herbs, more stirring. Time seemed to stretch, every eye fixed on his hands. Finally, he poured the finished concoction into a small vial of violet liquid and held it out. Give it to her. The old man's trembling hands guided the medicine to Rachel's lips. She drank it all, then sank back against the pillow. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the crimson blotches across her body began to fade. One by one, they disappeared. Everyone froze in disbelief. Fergus was the first to break the silence. The marks. Belinda gasped, eyes wide. They are fading. Seeing the symptoms on his daughter fading little by little, Gillian could hardly believe his own eyes. Rachel, this medicine, it actually works, he gasped. From behind, Ghislaine's calm voice affirmed, as expected. It is highly effective. Jillian turned to look back at him. His face frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? Not even divine power could cure her. He muttered. Ghislaine answered evenly, the divine power of priests is not omnipotent. At best, it strengthens vitality and accelerates regeneration so the body can resist disease on its own. But that is not the same as a cure. What I used strikes at the root. The older man's hands trembled as he raised them slightly, his voice still unsteady. Then, does this mean? His tone softened, almost fragile now. As he asked, my daughter, she truly can recover, Ghislaine replied with absolute certainty, 1 to 2 months. By then, she will be completely healed. A wave of shock and relief crashed over Jillian. Dropping to his knees, he bowed low, his gratitude spilling from every fiber of his being. Tell me what you want from me. Surely you came here with a purpose. He faltered for a moment, bitterly aware of his ruined state. But look at me, I am nothing but a broken shell now. Still, his voice grew raw and fervent as he swore. If you want me to be a dog, I will be a dog. If you want me as a slave, I will be your slave. But Ghislaine only slipped his hands into his pockets, speaking his true intent. No, I do not need a slave. I need Jillian, the commander of the Ratatoskr Mercenary Corps. The old mercenary lifted his head. Stunned, locking eyes with Ghislaine. In that gaze, he saw it immediately, the eyes of a man carrying a dream. Without a word, Jillian reached back, gripping the long hair that had grown wild down his back. With a swift motion, he raised his axe and sheared it off. The heavy bundle of hair thudded to the floor. The others behind him were stunned, barely able to process the sudden, decisive act. No way, some of them thought, disbelief flashing in their minds. When they looked again, the crazed, broken man from earlier was gone. Standing there now was someone else entirely, the hardened, commanding leader he had once been. His presence radiated authority. Jillian turned and strode deeper into the house, but then stopped abruptly, remembering something. He looked back. Besides these people, is anyone else here, or planning to come? Ghislaine answered simply, number. Just us. Jillian picked up a spear he had not touched in years, testing its weight. He asked flatly, do you have enemies, young master? Ghislaine replied without hesitation. Yes, and more will come. The mercenary's grip tightened around the spear, then so be it. With that, he spun and hurled the weapon with astonishing force. The spear shot through the wooden wall and vanished into the thick forest outside. A moment later, Jillian tugged, and the weapon began to drag something or someone back. The resistance grew, but he yanked harder until a cloaked figure was wrenched from the shadows of the trees. The intruder screamed as Jillian seized him by the throat. Who sent you? Jillian roared. The man, bleeding heavily, still managed to rasp out in pain, how? How did you know? Jillian ignored him, turning instead to Ghislaine. What do you want me to do with him? Ghislaine's eyes narrowed and thought. I think I already know who is behind this, he murmured, resting his hand on his sword. I did not want to draw blood today. But. Before he could finish, Jillian pressed a hand against Ghislaine's sword to keep it sheathed. Allow me, I will handle this. His grip on the intruder tightened mercilessly until the man could no longer speak or struggle. When daylight broke once again, Belinda saw Jillian kneeling reverently before Ghislaine. She could not help but feel a chill. This man was ruthless. Killing without hesitation. Why would the young master recruit someone so dangerous? But Jillian's next words gave the answer. Bowing deeply, his voice steady now, he declared, from this moment on, my life belongs to you, young Lord Giselle Perdium. Ghislaine's heart stirred with satisfaction. He knew he had secured a critical piece for his future plans to rebuild the territory. With a faint smile, he looked at the kneeling man and spoke warmly. I look forward to working with you, Jillian. Night had already settled over the small house, the steady voice in the dark reporting flatly, a squad of scouts has been wiped out. The hooded figures gathered in the room jolted in alarm. What? One of them shouted furiously. Those useless fools. Silence, Viego ordered, his teeth clenched. He sat with arrogant posture, lowering his voice to a hiss. This is the Claw Guild, Viega's claws. Keep your voices down. One of his men instantly bowed his head. Apologies, Captain. Viega narrowed his eyes, suspicion in his tone. According to Bernarf's intel, with Giselle's current forces, he should not even have been able to detect the scouts. Much less kill them. So what is it, were the scouts worthless, or was the information faulty? The masked subordinate stammered nervously, that, I. Then someone spoke up with news that made the man stiffen. It seems Jillian has joined his side. A hand shot out, clamping hard around the man's throat. Viega's eyes blazed red as he snarled, is that true? The man trembled violently but managed to croak, "Why yes. I saw it with my own eyes." At that, Viega's lips curled into a dark grin. "Jillian, so you have finally moved. My former commander." Elsewhere, Jillian was seated on the driver's bench of a horse-drawn wagon, steering it through the forest. Inside, Belinda shifted uncomfortably, grumbling, "It is cramped in here." Her face drooped in irritation as she muttered under her breath, "This old man is not even a merchant. A couple of swords or an axe would have been enough. But no, he had to haul all this junk. Now we needed a whole extra wagon." From the seat across, Ghislaine responded coolly, "We needed the carriage anyway, so Rachel can travel comfortably." Ahead, a more formal-looking coach rolled along, carrying Fergus and Ricardo as part of the escort. Ghislaine's sharp gaze lingered on it before he reminded her, "Everything has its use. Be patient." The wagons rattled on beneath the vast night sky. Ghislaine's voice dropped low, "Right now, the most important thing is getting out of this ravine." Belinda straightened, her tone turning serious. "Young master, about the man we captured earlier, the one tailing us. He was most likely sent by Lady Amelia, was not he?" Ghislaine cast her a sidelong glance, replying without much concern, "Almost certainly." A bead of sweat slid down her temple. That could be troublesome. Remembering the masked spy trembling as Jillian crushed his throat, she muttered grimly, "That mask he wore, it is the emblem of the Claw Guild. They are a powerful syndicate in Rayfold." "Claw Guild," Ghislaine echoed, his tone heavy. Belinda's eyes narrowed with contempt as she explained, "They are filth. Smugglers, assassins, drug runners, human traffickers, they will do anything vile if it pays. A lot of them are former mercenaries too, trained and dangerous. They are a shadow guild with plenty of muscle." Ghislaine tilted his head slightly, faintly intrigued. "Strange. You have lived in the castle all this time. How do you know so much about them?" Belinda froze for a second, her gaze darting away. "Well, before I entered the castle, I may have dabbled a little." She quickly turned her face away, changing the subject. "Anyway, they are like leeches, impossible to shake off. We will need to be careful." Ghislaine chuckled softly. His words that followed caught her off guard. "It will be fine." Belinda blinked at him in surprise. "You are that confident?" Ghislaine looked toward the driver's seat where Jillian's broad back loomed, and said with quiet certainty, "Because we have Jillian." The carriage rolled steadily through the night. Then something stirred around them. A sudden haze of dust rose, encircling their wagon. Jillian stiffened, his brows furrowing. From the shadows, masked men cloaked in black burst out, weapons flashing as they charged. In one smooth motion, Jillian reached back, drawing his blade even as he muttered, "In ambush." From underground, two knives came slashing down from either side, but his arm swung up, parrying both at once. His other hand shifted, and the weight of his axe cleaved back. Two arms were hacked off in a spray of blood. His axe swept through in a brutal arc, carving a crimson path that sent the attackers flying back. The remaining assailants scrambled to cut through ropes above. Suddenly, the dust overhead collapsed, crashing down in an avalanche. "Traps," Jillian muttered, glancing up. Belinda screamed in panic, "We will be buried alive." The wagon screeched to a sudden halt. Up ahead, trees and boulders had collapsed across the path, blocking the way forward. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing the setup. It was an ambush. The hidden figures finally revealed themselves, each one cloaked head to toe. From among them, a voice rang out. Viega called out the name with venom, the former captain of the Ratatosker mercenaries. "Gillian." At the mention, the older man turned with a look of confusion. Striding forward with a sneer, Viega spat his contempt. The coward who disbanded an entire mercenary band just for his daughter. Gillian leapt down from the carriage, his voice calm and dismissive. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Viega stood before him, his tone heavy with resentment. "Because of you, my life was ruined. Don't tell me you are so old you can't even remember your former men." Gillian remained silent, his expression contemplative, as if searching his memory. Seeing this, Viega's fury only deepened. "So you are going to pretend you do not know? Fine, I will help you remember." With a sharp gesture, Viega barked the command, "Kill him." His henchmen charged without hesitation. Ghislaine glanced down from the carriage and asked with concern, "Do you need my help?" Gillian answered politely, "No need. It seems this one has business with me. You should rest, young master, I alone am enough." Three masked attackers rushed in together. With a single swing of his axe, Gillian split their bodies apart, blood spraying across the dirt. One of the men roared furiously, "You old bastard, how dare you!" But before he could finish, Gillian's blade came down again. A sword clashed against his weapon, only to be followed by an axe that tore into the man's flesh, severing his arm in a spray of crimson. Another assailant pressed forward, relentless, but Gillian met him with another clean strike that cut him down instantly. Viega, watching intently from behind, clenched his fists. So the strength of the mercenary captain has not faded after all. But still, his expression hardened as he shouted. Split into squads, surround him. At once, the attackers divided into two groups and closed in around Gillian. Unfazed, Gillian swung onto his horse. The mercenaries faltered in shock. The horse, one of them cried. But it was already too late. With a kick, Gillian urged the beast forward. The warhorse thundered through the ranks as he raised his axe high, cutting down foes in sweeping arcs. Limbs flew, blood misting in the air. Fear crept into the enemy ranks. We can't get close, someone yelled. Another cursed, idiots, aim for the horse, yet Gillian only grew more unstoppable, striking down one enemy after another. From within the carriage, Belinda could not suppress a breathless murmur. My. But then, from behind, Viega leapt high into the air. The sudden movement forced Gillian to twist around in surprise. Instinctively, he raised his shield. Viega slammed against it with full force, the impact rattling the older man's arm. Through gritted teeth, Viega snarled, "You ruined my life, at least do not stand in my way now." His eyes burned with a crazed light. "I will kill you." Pushing off, Viega flipped back, forcing Gillian off balance. The older man slipped from his horse and landed hard on the ground. A blade lunged toward him. But Gillian managed to parry just in time. His voice was steady, carrying a denial. "I am not the captain of the Ratatoskr mercenaries." Viega's jaw tightened as his body was hurled backward from the counter. Staggering to his feet, his voice shook with disbelief. "See, Captain, you mean you are not." But in the next instant, his denial turned to a furious scream. "Stop spouting nonsense, if not you, then who?" Clenching his fists, Gillian's body began to glow faintly, a blue energy enveloping him. His gaze sharpened with resolve. "I have abandoned that past," he declared. "Now, I am nothing more than a retainer of Lord Giselle." The revelation struck Viega like a thunderclap. His eyes widened in shock as the words sank in. "You," he choked out, but then madness overtook him. With a howl, he charged recklessly, sword raised high. Screaming at the top of his lungs, "I will kill you." The clash of steel rang out across the battlefield, echoing through the air. Viega lunged forward with a vicious strike, forcing Gillian to raise his shield to block. Jaw clenched in frustration, Viega pressed down with all his strength. Then, through gritted teeth, he spoke words that caught Gillian off guard. "When you abandoned us, the mercenary corps crumbled. Because of you, I lost my purpose and lived a wretched existence, clinging to survival." Even as the accusations poured down on him, Gillian remained silent. Instead, he began his counterattack, swinging his axe in a deadly arc. The blade cut across the air, forcing Viega to duck. In the same motion, Gillian followed up with a swift kick, sending his opponent stumbling back. Yet before Viega could recover, another strike came from behind. Gillian's gaze briefly froze as his weapon collided with something solid. He muttered under his breath, "That shield." At that moment, Viega turned his head, his voice hoarse but resolute. "Gillian, I was willing to dedicate my entire life to the Ratatoskr mercenary corps. To give everything I had." Standing amidst a field littered with corpses, the two men faced each other. Viega's voice dripped with venom. "And you threw it all away to serve as a lackey for some depraved noble." His rage boiled over, and he roared, "Unforgivable." Instantly, 3 sharp arrows shot through the air, but Gillian batted them aside effortlessly with his axe. They slammed into the ground harmlessly. In the blink of an eye, Viega was in front of him again, sword flashing. Gillian slipped past the strike with ease and countered with a swing that forced Viega to roll backward to avoid being cleaved apart. Laughing wildly, Viega thought to himself, "Gillian, no matter how strong you are, that strength belongs to a man from years ago, the captain of the mercenaries, not the man standing before me now." The two clashed relentlessly, steel against steel, sparks flying with every strike. Viega's footwork was quick and relentless, his blows pressing Gillian back step by step. "While you were wasting away tending to your sick daughter," Viega growled between strikes, "I was sharpening my blade in battle after battle. I have grown stronger." He drove a 4th arrow into the ground as his eyes gleamed with malice. Gillian's expression remained dark and unreadable. Another swing came his way, but this time, instead of evading, he braced himself and caught the incoming arrows against his shoulder. Viega lunged in immediately, forcing Gillian to flinch. spinning upward in a fierce motion. Viega thought with absolute certainty, "You are no match for me." A thunderous crash erupted as their weapons met. Viega's eyes burned with manic light as he screamed, "It is over, Gillian," but when he looked down, he realized his strike had been stopped. Gillian's hands gripped the blade firmly, enveloped in a brilliant surge of blue energy. Calmly, he met Viega's gaze and asked, "So all of this? You seek revenge?" Stunned, Viega hesitated. He is channeling mana through his arms, and he is still holding back. But before he could finish the thought, a sudden force flung him away. His body crashed against the ground, dust exploding around him as he struggled to rise. Through the haze, he saw Gillian walking toward him. Step by steady step. "I do not understand," Gillian said in a low voice. He picked up a broken arrow shaft, turning it in his hand as he continued. "If revenge was your goal, you have had countless chances to strike me down. Why wait until now?" His brow furrowed, suspicion flashing in his eyes. "Why not kill me sooner?" Viega's response came in a growl, his words sharp enough to make Gillian falter. "Because you do not know the whole story." Wiping the blood from his face with the back of his hand, he continued, voice laced with bitterness. "I came to your home, but the captain of the Ratatoskr mercenaries was not there." His gaze darkened as he recalled the memory. "All I found was a washed-up old man, wasting away beside a sickbed, not someone worth killing." Then his eyes flared crimson, his voice breaking into a frenzied roar. "Where did the Gillian I once idolized disappear to?" Hearing the man before him speak, Gillian's face darkened and thawed. A sword suddenly struck the ground with a sharp clang, startling Viega. Gillian's calm voice followed. "Listen." He reached behind him and drew a blade, his tone even but heavy with weight. "I too was nothing more than a man being steered by the will of others. But here and now." His arm rose high, sword gleaming under the night, his eyes blazing as he continued. "I will grant my former comrade the greatest honor of all." His brow furrowed tight as he declared firmly, "As commander of the Ratatoskr Mercenary Corps." Viega muttered under his breath, "Yes. That is right." Then, with renewed frenzy, he charged with dagger in hand, shouting, "Now this is the real battle." Their weapons collided in a burst of blinding sparks. Viega's face twisted with exhilaration. This is the moment I have longed for." The two clashed in a flurry too fast to follow. One of Gillian's slashes forced Viega to duck, only for Viega to whip a kick forward that sent Gillian's body arching back. He followed with a slash, but Gillian met it with his own weapon, their blades grinding. In the next instant, Gillian seized Viega's hand and yanked him forward before driving his sword deep into the man's gut. Blood sprayed as Viega gagged and coughed crimson, yet he still swung his weapon wildly, refusing to fall quietly. But Gillian's eyes had already turned a blazing red as he lifted his axe high. Viega's gaze followed helplessly. Then Gillian's voice came steady and solemn. "I will remember you, captain of the 5th Squad of the Ratatoskr Mercenary Corps." His eyes locked firmly on him. Viega Villanos. At the sound of his name, Viega's lips twisted into a final, crooked grin. Blood burst across the ground, and he collapsed into the spreading pool beneath him. Gillian stooped, picking up the fallen dagger at his side. His grip tightened around the weapon as he stared at the corpse before him. A voice came from behind. Calm but approving. "Well done." Gillian turned his head to see Belinda and Ghislaine approaching. Belinda's eyes darted quickly, calculating. "Hey, if we sell off all this gear lying around, we could make a fortune, do not you think?" Gillian bent forward in a deep bow, his voice sincere. "I wasted precious time. I apologize." Ghislaine replied coolly, "It is fine." Looking at the man before him, Ghislaine thought to himself with quiet awe. "Gillian, he is even more formidable than I imagined." He recalled the stories he would heard back when he had first left home and become a mercenary. Tales of Gillian passed down from his seniors had formed the very foundation that drove him to become the king of mercenaries. "I am lucky I acted quickly," he thought, "or else I would not have gained such a reliable ally." Then, Ghislaine asked aloud, "Do you recognize who that man was?" Raising the bloodied dagger to eye level, Gillian answered softly, "Yes." His grip tightened as he added, "He was my former comrade." Ghislaine murmured under his breath, "A former comrade." Under the night sky, he reflected silently, "I wonder what my own comrades are doing now. Before crossing paths with me, they must be living lives of their own. But someday, we will all come back together. Won't we?" With that thought, Ghislaine gave his order. "All right, let us start picking up valuables like Belinda suggested." She smirked and replied, "That is right. Now then, Sir Gillian, lead the way so we can collect quickly." Gillian shot back bluntly, I am not your subordinate. 2 days later, within the lands of Perdium, riding in a carriage, Belinda let out a sigh of relief. We are almost there. Sitting at the front, Gillian asked curiously, so that is Perdium? Ghislaine answered evenly, it is. His gaze stretched toward the distant castle. Thank goodness. There is still a place to return to. I always believed I would have a home waiting when I left. Up front, Gillian's forehead glistened with sweat for reasons he could not name. Ghislaine tilted his head. Gillian, what do you think, looking at our territory? The older man straightened and quickly replied, why yes, very good. A sudden voice made Gillian stiffen, whipping his head around. Trash. Ghislaine was pointing at the distant homes. Those houses are so decrepit they can't even be repaired, and those fields abandoned. Every able worker has been conscripted into the army, leaving the land to rot. Gillian frowned. I heard Perdium has been at war with the northern barbarians, but seeing it myself. The situation is worse than I imagined. Belinda narrowed her eyes. Shouldn't someone here have known this better than anyone? Ghislaine's voice carried absolute certainty. We will fix all of it, but I will need your help. His gaze lingered on his homeland, firm conviction burning in his chest. This will be a long battle to erase every trace of Duke Delphine and to protect what should have always been ours. His face hardened with resolve. I will restore this land, no matter the cost. The carriage rolled steadily down the road toward their future. Belinda froze, then suddenly cried out in astonishment. Young master, that is. He jolted, eyes widening at what he saw. Staring at the man before him, Ghislaine's mind reeled in disbelief as a single word echoed within him, father. His eyes widened. That figure could it be? Looking down at the rider on horseback, the words slipped unbidden into his mind, father. Inside Castillo Perdium, the atmosphere was heavy as everyone sat gathered at the council table. Discussions swirled around the thinning defenses. We need to reduce our troop numbers, someone urged. What, my lord, if we cut any further, we won't be able to hold the front line. It would be better to request reinforcements from Rayfold instead. The steward rested his chin on one hand, his tone pensive. It was Rayfold who cut our supplies in the first place. Our investigations suggest they have been amassing troops and hoarding provisions. The revelation left the room stunned. What did you say? The steward continued, his voice grave. We have no other choice. We must rebuild the garrison in the monster woods that was half destroyed in the October campaign. Even the night order must be scaled back. It is the only way to relieve some of the pressure. One of the men slammed his objection down. Do you not realize how dangerous it is to thin our forces? You are courting disaster. From the side, he listened quietly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Everyone's still the same as ever, he thought. He took in the familiar faces, Randolph, commander of the Perdium Knights, with piercing eyes and a mane of long, dark curls. Albert, the meticulously groomed treasurer, his blonde hair combed with precision, his trimmed beard framing his stern face. And Homerun, the silver-haired steward whose beard matched his hair, looking more weathered than ever. How long has it been, he mused. The Grand Duke, Zwalter Perdium, sat at the head of the table, the weight of Perdium's future etched into his scarred face and cold blue eyes. For the Duke, months of absence were a passing matter. For the mercenary king, decades had gone by. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm yet formal. This latest campaign you have worked hard, father. Father. The word carried a chill. His father's cold eyes, unwavering and severe, narrowed slightly as he answered, what is it? His golden hair, long and flowing, gleamed in the lamplight. Zwalter Perdium, Count of Perdium. Looking at him now, he thought to himself, he has not changed at all. When I was young, I despised him for being rigid and unyielding. But now I finally understand. In his father's eyes, he saw not just cold authority, but the crushing weight of duty, the endless fatigue of a man who bore the fate of Perdium on his shoulders. The Duke sipped his tea leisurely before speaking. I hear you have been absent from the city for about a week. Where have you been? I just returned from Rayfold, he replied. Rayfold, his father said coolly. You did not cause any trouble, I hope. He looked away, feigning nonchalance. I did not. Albert, the treasurer, cut in. My lord, though difficult to believe, I have heard the young master triumphed in a duel against Cain and even made some money. The Duke's eyes turned sharp. You did not go there to gamble, did you? Gamble, if anything, I would call it an investment, he thought dryly. Out loud, he said with composure, Number. I only had some matters to discuss with Amelia. It did not take long. The steward, his voice gentle but firm, reminded him, My lord, I have told you countless times before you act. Remember you are the heir of Perdium. He turned away, eyes closed. I understand, don't worry. But in the steward's heart, frustration boiled. This wretched boy, my words might as well be trash to him. How can I not worry? The Duke rose to his feet, cutting the meeting short. That is enough for today. He looked at his father with suspicion. The Duke continued, his tone as sharp as ever. I hear that while I was away, you caused quite a stir. His eyes narrowed. They say you personally dealt with Jamal and Philip, the ones who tried to betray Elena. Is that true? The memory of those two sneering faces flashed in his mind. Randolph scoffed in disdain, as if the young master would personally dirty his hands. More likely, the two fools turned on each other, and he simply struck the final blow. Rumors have a way of embellishing. Randolph, he thought, even if those men were traitors, having one of your knights killed by me must sting. Best to handle this delicately and soothe his pride. He answered calmly, yes, more or less. Randolph's lips tightened, annoyance flickering across his face. Then, to his shock, his father finally spoke up. Good job. His heart nearly leapt. The Duke's voice was flat, almost indifferent. The details do not matter. What is important is that Elena is still alive, is not she? He schooled his face into seriousness, but inside, joy welled up like fireworks. For the first time, his father had praised him. Father, he said, seizing the moment. May I ask you for a favor? His father's voice was calm, almost indifferent. Speak. The steward's worried gaze flickered. My lord, if you are going to request maintenance funds for this matter again, I must say in advance the answer is no. He closed his eyes, helpless. Of course, he thought bitterly. After all the stunts the young master has pulled. Then came the outburst, furious and sharp. You squander rations on gambling, burn down the city gate when your mood turns sour, slaughter warhorses just to roast them for meat. And even melted down the knight's armor claiming it was necessary to forge a legendary sword. He turned away absently, his thoughts a dry whisper. Quite the list, is not it? Looking back, he added coolly, I am not asking permission. It is just courtesy. This is something that must be done. Behind him, Belinda sighed in frustration. Why are you so obsessed with this, my lord? He answered evenly, that I will tell you later. Inwardly, his thoughts were sharp. If I reveal it now and rumors spread, things will get messy. All I need is to succeed in this plan. When that happens, I will make a fortune. Not far from the monster woods lay a buried treasure, a massive vein of rune stone. The crystal glowed an icy, radiant blue, its cold light pulsing with mystery. Rune stone and ore infused with magical energy. Rare beyond compare, the kind that drove sorcerers mad. It was indispensable, used in enchantments, barriers, magic circles, scrolls, alchemy. Research every field where mana held sway. Ghislaine's hand clenched, his gaze hard. In my past life, it was the Delphine dukedom that discovered it, but this time, I am the only one who knows. Belinda frowned, her eyes tight with anger, then bowed her head with weary resignation. Very well, young master. I suppose you have already thought this through. The steward at his side drooped in defeat. I will comply. Ghislaine smiled brightly. Good. Then his tone turned firm. Belinda, go to the nearest trade guild and hire me a mercenary band around 200 men. Belinda looked stricken. That is all the money you nearly died earning and you have no intention of saving any of it, do you? The steward, too, protested. Are you sure about this, young master? Mercenaries are crude, unruly men. Gather them in such numbers, and controlling them will be nearly impossible. They could even turn on the one who hired them. That outcome is hardly unexpected. Through the trees, the grand silhouette of the Perdium castle rose, with a village nestled beneath the mountain's shadow. Ghislaine's voice was resolute. That is why you and I will personally select those worth using if they prove themselves useful. He turned with a cheerful smile. The steward's brows knit. Among the small mercenary bands in the north, there is one group with impressive skill. Belinda blinked. No way. Not those mad dogs. Ghislaine's expression sharpened. Yes, they are skilled, but if handled poorly, they are rabid hounds that'll bite even their master. The Cerberus mercenaries. On a jagged cliffside, one man on horseback and another on foot made their way toward a nearby village. They passed a blood-stained signboard at the entrance. Let us go leash those mad dogs, Ghislaine muttered. Inside the village, some men lazed about, others brawled, but all bore full armor. These were the Cerberus mercenaries, encamped beyond Zambar's borders. One man raised a spyglass, watching as the pair drew nearer. Lowering it, he said to his comrade, Hey, they are coming. The other chuckled darkly. Poor fools. Do they even know where they are? The first man lifted the glass again. Judging by the looks, it is some young noble brat. If we play this right, we have got ourselves a juicy prize. Suddenly, a hand shot out and seized his face, lifting him into the air. The entire camp froze. He kicked and struggled helplessly, caught in the steward's iron grip, until the man hurled him aside. Those standing nearby were thrown down with him. Eyes widened, anger blazed across every face. Who the hell is that? Get ready to fight. Is this bastard insane? A figure stepped forward, a ragged cloak draped over his shoulders, his bearing suggesting a high-born noble despite his tattered appearance. In his hand gleamed a chained scythe tipped with iron spikes. He grinned with a predator's malice. Don't think any of you are leaving here alive. But he suddenly stopped. A horse approached slowly, wind tossing back the rider's dark hair. Ghislaine looked down upon them all, his voice low yet commanding. Silence. Who among you is the leader here? He stepped closer to Ghislaine. Who is the leader here? Ghislaine asked. The man stayed silent, lips curling in a smirk. Twirling his chained flail, he jeered, so the little noble chick does no fear after all. Then he lunged, hurling the spiked ball straight at Ghislaine. But it never reached him. With a single thrust, Jillian's sword pierced through the chain links, halting the weapon midair. Gasps rippled through the mercenaries. The man broke into a cold sweat. The blade wedged into the chain made the weapon useless. The spiked ball clattered to the ground. Ghislaine's voice was flat. As expected, there is no reasoning with scum like you. He gave the order. Jillian, do whatever you want. Just keep them alive. Jillian inclined his head lightly. Understood, young master. He yanked the chain back, wrenching it tight around the man's arm. The mercenary cried out in agony as the steward dragged him off balance, then whipped the chain backward, sending him airborne. With a second pull, the flail flew forward, smashing into its wielder's chest with a brutal thud. The armored men erupted in outrage. Bastard. You think being a noble means you can do as you please. Jillian twisted his blade, sending the man flying into their ranks, knocking several of them sprawling. The others froze, terror stiffening their limbs. One cold glance from Jillian was enough to make them tremble. Ghislaine swung down from his horse and strode forward. What, am I supposed to wait all day? If you small fry know what is good for you, step aside. Call your leader. A gruff voice answered. Damn it, I was having a good nap. What now? The mercenaries snapped to attention as their leader emerged. He approached with a lazy gait, but the aura of command was unmistakable. I am Kaor, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. What business do you have with us? His men flanked him, armored and disciplined. Ghislaine was calm. What else do you seek mercenaries for? I have a job for you. Kaor's expression hardened as he glanced at his bloodied subordinate. You come here, put my men in that state, and still dare to make demands. His voice turned icy. A noble should know proper manners. Ghislaine answered without flinching. That was my greeting, my own style. Easier to correct your men's attitude this way. Kaor laughed mockingly. A greeting, one more like that and it will be war. Then he leaned forward. Fine, let us hear it. They sat across from each other, their men looming behind. What task are you asking of us? Kaor demanded. Ghislaine's words made the room stir. The monster woods. What? The mercenaries behind Kaor broke into uneasy murmurs. That cursed place, swarming with beasts. Next to Perdium. Kaor only smirked. And who are you to meddle in that forest? Ghislaine's eyes narrowed. Ghislaine Perdium, heir of House Perdium. At that name, the mercenaries froze, then burst into cruel laughter. The useless heir, no wonder you act so recklessly. And you think you can conquer that forest? Kaor sneered. Listen, noble. You grew up sheltered in a glass house. You have no idea what that place is. It is not for the likes of you. No point talking further. He signaled his men. See them out. The soldiers moved in. Jillian bristled with anger, while Ghislaine's face grew dark. Kaor's voice carried a faint tremor. What is wrong? Are you afraid? Ghislaine's reply was sharp, laced with mockery. I thought you lot were worth something. Turns out you are just rumor's hollow bark without bite. Kaor leaned back, propping his boots on the table, eyes cold. Don't be ridiculous. We are mercenaries, not fools who accept every suicidal job tossed our way. Ghislaine's tone was like ice. The weak always hide behind excuses. Kaor's jaw tightened, anger flashing in his eyes. He tilted his head back, exhaling. You insult my honor and still I humor you. Do you think childish provocation will work? A naive brat like you is not even worth killing. Ghislaine's eyes slid shut, his voice unwavering. You want us gone, fine. But first bring out the stakes. He opened his eyes, cold and steady. Commander of Cerberus, I demand a Moriana oath. The words shook the hall. Even Kaor's face twisted in fury. Do you even know what you are saying? Ghislaine's reply was like iron. Of course I do. The Moriana oath, a mercenary's most brutal wager. Two fighters bound together at the arm, only a single sword between them. No mana, no tricks. A restricted reign, movements shackled. Step outside the circle and you lose. More often than not, both loser and victor faced death. Ghislaine laid down the terms. The loser will submit, completely obey without question. A loyal hound to the victor. Nothing less. His lips curved in a cool, confident smile. So what do you say? The old man turned toward him, troubled thoughts racing through his mind. For the young master to know of this filthy custom among mercenaries. In a mercenary's world, refusing such a challenge was the same as admitting one's own weakness. Ghislaine, however, only smiled. The sound of that smile, calm, sharp, seemed to echo in the heavy silence. Eyes around the circle grew sharper, their intensity hardening as even Kaor's grin twisted into something darker, more menacing. He raised his voice for all to hear. Boys, this young noble wants to be recognized by the way of mercenaries. Could I possibly refuse? The two men's wrists were bound tightly together. They stepped into the circle, each gripping a sword, while the crowd erupted in raucous cheers and jeers. Only Jillian stood silent, his heart heavy with worry for Ghislaine. Shouts rang out, that noble brat is finished. Kill him, chief. Kaor sneered, tugging hard on the chain that bound them, pulling Ghislaine off balance. What is wrong? You trying to play at being tough after picking up a trick or two? There is nowhere left for you to run now, he taunted, his face smug with victory. I have played this little game 5 times already. But Ghislaine steadied himself, eyes cold as steel. He yanked Kaor's arm toward him, lips curving into a thin smile. His voice was calm, chilling. 5 times, is it? As for me. His gaze hardened into something merciless. I have done this more than 100. The duel began in earnest. His expression tensed as their blades clashed, steel ringing in the confined circle. Both men dodged at the same instant, their eyes locking, each gaze sharp as a predator's. A slash across both evaded, another exchange neither yielded. Kaor pulled hard on the binding chain, dragging Ghislaine's arm aside, but Ghislaine pivoted with emotion and countered. Kaor thrust, Ghislaine bent low. The blade whistling past, Ghislaine's riposte sliced the air. Kaor narrowly avoided. A savage yank, a kick aimed high. Ghislaine raised his leg just in time to block. But when he steadied himself, his eyes flicked down, recognizing the growing pain in that leg. Kaor smirked. You are holding out better than I thought. But you claim to have earned Moriana's recognition. Once is said to be near impossible, and you would boast of 100. He lunged again. Ghislaine ducked smoothly beneath the strike. If you are going to brag, Kaor sneered, at least make it believable. Around them, mercenaries shouted and jeered, their bloodlust rising. The noble's done for, kill him, chief, make him pay. Jillian snapped his head back at them, his glare silencing the crowd at once. Turning back, his face darkened. This fight was stacked against Ghislaine. The circle was so small a single fall could decide the match. Bound together, stripped of mana, it came down to raw strength. Kaor's heavier build pressed an overwhelming advantage. Ghislaine could only evade, deflect, and endure. Jillian's fingers brushed the haft of his axe, ready if the boy's life was truly in peril. Kaor pivoted, locking Ghislaine's movement, and thrust, but Ghislaine leapt free, landing in a crouch. His leg throbbed with fiery pain where he had blocked the earlier kick. As expected, he thought grimly, without mana's protection, each impact stacks up, even when I block it. Kaor's grin widened. Your face says it all. You are faltering already, or not you? He pressed forward with relentless strikes, forcing Ghislaine into constant evasion. Ghislaine Perdian, Kaor thought in disdain, pathetic that you even try to stand against me. Among nobles I have met, you are stubborn, yes, but that is all you are. You have made your strategy clear, he mocked, raining down blows. Block with your blade when you can, soak the smaller hits with your body, and pray you last longer than me. His kick drove into Ghislaine's leg again. The same spot flared with agony. But Kaor's voice was merciless. This is the recognition of Moriana. No mana, no relief. The damage piles up whether you stop it or not, and now it shows on your face. Ghislaine's cold glance downward only made Kaor smirk. Good, keep fighting, make this interesting. Kaor twisted his sword, the clash growing more violent as blades struck and dodged. A sudden upward slash, then Kaor feinted into a downward thrust. Ghislaine's counter was checked, and Kaor's knee drove up. Ghislaine blocked, but the same injured leg screamed under the impact. Kaor's eyes glittered with triumph. Now, it ends. His sword plunged down, murder in every ounce of his strength. Ghislaine did not move. The onlookers held their breath. Jillian, unable to bear it, ripped his axe free. Young master. But then Ghislaine smiled. The blade stabbed down, but Ghislaine slipped aside at the very last instant. Kaor's strike cut only air, and his balance faltered. Impossible, he thought, eyes wide. He dodged. From that position, Ghislaine wrenched his arm, dragging Kaor forward, and his sword flashed biting into Kaor's side. The mercenaries gasped. Even Kaor froze for a heartbeat, stunned at the pain blooming along his ribs. Then fury twisted his face. He slashed back with savage force, blow after blow hammering down, but Ghislaine's body flowed like water, evading, slipping past each strike, and when the opening came, his blade cut upward from below, driving into Kaor again. The crowd roared in disbelief. The captain's been cut again. Their chants rose higher, a fever pitch of excitement. That noble brat, I thought he was being crushed earlier. Captain, show him who the real master is. Kaor lunged, blade thrusting. Ghislaine ducked low, slammed his shoulder upward, and sent the mercenary leader reeling. His fist snapped forward, crashing into Kaor's face. Then in one fluid motion he spun his blade and stabbed downward at Kaor's arm. Kaor countered with a furious thrust of his own. Rage twisted Kaor's voice. You how? But Ghislaine's calm never wavered. You have realized it, have not you? My body is not bearing the strain of your power the way you expected. So tell me, what trick do you think I am using? Off to the side, Jillian's eyes narrowed. I see now. He replayed the exchanges in his head. Each time Kaor swung hard, his muscles stiffened. His body locked into brute force. Ghislaine had not resisted directly, he had relaxed, redirected, letting that momentum flow into his own rhythm. He is not opposing the force. He is turning it into his own weapon. To overcome a weight difference this wide, I never imagined it possible. His hand gripped his axe tight, awe sparking in his chest. Kaor, meanwhile, staggered under blows he could not fully block. His men muttered angrily behind him. Captain, what are you doing? This is getting boring. Ghislaine's voice cut coldly. Your resolve is impressive. Most men, pushed this far, would have already broken the rules and tapped into mana. You have stayed true. Kaor bared bloodied teeth, laughing through his wounds. You talk as though you have done this 100 times. My rank as captain, I earned it through Moriana's recognition. If I broke the rules, I would have no right to stand in this ring at all. Ghislaine smiled faintly. Impressive indeed. Kaor's gaze darkened, frenzy flickering in his eyes. But skill is not the only path to victory. His muscles coiled. With a roar, he hurled Ghislaine off balance, forcing him airborne toward the circle's edge. Moriana's law, Kaor thought savagely. One step outside, and you lose. Doesn't matter how skilled you are, if I throw you out, you are finished. This is my win. His eyes burned with manic triumph as he raised his blade. But in midair, Ghislaine twisted. His foot snapped into Kaor's leg. The binding chain taut as he yanked hard, using Kaor's knee like a springboard. His body flipped, soaring back into the circle. Gasps broke out. Ghislaine's free hand clamped onto Kaor's arm, and with a brutal motion, he slammed the mercenary leader flat to the ground outside the ring. Stunned silence fell. Then a murmur rippled. He is out. Captain's outside the circle. Kaor's jaw clenched, teeth grinding in fury. No, this can't be. I lost. Ghislaine's voice was calm, almost gentle. This is my victory, Kaor. Kaor stared at him, disbelief warring with rage. You, what kind of man wields skill like this? Ghislaine's gaze was ice. Your attitude is flawed. That will change because the one you just lost to is now your master. He hauled Kaor upright, ignoring the mercenary's confusion. Kaor spat. What are you saying? The duel's finished. Ghislaine met his eyes, steady as stone. No, I never stepped out of the circle. The realization hit Kaor like a hammer. What? Ghislaine raised his fist, cold resolve in his tone. From this moment on, this is not just a duel. It is your training, as my subordinate. Ghislaine's eyes sharpened, his entire being radiating a chilling aura. It was time to begin training his subordinate. Channeling all of his strength and speed into a single blazing punch, he unleashed a strike so powerful it seemed to make the air itself explode. The sheer force of the blow sent Kaor crashing to the ground, leaving everyone around in stunned disbelief. The red-haired man howled in pain. His body bloodied, his gaze betraying both despair and helplessness as he tried to shout through broken words, "Wait, by the rules if someone leaves the circle." But before he could finish, Ghislaine's relentless assault silenced him. He pinned Kaur to the ground and spoke coldly, "Would you really cling to rules? Even on a battlefield, brat, and you dare call yourself a noble?" Ghislaine tightened his fist, prepared to deliver a merciless finishing blow, his intent to crush his opponent's spirit clear. "Don't question your master's actions." His fist came down hard on Kaur's face, blood spraying from the man's mouth. Then came the storm strike after strike, a barrage so ferocious that Kaur could not even catch his breath. The sound of fists colliding with flesh mixed with his screams, while blood splattered across the arena. The soldiers watching could only stand frozen, whispering among themselves, "Is this really okay? The wager is already over." Kaur, beaten to a pulp, spat blood as he pleaded desperately, "Stop. Please, stop," but Ghislaine showed no mercy. Grabbing Kaur's arm, he spun him within the circle, maintaining calm precision, and remarked almost casually, "He still has not left the circle." Kaur's face was swollen and deformed, yet his eyes still burned with stubborn defiance. Desperate, he turned to his soldiers and barked in fury, "You fools, will you just stand there? Kill him." Roused by his command, the soldiers surged forward, but froze in their tracks the moment they were met with the edge of a massive axe. Gillen stood before them like an immovable steel mountain, radiating killing intent. His voice thundered with authority. "From this moment on, anyone who dares obstruct the young master will be executed." Terrified, the soldiers trembled where they stood, not daring to take another step. Kaur's face was battered and swollen beyond recognition, his body broken. Behind him loomed Ghislaine, expressionless, his cold gaze cutting into him as he posed a chilling challenge. "Shall we continue?" Kaur could only let out a hollow, hopeless laugh. Before the sound faded, Ghislaine's fist was already before his eyes, delivering the decisive strike. Kaur collapsed, utterly defeated. Looking down at his fallen foe, Ghislaine sneered inwardly, mocking him, "So this is what passes for nobility, pitiful cowards, every last one." Memories of arrogant nobles flashed in his mind, their despicable, pompous faces, pigs fattened on greed and self-importance. They strutted with swollen egos, quick to rage at the slightest insult, yet the moment real fear touched them, they trembled and begged for mercy. That was why he found satisfaction in bleeding them dry, wasting their wealth without restraint. It was a delight to strip them bare, to revel in their downfall. That was how Ghislaine had earned his infamous reputation, the mad dog, through arrogance, brute strength, and unyielding dominance. From above, Ghislaine stood tall, his eyes shadowed in darkness, his calm demeanor terrifying in its restraint. His back was straight like a monument of authority, radiating an overwhelming aura that crushed the young noble lying prostrate beneath his feet. A thought flickered through his mind, "Why am I stuck with this brat of a noble?" The soldiers panicked at the sight of their captain's pitiful state. Their movements were frantic and clumsy, their voices overlapping in a storm of confusion. "Captain Kaur, at this rate, he will die, but what can we even do?" Still gripping the redhead's arm, Ghislaine wondered to himself, "Is this enough yet?" Then, with a calmness that cut through the chaos, he pointed at the flustered men and barked an order. "What are you idiots doing? Bring water, bandages, and cloths." Now, he hoisted up the captain's blood-soaked body, half unconscious, and added in a cold warning, "If you leave your captain like this, he will die." The mercenaries finally grasped the situation. Faced with the undeniable authority of the strongest man present, they scrambled in obedience. "Why yes, understood." Gillen, who had silently observed from the beginning, drew his own conclusion from what had just unfolded. The unruly mercenaries had bowed their heads to the young master. His grip tightened on his axe as he reaffirmed a rule as old as their trade among mercenaries: fists mattered more than laws. To him, Ghislaine resembled a feral wolf, fierce and brimming with killing intent, gazing down on everything beneath him with unshakable dominance. Under his feet lay a helpless creature, trembling and powerless, a living testament to the disparity of strength and authority. In one swift and undeniable demonstration, the young master had carved his power into their minds, leaving no doubt about who their leader was. Later, Kaur sat at a table, his body wrapped in bandages. Ghislaine placed a sheet of paper before him. "Sign it." Kaur looked up at him, speechless, but eventually relented, scrawling his name onto the document with a face full of bitter defiance. Tossing it back with a haughty tone, he muttered, "Here." Ghislaine's eyes narrowed, his voice carrying the weight of iron. "Here, that is how you speak." The redhead paled instantly and corrected himself, "Please, take care of us." "Good." Ghislaine clasped Kaor's hand in a firm grip that made him hiss in pain. With measured words, Ghislaine declared, "From this moment on, we are family." A faint, confident smile crossed his lips, though his demeanor remained stern. "Let us work well together." Days later, at the outskirts of the Paradigm estate, the mercenaries gathered early in the morning. One man, still half asleep, yawned as he grumbled to another. "Why the hell do we have to meet this early? I only ever get going after lunch." Another, a bald-headed brute, chimed in, "Haven't you heard? They say our employer is the heir to House Paradigm." "What, a greenhorn, really?" someone scoffed. "I wonder if he is even capable of managing mercenaries." A one-eyed man shrugged, "Doesn't matter. We will probably get paid even if we slack off." Suddenly, a loud voice boomed, "All right, listen up." A burly man with muscles bulging under his clothes stepped forward. Another recognized him immediately. "Wait, you are Gordon the Muscle, are not you?" "That is right," the man confirmed with pride. "I have seen your admirable willingness to make things easy for yourselves. But unless we unite our voices, we won't get what we want." Someone frowned. "Cautious. And what exactly are you planning? You would better know how to keep things under control in situations like this." The bald man repeated the concern, his tone wary. "Yeah, Gordon, what are you planning?" Gordon laid out his plan, holding up a pouch for all to see. "I will step up as our representative and put pressure on the employer." "So, everyone's in agreement, right?" His words fired them up. One after another. The mercenaries cheered and tossed coins into the pouch without hesitation. "If Gordon's letting, we are guaranteed to win," someone shouted. Another added, "That giant body of his really comes in handy at times like this." Yet another laughed, "You are damn reliable. Gordon spends all day training, but sharp as hell when it comes to money." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hey, someone's coming." A lone rider appeared on the horizon, the sound of hooves clopping steadily against the dirt as the figure drew closer. The mercenaries squinted, murmuring among themselves. "What, he came alone?" one scoffed. "Look at those clothes, must be the employer. Pathetic. Bet he will run the moment he sees Gordon's muscles." Gordon puffed up, striding forward with arrogance, motioning for the others to follow. "All right, everyone step up and set the mood. We will make sure this naive little noble never forgets the lesson we are about to teach him." But he froze. The sneer slid off his face when he realized the rider was not alone. Behind the lead horseman marched a group of mercenaries, Gillen among them, and Kaur bandaged, silent, and subdued. At their head rode Ghislaine, his expression carved from stone. One of the mercenaries gasped, eyes wide. That helmet. The dog's head crest. No way. Is that the Cerberus Mercenary Company? Confusion rippled through the ranks. How could such notorious troublemakers, infamous for their defiance, now be trailing behind the employer like obedient hounds? Ghislaine's eyes locked on Gordon with a piercing authority. His voice rang out sharp and commanding. "You are the leader here, are not you?" Gordon stiffened. "Why yes, that is right." "What is your name?" Ghislaine demanded. The burly man faltered, his confidence withering under the weight of that gaze. Gordon the Muscle." Ghislaine repeated the name slowly, as though weighing it, "Gordon the Muscle." Then, without warning, his fist drove into Gordon's chest with crushing force, making the man stagger back in shock. "Impressive," he muttered with a cold edge. Straightening to his full height, Ghislaine announced before them all, his tone ironclad, "I am the firstborn of House Paradigm, Ghislaine Paradigm." His order came sharp as a blade. "Gordon, gather all the mercenaries, now." Turning back to face the crowd, his sharp features curled into a proud, almost arrogant smile. His voice carried with unshakable dominance as he declared, "From this moment forward, we march to conquer the monster forest." At the assembly point, Ghislaine stood as Belinda carefully adjusted his attire. In his mind, everything was already in order. The preparations for breaking into the forest were complete. He thought over the various measures, establishing a temporary base for the expedition, arranging supply lines for provisions and personal gear, and mobilizing the soldiers under his command. When everything had been mentally reviewed, he turned to Belinda. "Check the head count one last time." "Yes, young master." Belinda began going over the numbers, breaking them down by group. The mercenaries hired through the guild amounted to 148 in total. The Cerberus Mercenary Band, the personal force Ghislaine had brought with him, added another 41. Including their own personnel, the combined headcount stood at 192. Ghislaine met her gaze. "Good. In Scovan, did you remind him of the details?" Belinda described exactly what had happened. "Yes, I did. At first I thought he might object, but to my surprise, he actually helped us conceal the fact that we are entering the beast forest." After all, his main duty is commanding near the forest outpost, so he should not need to worry. Ghislaine's lips curved into a faint, approving smile. Excellent. He then stepped up to higher ground, looking down over the gathered force. His voice rang out, clear and commanding. Form up. The men straightened at once, falling into formation. Ghislaine's tone hardened as he pointed toward the shadowy expanse looming before them. Right in front of us is the beast forest, the land we have come to conquer. I know you have heard the rumors. This place teems with dangers unknown, threats not yet documented, and horrors that may exceed anything you can imagine. Yet no matter what we face, we will claim this forest, no matter the cost. The soldiers began to murmur in alarm. The beast forest, we are supposed to cut through that. What if we go in and never come out? Their nerves betrayed them. Their fear cracking through the composure expected of trained men. Belinda clenched her teeth, silently fuming at their audacity to interrupt the young master's speech. Ghislaine wasted no time quelling their unease. His voice cut sharp as steel. Anyone who wishes to withdraw, do so now. But remember this. He paused deliberately, then offered a promise so bold it stole the breath from their lungs. If we succeed, I will pay each of you triple your contracted wage. A ripple of stunned silence washed through the ranks, swiftly followed by feverish excitement. Triple. Did he say triple? The fear that had once shaken them was instantly drowned beneath the weight of greed and exhilaration. Belinda's eyes widened in disbelief. She quickly whispered to him, aghast. Young master, what are you saying? The funds we brought back last time were nearly exhausted just preparing for this expedition. Ghislaine remained unshaken. It was necessary. The troops needed their spirit lifted. Besides, if we succeed, we will more than recover what we have spent. We will gain more than enough. He gave her a sidelong smile. Do you trust me? Belinda faltered, clearly torn, yet at last she yielded with a reluctant nod. I have no choice but to trust you. Kaur frowned, doubtful of his master's gamble, while Gillen, on the other hand, seemed certain that their lord never acted without a plan. Triple wages. It is a promise no sane man would dare make. But our master is reckless only when he knows exactly what he is doing. The soldiers stood straighter now, spines like iron, their earlier fear transformed into zeal. A dense, broad-shouldered army stretched out before Ghislaine, awaiting his command. His voice roared across the clearing. Expedition to the beast forest, prepare to move out. The sight of him, tall and commanding, silver hair catching the light, crimson cloak snapping in the wind, was like a war banner come alive. His voice echoed like a clarion call. Advance. The expedition surged forward into the forest. Beneath the canopy, shadows swallowed the sky, the leaves weaving a thick roof overhead. Axes bit deep into tree trunks. Sharp strikes sending cracks splintering through wood. One by one, massive trees toppled, their timber stacked onto carts. The clearing grew wider with every fall. Ghislaine himself drove his boot into a trunk already weakened by repeated blows. With a thunderous crash, the massive tree gave way, collapsing into the earth, leaving only a raw stump jutting from the ground. He tilted his head back, looking upward. Where before the dense foliage had cloaked the sky, thin shafts of sunlight now pierced through. His lips curved into a satisfied smile. Good. At last, the light begins to break through. Ghislaine raised his arm, signaling with sharp, deliberate gestures as he barked out clear orders in English, his voice carrying authority across the clearing. Keep clearing this way, fell the trees. Cut them into sections, and load them onto the carts. If your hands are free, dig around the stumps so the roots can be pulled out more easily. His mind drifted briefly to the journal, the weathered notes describing this very forest. According to the beast forest exploration records left by Duke Delphine that I obtained in my previous life, this place is truly vast. Ghislaine's resolve hardened. To crush the beasts lurking within, to harvest the forest's resources, and ultimately to reach the one goal that mattered most: money. One day, we will sweep away every monster and exploit every resource hidden in this wilderness. But for now, what I need is coin. Forget everything else and carve a direct path toward the ancient, ruined stone quarry. Even as he swung his axe, each strike resounding with raw force, his mind plotted the future. The wealth I claim from this expedition will be the weapon that stops the schemes closing in around Perdium. Nearby, the red-haired mercenary glanced at him, muttering to himself. The young master himself is swinging an axe. Others whispered less kindly, sneering while they worked. What is this supposed to be? Showing off his noble virtue by getting his hands dirty? What virtue? This is just for show. Just wait, he will be flat on the ground, exhausted, before long. Belinda's sharp ears caught their murmurs, and her temper flared. Enough chatter, get back to work, she snapped. The men quickly muttered their apologies. Why yes, madam, though her frustration lingered. She turned on Ghislaine, unable to restrain herself. Young master, we paid them to do the work, why are you laboring alongside them? They only dare to mock because they see you working as if you were their equal. But Ghislaine, still driving his blade into the wood, showed no sign of being bothered. The more hands at work, the sooner we finish. There is no reason to linger here. She narrowed her eyes, suspicious. You say that as if you already knew everything about this place before coming here. The redhead gave a bitter laugh, his gaze twisted with self-mockery. A master with a woman worrying for him. Enviable. And someone like me reduced to a dog, throwing myself willingly into hell. Gillen, overhearing his mutterings, said nothing. He simply swung the log he carried, slamming it into the redhead's back. Kaor staggered with a groan. Wincing. What the? He stumbled alongside Gillen, grumbling, looking for a fight, old man, but Gillen ignored him. Ghislaine, silent, observed everything, weighing it all. So far, things were going smoothly. His thoughts wandered back again to Delphine the Duke, who had conquered kingdoms and founded a dynasty. He once launched a massive campaign to clear the beast forest. Ghislaine looked to the journal he carried like a map etched in ink. I still do not know why they chose this place to explore. But with this record, I have gained valuable insight. The locations of resources, the habitats of monsters. It gives me a measure of preparation. Still. A cart rolled by, piled high with lanterns, sparking idle curiosity among the men. What is the boss thinking, hauling around 100 lanterns? If it is for night work, torches would have been cheaper and easier. Ghislaine did not answer. His eyes swept over the workers as they hacked and hauled. Everything seemed so calm, like the surface of a placid lake. And that calm unsettled him far more than chaos. The fact that nothing has happened yet, that is what worries me most. A tension coiled in his chest, and his voice rang out as he cautioned them. Remember this, I have only read what was written in the journal. I have never seen with my own eyes what transpired here. Do not let your guard down, not for an instant. A gloom seemed to settle as they pressed deeper into the forest. The men kept chopping, but the light above grew dim, their eyes instinctively lifting to the canopy. Huh, is it getting dark already? One muttered. Another snorted, they say this forest is crawling with danger, but we have not seen so much as an ant. Maybe it really is all just stories. The bald mercenary nudged Gordon with his foot, laughing. If we get triple pay for just clearing trees, then you have really pulled a lucky draw. Gordon, doesn't look like we will even break a sweat. But then Gordon's brow furrowed, as if some troubling thought had just dawned on him. He suddenly called out, his voice loud and uneasy. Hey, you guys! Gordon narrowed his eyes, demanding, we have been chopping down trees this whole way here, have not we? Some of the men echoed him at once. Yeah, that is right. But Gordon stopped dead in his tracks. Looming before him were colossal, gnarled trees, their bark twisted and rough, their bare branches jutting outward like skeletal arms. His question suddenly carried a chilling weight. Then why? Why is not there any road? The air grew heavy, almost stagnant, as his words sank in. Faces darkened as the mercenaries realized the truth in Gordon's observation. Then Ghislaine's voice cut through, sharp and commanding. Everyone, pay attention. Those at the front drew their swords and daggers, dropping into guarded stances. The abrupt shift in atmosphere made some men break into nervous murmurs. What is going on? Why is the air suddenly so tense? Ghislaine's eyes flicked toward Gordon, as if already anticipating what would happen. His voice carried a chilling edge. Gordon. Yes, Gordon stiffened. If you stay there, you will die. His expression hardened, brows furrowing as he ordered with grim intensity, step back toward me. Slowly, one step at a time. The look in Ghislaine's eyes rattled Gordon. Fear creeping up his spine, he hurried to obey, shifting the log on his shoulder as he turned. Why yes, understood. But the log snagged against one of the massive tree trunks. The sudden jolt made Gordon yelp, losing his balance. He crashed to the ground with a loud thud, the sound echoing ominously. Idiot, a few mercenaries muttered, shaking their heads. But Gordon was not just embarrassed, he was terrified. His eyes darted up at the massive tree he had bumped into, as if expecting it to lash out. The others began to whisper uneasily too, their nerves fraying. What the hell, something's not right. Ghislaine said nothing. He simply stood there, silent and unreadable. Only the bald mercenary remained unimpressed. With a scoff, he shrugged off the tension gripping the others. Seriously, our boss is really overreacting. Look closer, there is nothing here. That disappearing road nonsense is just because all the trees look the same. Made the big oaf think we were lost. Beast Forest, please. Sounds scary enough as a name, but it is just a thick patch of woods. Ghislaine did not bother to argue. He only repeated, with the same weight he had used on Gordon, "You two come here. If you stay there, you will die." But the bald man, brash and hot-tempered, barked back. "Enough of this, quit trying to spook everyone so you can keep control. We are not fools you can't scare me with." He never finished. In the blink of an eye, a whip-like vine lashed out, coiling around him with terrifying speed. He froze in shock, unable even to fight back before the thing yanked him off his feet. There was only time for one strangled cry before the tree itself split open, revealing a grotesque mob bristling with long, jagged teeth. The bald mercenary was dragged inside, his body swallowed whole in a horrifying instant. Gasps and cries erupted around the clearing. It was a nightmare-made flesh, something no one had expected. The trees themselves were alive, waiting, patient predators hiding in plain sight. The dreaded tree fiends. They had waited for arrogance and carelessness, for prey too blind to notice until it was far too late. Ghislaine's face remained cold, detached, his eyes glinting with a strange thrill. His voice, however, betrayed a hint of anticipation, almost excitement. As he murmured, "Now this is getting interesting." Before them unfolded a scene of sheer chaos, jagged crimson maws gaping wide, their enormous fangs gleaming as they lurched to devour anything that moved. Screams tore through the ranks as monstrous eyes opened across the trunks, staring straight at them. Panic broke their discipline, instinct screaming at them to flee. "It has got him, run," someone shouted, but the tree fiends were already a step ahead. Their writhing vines lashed out, ensnaring soldiers and dragging them into those waiting mouths that chewed without mercy. Gordon was among the captured, thrashing wildly as the vines coiled around his body. Desperate, he clawed at another trunk, clinging for dear life. "Help me, don't let it take me," he wailed. A few mercenaries rushed to his side, axes raised, trying to hack him free. "Hold on, Gordon, don't let go," one of them urged as he swung down with all his strength. But the blade rebounded uselessly. The vine did not so much as dent. The man staggered back, horrified. "What the? It won't cut. How the hell is it this tough?" Before anyone could try again, Gordon was dragged across the dirt, screaming in terror as the forest echoed with his cries. The mercenaries froze, helpless, shouting his name. "Gordon," their voices cracked with dread, powerless to do anything. Just when it seemed he would be swallowed whole, a fierce shadow streaked forward. Ghislaine. His cloak snapped like a banner in the air as he drew his sword in one fluid motion. With a single powerful strike, his blade cleaved through the vine, severing it cleanly and dropping Gordon to the ground in sobbing relief. Ghislaine did not stop there. His follow-up slash pierced straight into one of the fiend's glaring eyes. A geyser of blood sprayed out, the creature thrashing violently as it recoiled in pain. Landing smoothly, Ghislaine rose from his crouch. The blow had clearly weakened the monster. The mercenary's despair cracked into realization. He cut it, the eyes there its weak point. But Ghislaine's booming voice cut through their awe like a whip. "Snap out of it," he barked, jolting them back to their senses. He laid out his orders with unwavering authority. "If you scatter, you will all be easy prey. Raise your shields, form up, do not break formation until I give the word, understood?" "Yes, sir," the men shouted, snapping to his command. Shields locked together, they tightened their formation, a circle of steel protecting every flank. "Damn it, why'd it have to be here of all places?" one muttered, but they held their ground. Ghislaine wasted no time. He dashed toward the wagon carrying oil lamps, calling out sharply, "Kaor." "Yes," Kaor replied, wide-eyed. "The lamps, are they all here?" "They are." "Then light them. Every single one. Throw them into the trees. Burn them out," Ghislaine ordered. Only now did Kaor understand why they had hauled those lamps along. His hands flew into action. "Yes, sir," he cried. Flames sparked to life as the lamps were lit one after another. "Good, light them all and hurl them into those bastards," Ghislaine commanded. "That is what they are for." "They are looking this way," one of the soldiers shouted. Ghislaine did not falter for even a heartbeat. "Then now is the time, burn them." A roar of determination broke from the soldiers as they hurled the flaming lamps with all their might. "Take this, you monsters, burn in hellfire." Glass shattered, oil spilled, and fire blossomed across the writhing vines. Hope flared with it. But the tree fiends were not finished. Even engulfed in fire, their vines whipped outward, lashing furiously toward the group. A massive axe blade spun through the air, intercepting the attack. Gillen charged forward, his presence like a storm. With brutal force, he swung again and again, carving arcs of raw power that shielded the mercenaries. At his side, Belinda darted forward, her hands already full of knives. With a flick of her wrists, the blades shot forward, striking true into the fiend's vulnerable eyes. Ghislaine's voice cut across the battlefield. Gillen, Belinda, cover the mercenaries while they keep their formation intact. Understood, they both cried in unison. Ghislaine lifted his sword high, his figure unyielding against the looming monstrosities. His aura surged, fiercer than ever. Facing the towering fiend, his voice thundered with defiance. Come then, if it is me you want, I will take all of your attention. In that tense moment, Belinda cried out toward Ghislaine, "My lord, be careful." He gripped his sword with both hands and unleashed a sweeping arc, a strike so powerful it cut the air itself. The force rippled outward, heavy and suffocating, both magnificent and terrifying. The tree fiends staggered under the weight of his assault. Ghislaine pressed forward, blade flashing as he carved through vine after vine. His movements as swift as the wind yet as unyielding as iron. One of the fiends suddenly raised its massive leg, aiming to crush him flat. The soldiers gasped in shock. They have legs too. He will be torn to shreds, but Ghislaine met the attack head-on. His blade slashed through the limb in a single, brutal strike, blood exploding in a spray as the monster shrieked. Without pausing, he leapt back onto solid ground and drove his sword straight into its glaring eye, their true weakness. The clash drew the full attention of the surrounding fiends. Every twisted eye fixed upon Ghislaine, their rage converging on him. Belinda, seizing the moment, shouted over the din, "Now, throw everything, every lamp now." The mercenaries obeyed at once, hurling flaming oil lamps while shouting in frantic unison. "This time for sure, throw them all." One after another, the lamps smashed against bark and vines, and flames roared to life. Fire spread violently, engulfing the monsters in a blazing inferno. Hope surged among the men. Kaor and the others shouted in exhilaration, "It is working, we have got them." Ghislaine's voice rang above the roar of fire, commanding them on. "Don't stop, keep throwing, burn them down until nothing remains." The blaze raged unchecked, consuming the forest floor and wrapping the fiends in columns of fire. Smoke and flame filled the world until it seemed everything would be reduced to ash. The soldiers stared in awe as the monsters writhed and shrieked within the inferno. "Incredible," one breathed. "So that is how you deal with them." But another frowned uneasily. "Wait, if the fire spreads like this, won't the whole forest burn?" Still, many rejoiced, certain victory was at hand. Nothing scary about them after all. Against fire, they are nothing. Ghislaine's sharp voice cut through their celebration. "Do not relax. It is not over yet." "What?" The soldiers froze, their relief dying in their throats. Ghislaine's expression was hard as stone, his body tense and ready. Not for a moment did he let down his guard. "This is when they show their true form," he warned. The battlefield shifted. Thick smoke rolled outward, choking the air and clouding their vision. The mercenaries coughed and swore. "What the hell, smoke, fog, did the fire go out already?" Belinda and Gillen both caught sight of movement within the haze. Alarmed, they cried out at once. "My lord, young master." Belinda's voice shook. "What is happening up there?" Ghislaine's voice came back steady, almost cold. The fire weakened them, but it was not enough to kill them. The heat clashed with the water inside their bark, that is why the mist is rising. As the smoke thinned, the truth emerged. The fiends still stood, their gaping mouths opened wide, branches twisting like monstrous limbs, massive roots stomping forward with startling speed. They looked more horrific than ever. The mercenaries faltered, eyes wide with horror. No way, they are still alive." Ghislaine's blade rose high above him, gleaming like a banner of defiance. His crimson cloak billowed behind him, a vision of unshakable might. His command thundered across the field. "All units attention." Every soldier's gaze locked on him as his voice carried like iron law. "Raise your weapons." With a resounding crash, Ghislaine drove his blade down, the impact sending a gust of force rolling across the battlefield. He stepped forward, fearless. His declaration rang like the call of a war god. "Now we fight them hand to hand." And with that, he charged, a crimson figure blazing against the smoke, sword in hand, hurling himself into the heart of battle like a deity of war descending for a death duel. Some of the soldiers wavered at the thought of clashing head-on with the towering abominations. Close combat, against those giants, easy for him to say. "The moment they move, we will be crushed underfoot," they muttered in fear. In stark contrast, Kaor's Cerberus mercenary unit charged forward without hesitation, as if they had been itching for this very fight. "I can't breathe in this cursed place any longer." Cerberus mercenaries forward, Kaor roared, his men surging with bloodlust. Belinda dashed after them, trying to keep pace while calling out anxiously, "My lord, please be careful." The hesitant soldiers still lingered at the rear, watching Kaur plunge into battle. Their indecision was shattered when Gillen barked at them. His face firm and commanding. "What are you waiting for? Look ahead." Ghislaine is already locked in mortal combat with the monsters. This is the direct order of Lord Giselle. Trust him, and follow. His words struck home. One by one, the men stiffened, then, as though something broke loose inside them, they roared and charged forward. To hell with it, let the employer deal with the consequences, just fight. United, they pressed into the fray. The tree fiends, already weakened, fell in waves before steel and fire. Ghislaine led from the front, his voice and presence driving them onward. Their shells are burned away, even without magic you can cut them down. Do not fear them, they are nothing more than oversized puppets now. From Kaur to Belinda to Gillen, every ally threw themselves fully into the clash, inspired by Ghislaine's command. Shatter them with one strike. He called, and his sword became a storm. He launched himself skyward, striking down a colossal dark fiend in mid-air, while Kaur and his men hacked into others with unrelenting ferocity. Ghislaine understood one truth above all: hesitation meant death. He carried it with him into every swing, not merely leading, but igniting something within his followers. His role was not just to fight, but to burn away their doubt, to plant conviction where fear took root. With that faith, the impossible became possible. His blade tore clean through the monsters, each strike splitting bark and vine, drenching the earth in their thick blood. One by one they fell, scattered corpses across the forest floor. Victory rang clear. Panting and battered, the mercenaries cried out in disbelief, "We got them all. Every last one of those bastards is dead." Ghislaine remained at the front, calm and collected, issuing commands without falter. Behind him, hundreds of soldiers watched his back, taking strength from his composure. His voice reminded them, steady and unyielding, "Stay sharp. Don't relax. This is the forest of beasts." That was only the beginning. If monsters like tree fiends appear this early, worse lies ahead. The men shifted uneasily, nerves gnawing at them. But Ghislaine turned, his presence a wall of iron. "Do not fear. I will always stand at the very front." His back radiated unwavering safety, a defiance that nothing could shake. "Trust me and follow." The words struck deep. Their spirits reignited, the men bellowed as one, "Yes, my lord." The expedition pressed on, with Ghislaine at the lead, carving a bloody path through the beasts of the forest. New abominations came crawling, snarling, lunging from every direction, and the soldiers clashed with them ceaselessly. Belinda never strayed far from Ghislaine, tending to him whenever she could, eyes filled with worry. More monsters poured out, hideous in countless forms. "What the hell is this? They just keep coming," one soldier cursed, blades clashing. Kaur and Gillen surged forward together, fighting without a flicker of hesitation. Kaur's sword flashed, severing a beast's leg in a blink. But the creature lurched onward on its remaining limbs. "Damn it, it still has more legs." Gillen planted his shield before the others as the beast lunged, maw gaping wide. And then Ghislaine's blade cut through the chaos, plunging straight into its mouth. With one merciless thrust, he ended it. Blood sprayed, the monster crumpled. He turned at once, voice sharp but steady. "Any injuries?" A soldier snapped back, still breathless but alive. "No, my lord, we are still standing." The soldiers' morale grew stronger than before. The hesitation they had at the start was gone now. If they wanted to survive, they knew better than to wander too far from their employer. "Come on then, monsters, let us see what you have got." Some even shouted taunts. Ghislaine, Gillen, and Kaur exchanged glances, their stern expressions easing with a trace of satisfaction. "Not bad." Finally starting to look the part, Gillen muttered, "Real combat really is the best teacher." "Exactly," Kaur agreed. Ghislaine kept pushing them onward. "We still have a long way to go. Keep clearing the path." "Yes, sir," came the reply in unison. Yet amid the growing spirit of the group, Manus remained in odd contrast. His face was pale, eyes darting nervously. "They are all insane. A cursed forest full of monsters, and a whole pack of lunatics marching deeper into it," he thought bitterly. Still, the company pressed on until they reached the edge of a crystalline lake. The men hurried over, splashing the water onto their faces and mouths. "It is a lake. Look at that clear water, drink up," one exclaimed. Belinda, however, kept her distance, her gaze cautious. "Who knows what could jump out from it?" she whispered. Ghislaine studied the terrain carefully. "So far, we are still on the right course. This lake marks the crucial fork leading toward the ancient rune mines. We will camp here backs to the water." Soon tents were raised, Fires sparked to life, and the men gathered around the flames, talking as they warmed their hands. What the hell was that back there? That was only the forest's edge. What is going to come at us once we go deeper? One soldier muttered. Another sighed in relief. At least nothing's happened at night these past 2 days. Lucky us. But tension flared when Gordon suddenly rounded on Manus, joined by others. What is your game, dragging us aside like this? What the hell are you trying to say, Manus? Manus seized the chance to voice his fears. I am telling you we should cut our losses and run. We do not have to risk our lives out here. Life's worth more than coin, is not it? His plea, however, did not convince everyone. Gordon shot back, we have already cleared a good stretch. The boss said the destination is not far from the forest's edge. We are almost there. Or do not you trust his word? Manus sneered. That is exactly why you are always the fool. You will believe anyone's promises. He pressed harder, grasping at reasons. Why do you think our employers called madman for diem? He is not expanding this forest out of courage, it is recklessness. Pure and simple. Some of the men wavered at his words, uncertain. There is truth to that. But still, before their doubt could settle, Gordon and the one-eyed soldier countered sharply. We took his money. We saw the advance payment. We follow the contract. That is what being a mercenary is. Or did you forget? Manus grit his teeth. Fine, I will admit the man can fight, but luck won't last forever. One mistake is all it takes to kill us all. Don't think for a second those nobles won't throw us forward as meat shields when the real danger comes. They are all the same. His words carried weight, and some of the mercenaries nodded grimly. Sensing victory, Manus smirked. Keep hesitating, and you will see. You will all die out here while I walk away. If anything happens, you will end up bait in my place. But his arrogance did not last. The one-eyed soldier cut him off coldly. If it were not for the boss, we would already be corpses. He pointed toward Ghislaine, who was kneeling beside a wounded soldier, carefully applying medicine. Keep the wound dry, or it will get infected. Be cautious. Thank you. Sir, the soldier whispered gratefully. Belinda, watching at his side, bent down and murmured, that is a rare remedy, my lord. Shouldn't you save it for more urgent times? Ghislaine shook his head. This is exactly when it matters. He moved on to treat the next man without hesitation. The one-eyed mercenary raised his voice again. Look at him. That antidote he used costs more than our lives combined. Tell me, would any noble who saw us as expendable meat shields waste such medicine on us? His words struck home. Murmurs rippled through the group. He is right. This one's different. Not like the others before him. At least he does not look like he will abandon us. Manus's smirk collapsed into a scowl, his jaw tight as his teeth ground together. Damn that old bastard. Always in my way. If I am going to escape, I will need to trick a few of them at least. But not now. Not yet. Just then, Ghislaine approached, his voice steady but firm. That is enough chatter. Rest while you can. The soldiers quickly straightened. Yes, sir. Ghislaine turned to his trusted men. Gillen, Kaur, a word. Understood. As they stepped aside, Kaur muttered with a glance back at Manus. You sure it is fine leaving that one alive? If it were me, I would have cut his tongue out already. Ghislaine's eyes were calm, unreadable. Let him be. For now, the monsters are our only concern. He pushed other concerns aside for now, focusing instead on something that needed to be confirmed immediately. Belinda, Kaur, and Gillen stood with Ghislaine near the oil lamp. Puzzled as he suddenly asked them to count the lanterns hanging around the camp. About 24, someone reported. Ghislaine calculated silently, his suspicions confirmed they had decreased. He recalled aloud, since we entered this forest, the monsters have attacked us without regard for day or night. Yet these past 2 nights, there have been no assaults after dark. Belinda's eyes widened slightly as she began to piece it together. Kaur pressed him further. Then, that means, Gillen, quicker on the uptake, voiced the thought for him. We have crossed into the territory of nocturnal monsters, a domain with overwhelming influence. Ghislaine's reply was curt but resolute. Exactly. Before him stretched the pitch-black wilderness, the dense forest shrouded in a suffocating gloom. The darkness itself seemed alive, terrifying in its silence. Yet Ghislaine's gaze showed not a trace of fear. His stance was firm, his spirit unyielding. This was the true danger, the hour when the forest would bare its fangs. In the stillness of midnight, moonlight washed over the rows of tents. Among the soldiers sprawled on the ground, Gordon seemed unusually comfortable. Eyes shut tight in sleep. Then, a sudden glimmer brushed across his face, jolting him awake. Without warning, a lantern shot straight toward him, stopping just before his face. Heart pounding, Gordon kicked it away, his body trembling. What the hell is going on? But a deeper question gnawed at him: why had the lantern lifted on its own? Something wet and luminous skimmed across his cheek, and even from that fleeting touch, his eyes bulged with terror. He screamed, startling everyone nearby. Men jerked awake and turned their heads, confused. Panic overtook him as he swung his iron mace wildly, bellowing, "It is a monster, get away from me." The unseen thing darted around him with unnatural agility, avoiding every blow while his frantic shouts grew more desperate. "I said get away." But to the others, it was madness. Gordon flailing at empty air. Their brows knit in disbelief as one muttered, "What the hell's wrong with him?" Trembling, Gordon insisted, "A monster, it was right beside me." His comrades only exchanged baffled glances. "There is nothing there," one finally said flatly. His mace froze mid-swing. Whipping around to check, Gordon found nothing. The thing had vanished. Too exhausted to care, the other soldiers lay back down, muttering irritably. "Nightmares, you are too damn loud. Let him rest, he is rattled after fighting monsters non-stop." Flustered by their disbelief, Gordon stammered, "It was not like that." Then a voice rang out from the front. "He is not sleepwalking." Everyone froze. Two figures stepped closer, one with white hair, the other with an eye patch. The white-haired soldier spoke gravely. "I sensed something strange. I woke up just as a lantern disappeared right before my eyes." Murmurs spread quickly. Others began chiming in. "Yeah, I heard it too." There was laughter, something cold and twisted. One man finally snapped under the mounting unease. "Why is everyone acting so damn weird? What the hell is going on?" The white-haired man's tone hardened. "Whatever else we do not know, one thing's certain." He paused, eyes narrowing. "There is something here." A new voice cut in, calm but commanding. "You saw it clearly." The white-haired soldier spun around, startled. Ghislaine had arrived. Soldiers instinctively parted, making way for him. A chorus followed, relieved and reverent, "Boss." His expression was grim, his voice sharper than steel. "Everyone, assemble." At once, every soldier was roused, gathering outside the tents, whispering anxiously among themselves. Inside, 6 of the corps members sat together. Gordon, still shaken, asked, "Boss, are you saying a monster is surrounding us?" Even the white-haired man stiffened. "We can't even see them with our eyes." Ghislaine answered without hesitation, "Of course not. That is their nature." His eyes sharpened with each word, his brow furrowing. "They must have followed us from the lake." As he spoke, the memory of that grotesque, many-eyed creature returned vividly. His voice dropped lower, steady and certain. "They are one of the dominant predators of the forest's night. Shadow hunters." Pallor. The name alone chilled the room. But Ghislaine was not finished. "They can merge seamlessly with darkness. You can't see them, and physical strikes are useless. Hundreds of them trail their prey, draining all light nearby. Their hunting method is simple: they lure you deeper into the dark, their perfect environment." At that, Gordon and the white-haired soldier both blurted in shock, "Hundreds of them." Belinda also seemed to realize something. "So that is why the lantern light is fading," she murmured. The red-haired man gritted his teeth and growled. "Those abominations, are they toying with us before tearing us apart?" Without waiting for an answer, he shot to his feet, demanding to strike first. "Let us crush them right now. Isn't attacking better than letting them toy with us like cats and mice?" Ghislaine, far calmer, cut him off. "No, we wait until they attack. That is when the counter-strike will be most effective." Belinda wiped a sheen of cold sweat from her brow, her voice wavering. "But more than half the lanterns are already gone. Can we really just sit here and do nothing?" Ghislaine pressed on, laying out the reasoning with steady resolve. "If we charge recklessly, we will only provoke their feral instincts. They will retreat for a time, alter their hunting tactics, and harass us even longer. We would lose our one chance to wipe them all out in a single blow." His words echoed through the darkened camp. The phrase "wipe them out in a single blow" lingering heavily in the air. The white-bearded elder beside him tugged at his beard and asked in disbelief, "Boss, are you saying you have got a way to catch hundreds of invisible, untouchable monsters at once?" Ghislaine nodded firmly. "Exactly." Outside the camp, mercenaries shifted uneasily, each holding a tightly rolled scroll. Curiosity flickered in their eyes as Ghislaine turned back inside. "Belinda," he asked, "what about the talisman scrolls one asked you to prepare?" She answered at once, "I have already distributed them to every mercenary." He gave her a curt nod of approval. "Good." Rising to his feet, he announced, "Then I will explain how we fight." The sudden declaration drew startled looks all around. Ghislaine set his blade to the ground, spinning it in careful arcs, sketching rough diagrams into the dirt. "The Pallors have encircled our camp from 3 directions," he explained, tracing their positions. They are stealing the lanterns and tightening the noose. All eyes locked onto the crude illustrations forming beneath his sword. He jabbed at the marks representing the monsters as he spoke. With fewer numbers, we can't cover every angle. And since they are not human, a direct clash will shatter our lines from both flanks. The old man stroked his beard again. Since we have set camp with our backs to the lake, at least we have avoided being surrounded entirely. The captain of the shield squad confirmed, that is correct. Ghislaine's gaze hardened. This is a disadvantage, yes. But not absolute. We still hold the initiative. The word initiative drew a collective gasp. He pressed the tip of his sword to the dirt again and divided the marks into 3 groups. We will split into 3 units. First, a shield squad to withstand their assaults. Second, a crossbow squad to pin them down. And finally, an elite strike squad led by me. He slashed another line through the drawing, showing the formation. The shield and crossbow squads will lock into a tight formation at the center, absorbing and halting their attacks. Meanwhile, the strike squad will concentrate all its firepower and break through the left flank. Once we link up with the central line and encircle them, victory will be ours. The white-bearded elder straightened and barked, understood, orders received, yet doubt lingered among the rest. Murmurs spread, could this really work? The red-haired man spoke with conviction, if the center holds, it absolutely will. Then, a hand went up. Wait, Belinda, her face pale with sweat, voiced the question that gnawed at them all. You said these pallors can't be attacked because they meld with the darkness. Then how do we fight them? Silence fell heavy. The redhead muttered, can't we use internal energy against them? Ghislaine gave a faint smile. Calm and steady. Don't worry, Belinda. That is what the scrolls are for. Outside, the night erupted with a deafening roar. The ground trembled as the monstrous horde closed in. From the shield squad, the captain bellowed. Hold the line, mercenaries shouted back in unison. As the boss said never break formation, they stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a wall of steel as the final lantern winked out. Darkness swallowed the camp whole. The beasts drew nearer, their howls thundering like the pulse of the forest itself. Shouts rang louder and louder, something is coming. A lone figure stepped forward through the gloom, speaking as he walked. This was recorded in the pioneer journals of House Delphini. The man lifted the sheet of parchment high and continued. They discovered that the pallor are deathly afraid of light. It was Ghislaine. With a sharp motion, he tore the paper bearing the image of a sun. One side of his face flared with a strange, bluish radiance. When a strong light shines upon them, their true forms will be revealed, he declared. The time has come. At that moment, Belinda and the white-bearded elder ripped their own scrolls, and the others followed, tearing identical talismans. Streams of radiant energy burst forth, weaving into a single luminous line that shot into the pitch-black sky. The monsters seemed to sense what was happening, their heads snapping upward in alarm. The first magic circle had been triggered. Suddenly, the night blazed with brilliance. The pallors recoiled, shrieking in pain, their forms flickering and distorting under the searing light. The illumination swept across every corner of the battlefield, banishing the shadows, forcing the creatures to twist and writhe in agony. The shield squad gawked, jaws dropping in disbelief. One gasped. The darkness, it has been driven back, their true forms. Are they really showing? And there they were, serpentine, eel-like horrors slithering around them in countless numbers. Enraged by exposure, the pallors surged forward with terrifying ferocity. The shield squad stumbled at the sight, voices cracking with alarm. They are charging, brace for impact. The crossbowmen raised their weapons at once. Crossbows, pinned them down. Arrows flew, striking pallor after pallor, yet the creatures pressed onward. Relentless. From within the chaos, voices rang out, urging each other on. Hold the line, hold as long as you can. Ghislaine strode forward, lifting his sword high, his figure illuminated in the otherworldly glow. Before the pallor, before his companions, he stood unshaken, the blade gleaming above him. His voice thundered, their true forms are revealed. He slashed downward with brutal force, sending a wave of smoke and power ripping through the air. Raising his sword again, he roared, and the others echoed his call. Weapons rose, spirits flared, and with a single, unified cry, the strike squad charged. Attack squad forward. The battlefield dissolved into a storm of blood and steel, every fighter charging forward with reckless abandon. Each swing of a blade tore through pallor flesh, ripping the night apart with shockwaves that sent the monsters staggering. Ghislaine fought at the heart of the chaos, his body low, every ounce of strength pouring into his sword. His strikes were merciless, severing limbs, splitting bodies, his face a mask of grim determination. His eyes burned with light as he studied the enemy pallor. He read their movements, gauging their weaknesses. They could merge with darkness, but their endurance was fragile. With this formation, they could be annihilated in the blink of an eye. Cut them down, as many as you can, he barked, and the fighters obeyed. Each had a role. Jillian braced himself, tanking their blows and drawing attention. Kaur dove into their ranks, scattering their formation. Belinda slipped between shadows, prying open openings for the others to exploit. Together they moved like parts of a living engine, supporting, striking, and striking again. "Master," Belinda cried out, her voice sharp. Ghislaine spun, his blade flashing once, cleaving a pallor clean in two. His gaze cut through the battlefield like a command in itself, the elite of Perdium. At his back, above, a burst of light flared in the night sky. The soldiers raised bows and guns, volley after volley streaking into the horde. The monsters shrieked but pressed on, claws and teeth gnashing. The mercenary line strained under the assault, voices breaking. "Damn it, there is too many. Bolts down, where's the strike squad?" Fangs glinted as a mass of pallor lunged. Desperation swept the line until steel slashed through them in a blaze. Ghislaine, Kaur, Jillian, and Belinda surged forward, blades tearing, scattering flesh and ichor. Ghislaine turned back briefly, his tone steady despite the frenzy. "Thank you for holding strong." The soldiers roared, their despair shattering into renewed fury. His presence was fuel, his strength a shield. "The bossy saved us, we will live," they cried. United, they counterattacked, formation spreading wide, encircling their prey. "Now's the time, strike them down." The pallor faltered. Pinned under relentless assault, they broke, retreating in a panicked wave. "They are running," someone shouted. Ghislaine's eyes narrowed. So quick to adapt. The hunt was not over. He snapped toward Belinda. "Belinda, find their leader. The one with horns, it is the one calling the retreat." At once, Belinda, Kaur, and Jillian sprinted with him, blades still wet with blood. One shouted over the clash, "If they are retreating, is not that enough? Do we really need to chase them?" Ghislaine's reply cut like steel. "They won't stop. Even in retreat, they will stalk us for days and nights, until one side dies. We cannot afford another battle. If we kill their commander, the rest will scatter and vanish. We must end it here." Belinda stared at him, stunned. For a heartbeat, she was not watching the commander barking orders, but the man who had grown change. A quiet smile touched her lips. Ghislaine was no longer who he once was. Her expression hardened. She tightened the shimmering thread in her hands, magic humming. With a sharp flick, the filament whirled into a glowing arc, spinning tight circles in the air. Determination blazed in her eyes. "Understood." She hurled the thread skyward. It twisted, anchored itself around a tree branch, and she launched, her body slingshotting forward like lightning. The wind screamed in her ears as she soared, ripping through the air after the fleeing horde. From above she scanned, eyes hunting, their horns glinting in the moonlight. Belinda lashed out, her thread whipping through the air, spiraling around the creature's neck and torso, binding tight. She twisted mid-flight, yanking the line taut, and the pallor leader staggered, snarled, caught. "Master," she called, her voice sharp and clear over the battlefield. "I have got it." Ghislaine locked onto his target, raising his blade with lethal intent. "So, it is you." Power surged through his legs as he prepared to sprint. His sword shot forward like the wind, piercing straight into the monster's body. A critical strike that not only cut it down but also tore through the creatures blocking his path. He steadied himself for the final blow, eyes burning with resolve. End this. His last strike split the beast clean in half, its body collapsing to the ground before the horrified eyes of the others. Seizing the moment, Ghislaine raised his voice, rallying his troops. "The Alpha is dead, don't let a single one escape, kill them all." The soldiers responded instantly, charging into the fray with a renewed ferocity. "Striking from the shadows is when you are strongest, is it? Then regret ever hunting us," Kaur, driven by his pride and competitiveness, roared to his men. "Cerberus, do not let that old man outshine us." His mercenaries surged forward with unyielding force. The battle raged until the first rays of dawn crested over the mountaintops. Ghislaine's weapon was buried deep in the carcass of another monster. Around them lay scattered corpses of slain beasts. At last, Ghislaine delivered the killing blow to the final one. Blood-soaked blade in hand, he turned to face his men. "You have all fought hard. We have won." A cheer erupted, raw and jubilant. Relief swept through the exhausted soldiers as they raised their voices to the heavens. "We survived, we won." Belinda and Gillen rushed toward Ghislaine, faces drawn with concern. Young master, are you hurt anywhere? You have worked yourself to the limit. But so did everyone else. They all fought bravely. But Ghislaine's mind had already moved on to the next step. His tone was sharp, authoritative. Belinda, confirm our head count immediately. Kaor, bring the Cerberus unit here. Jillian, you and I will take Pabler's corpse and scatter it around the campsite. Kaor blinked in confusion. Scatter the corpse? What good will that do? Ghislaine answered evenly. The stench will drive other monsters away. Pabler is one of the strongest beasts that haunt the forest's edge. Jillian muttered under his breath, adding fuel to the fire. The camp will be safer this way, kid. Kaor bristled, fists trembling. What did you just call me, old man? The two locked horns again, though it was mostly Kaor instigating. You are really asking for it today, are not you? Ghislaine ignored the bickering, his thoughts fixed on the larger picture. It had been 10 days since they would marched into the beast forest. With Pabler slain, the greatest threat along their route was now gone. All that remained was to secure and exploit the runestone mine. The sun climbed higher, casting its light over Ghislaine's contemplative figure. He stood silent, lost in thought, until Belinda approached with her report. My lord, the tally is complete. The Cerberus unit still numbers 41. No casualties. As for the contracted mercenaries, we have lost 3. The remaining count is 126. Kaor puffed out his chest, grinning with pride. Of course, who do you think their captain is? The discussion grew grim again. 3 contracted mercenaries dead, but we never found their bodies. Yes, Belinda confirmed. Without the corpses, we can't confirm their identities. From the crowd, Gordon frowned, something tugging at his memory. Wait, what about Manus? Has anyone seen him? Did he fall in battle? I already told you no trace of him, another soldier answered. Someone muttered darkly, with his nature, I would not be surprised if he slipped away. Sneaking off is exactly the kind of thing he would do. Deep in the forest, 3 figures were sprinting for their lives. They ran at breakneck speed, eyes darting over their shoulders as if chased by death itself. The sounds of the earlier battle still echoed in their minds. Manus, if we had not followed your lead to run, we would be dead back there, one panted. Looks like we have gotten far enough. We can slow down a little. Manus spun toward them, his face pale, drenched in fear. Have you lost your minds? The monsters are distracted for now, but this is our only chance to escape. If you want to live, keep running. But the other 2 suddenly froze, trembling so violently their legs refused to move. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you hear me? Run, Manus barked at them, exasperated. Their lips quivered as they stammered the same word again and again. Be behind, behind. One of them shakily lifted a finger, pointing into the shadows. Manus turned. His blood ran cold. A pair of blazing red eyes glared back at them from the darkness, burning with the fury of a predator born to kill. The air itself seemed to tremble under the weight of its murderous intent, as if everything in its sight would be slaughtered without mercy. Manus's eyes widened, his voice breaking with terror. What the hell is that? Before Manus and his 2 accomplices loomed a colossal monster in the shape of a serpent. Its blazing red eyes gleamed above blood-colored scales, and its impossibly long body stretching for miles coiled and slithered among the jagged shards of mineral rock as it fixed its gaze on them. Almost instantly, 3 lifeless bodies fell to the ground, joining the brittle skeletons and corpses that already littered the place. Perhaps because it had just absorbed a bit of fresh energy, the monster's crimson eyes shimmered with a twisted thrill. Meanwhile, Ghislaine's group continued their work clearing the forest. Logs were quickly being loaded onto wagons, the air filled with shouts and calls of warning. This cart's full, someone yelled. That tree's coming down, move it. Hurry up, strip this rotten forest bare. Watching the progress with satisfaction, Kaor turned to Ghislaine. See, you do not even have to say a word and the work gets done right. I have never seen those lazy mercenaries so organized before. Fergus's sharp gaze caught one mercenary trying to slack off, sneaking a nap in a corner. He muttered dryly, unlike some people I could mention. Kaor only shrugged, feigning disinterest. Yeah. Pausing from his duties, Kaor asked Ghislaine, when this expedition ends, are those mercenaries just going to scatter? Feels like a waste to use them once and toss them aside. Ghislaine answered with quiet resolve. Don't worry, I plan to hire them all, turn them into my own troops. Inwardly, Ghislaine reflected. People often said mercenaries lacked structure, that they could never match a disciplined army in formation battles. And yet, with the experience these men had earned here, they had already surpassed the limits of mere cell swords. They could become the foundation of something far greater. At that moment, Gazelle returned, reporting directly to Kaor. Captain Kaor, the corpses have been scattered around the clearing as ordered. Kaor clapped him on the shoulder. Good work, Gazelle. He then grinned at Ghislaine. Just like you said, it is working perfectly. Not a single monster on the road from camp to here. Normally at least one would have wandered too close. Ghislaine did not comment further, though his mind remained alert. The sky began to darken. Ghislaine tensed, listening for the slightest disturbance, silently hoping his caution was needless. Then Belinda appeared, springing down gracefully from above. My lord, she called brightly. I have returned. What is the situation? Ghislaine asked sharply. She hesitated, a bit flustered, before replying. Why yes, let me explain what I saw. She recounted her findings in detail, and a flicker of surprise lit Ghislaine's eyes. Without wasting a moment, he gave the order. From here on, full speed ahead. Yes, sir, the men answered in unison. They hacked their way forward until they reached two massive trees. Behind them, the air shimmered with a strange, radiant glow. Look, one of the men shouted. Our destination is right there. The entire company halted, stunned into silence by the sight before them. The mercenaries gasped, voices breaking in disbelief. No way. Could this really be? Ghislaine spoke calmly, his tone steady. This is the very reason we began this expedition. Before their eyes stretched a breathtaking sight, countless crystalline mineral veins, translucent and glittering like mountain-sized shards of glass. Ghislaine's voice rose with awe. A high-grade runestone vein. The rarest of all. Kaor whistled low, astonished. To think something this valuable was hidden in this forest. Fergus puffed up with pride. Didn't I tell you? The young master sees further than any of us. Overcome with joy, Belinda rushed forward and embraced Ghislaine. My lord, how in the world did you know? Excitement rippled through the entire group, their spirits soaring. The mercenaries murmured in awe, their eyes wide. All of that, it is all runestone, the kind most people never even touch in their lifetime. And here it is everywhere. If we mine it all, we will be rich beyond imagining. But their jubilation was cut short. From the shadows, a cold, hollow voice drifted through the air. No, none of you are leaving here. A face emerged, dark eyes fathomless as pits. His words carried the weight of finality. This is the end. The soldiers stiffened, their voices rising in shock. Manus. Anger boiled among the mercenaries as they cursed him, fists tightening. Damn you, bastard, that traitor, why are you here? In that instant, Ghislaine surged to the front, his long blade flashing in his grip as he placed himself between his men and the enemy. His voice was calm but firm. Fall back. Then, alone, he charged forward, sword raised high. The sword slashed sideways, instantly dispersing the thick fog that had blanketed everything. What it revealed made everyone's blood run cold. Mercenaries gasped in horror, some choking on their own breath. So many corpses. Piled up like this. What the hell happened here? One of them stammered. It was not just monsters, the remains of people were mixed in too. Belinda's voice trembled. My lord. Ghislaine's gaze swept across the grisly scene, his expression hard as steel. It looks like mining runestones peacefully won't be an option after all. His eyes fixed on the gaping black maw of the cave ahead. Judging by the scale, this is almost certainly the nest of a high-grade monster. Some of these bodies are still fresh, meaning they were not left here long ago. The toxic fumes from the corpses mixed with the fog, that is why we did not notice it right away. Ghislaine's brow furrowed in a deep scowl. Damn it, none of the records ever mentioned any danger like this in a mineral vein zone. Yet every instinct in him screamed that the threat was very real and very close. Without hesitation, he barked an order, everyone, on guard, battle formation. The warning had barely left his lips when a massive serpent's head surged out of the darkness, eyes glowing red like blazing torches. Its entire body was the color of blood, its tongue flickering as it bared its fangs. Then it opened its jaws wide, aiming to swallow everything before it whole. Scatter, Ghislaine roared. His command came just in time. Kaor flung himself aside, barely dodging. Belinda moved quickly, her face taut with fear and focus. Glancing back to make sure he was still standing. Ghislaine charged forward, blade flashing. His strike swept across the monster's skull, but the steel failed to pierce its scales. He leapt higher, driving his sword down at its head. The blade rebounded, clanging violently, still not enough to break through. Fergus cried out, panic twisting his voice. He is using mana and it only left scratches. Kaor's voice cracked with disbelief. What the hell are those scales made of? The beast, enraged by the attack, snapped its jaws and spewed a stream of green liquid straight at Ghislaine. His eyes narrowed, body twisting aside with razor focus. Poison, he thought grimly. He sliced through the venom with a slash of his sword, scattering drops across the air. Some splattered onto his cloak. Sizzling, he rolled hard, narrowly avoiding the whip of the monster's tail that smashed into the ground where he had stood a heartbeat earlier. In one fluid motion, Ghislaine twisted his body, slamming his sword against the beast's tail. But the monster was just as fast. Its massive tail coiled back and smashed into the earth with earth-shaking force. Lord Ghislaine, Belinda screamed, her voice tight with panic. The creature thrashed wildly, its colossal body smashing against the ground. Each impact powerful enough to shatter stone. Dust and bones flew into the air as the monster sought to crush everything around it. Mercenaries scattered, their voices rising in a chaos of terror. "Watch out, don't get caught. What the hell is this thing? It is huge. It will crush us all." Fergus rushed to drag the wounded out of harm's way, while Belinda whipped out her rope, pulling men out of the monster's strike zone. Others raised shields, straining to withstand its blows, while Kaor hurled spiked weapons relentlessly at the serpent. Screams filled the clearing. "Help me, get back, move, damn it, I am not dying here." Kaor's voice cut through the uproar. "Cerberus, hold the line." Belinda's voice rang out desperately, searching. "My lord, where is he?" At that moment, Ghislaine was sprawled amidst cracked bones and the remains of beasts, miraculously unscathed. His hand brushed the edge of his sword. His eyes cold, a grim thought crystallizing in his mind. "Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, there is no more doubt. This monster is the true master of the runed stone vein." Recognition flashed sharp and deadly in his mind. The blood python. He planted his sword into the ground and forced himself upright, chest rising and falling steadily. This is one of the monsters the expedition deemed impossible to hunt. It should have been deep in the forest. Who would have thought I would face it here? Reaching into his pouch, he pulled out a glowing stone, weighing his options. The odds of victory are abysmal. Retreating to regroup is the logical move. But his grip tightened. Images of his companions, of their struggles, of their sacrifices flashed before his eyes like a torrent. If he turned back now, everything they would endured would become meaningless. His eyes blazed with fury and resolve. His voice, low but seething with defiance, cut through the din. "Don't you dare stand in my way, you bastard. I have carried too much on my shoulders for this mission to end here." A voice rang out in the shrouded night, carrying with it a sharp warning, "Don't stand in my way." Ghislaine, gritting his teeth in fury, clutched his sword and roared, "I am carrying too much on my shoulders." A glow flared at his chest, his hair whipping wildly in the surge of energy. The monster before him, its blood-red eyes blazing, opened its maw wide. In the same instant, Ghislaine lunged forward, his blade slicing across the creature's face. He did not stop. Another arc of steel carved through, and blood burst from the serpent's eye in a crimson spray. But his momentum faltered as the beast's massive tail swung high into the air. With a thunderous crash, it lashed down toward him. Ghislaine barely managed to raise his sword in time. The sheer force driving him back, teeth clenched tight against the pressure. The serpent lunged again, fangs gaping wide. Ghislaine's body moved on instinct, his blade flashing in a flurry of desperate strikes. His face twisted with a wild determination, and his thoughts sharpened like a knife's edge. "Even if the odds are stacked against me, there are battles one cannot avoid." And now, Belinda, Gillian, and Kaor cried out in alarm, panic etched across their faces. Ghislaine vaulted upward, leaping straight toward the beast's gaping maw, swinging his sword with everything he had. "This is the moment," he shouted to himself, voice raw with resolve. "I will fulfill my duty." Gasps rose from those watching as he struck, then landed hard, chest heaving. Sweat dripped into his eyes as he glared at the monster. Blood python. The word burned in his mind as he realized the beast stood unfazed, not even close to collapse. Horror tightened his gut, not a single sign of weakening. Calculations flashed through his head. "If I force open the third core for too long, I will burn myself out before I can kill it." "Master," voices shouted behind him, dragging his attention back. Belinda rushed forward, cradling his face with trembling hands. "Are you hurt?" Around them, others leapt to block the serpent's approach, blades raised in shaky defense. She frowned, her voice stern. "Step back, my lord. Let us hold it off." But Ghislaine rose abruptly, his tone sharp and commanding. "All of you retreat." The words froze the camp. Mercenaries exchanged stunned looks. What did the young master just say? Someone muttered. Jillian's brow furrowed, questioning, you mean to abandon the fight, my lord? Standing before the towering monster, dwarfed by its colossal frame, Ghislaine answered with grim finality. Even I cannot protect you all against this beast. I won't lose you here. Belinda's voice cracked, stricken with fear. But what about you, my lord? He gripped his sword tightly, voice unwavering. I will bring it down here and now. Her chest clenched at the sight. Everything we have accomplished so far has already been a miracle. Why must you bear this weight alone? The blood python hissed, spewing a torrent of green venom. Ghislaine's pupils shrank as he shouted, move. The group scattered in panic, shields straining as the acid slammed down in a hissing wave. Ghislaine clenched his jaw, caught between words and silence, as his companions rallied. Let us fight with you, they cried, their voices filled with fierce loyalty. One laughed bitterly. I have never met a master like you. Another called out, you have saved us more times than we can count. Just let us kill this damned snake. Kaor rested his sword on his shoulder, tone firm. The treasure will be ours. Belinda's grip tightened around her weapon, voice resolute. I will not leave you alone. At his side, Jillian spoke firmly. I will distract it, you finish it off. Jillian, Ghislaine's voice broke, but the resolve in the man's eyes was unshakable. The group stood tall, their shouts unified. We trusted you, now trust us. Ghislaine's face darkened, shadowed by conflict. Memories of his frantic clashes replayed in his mind, the monster's sheer size, its lethal venom. Scales harder than steel, deflecting even mana-coated blades. One hit will kill them. Belinda's desperate voice pierced his thoughts. My lord. He looked up at the towering beast again, mind racing. But, its right eye is injured, the wound is open. A sword lifted skyward. Ghislaine's voice rang clear, joined by his comrades. That is its weakness. Monster hunting expedition together, we will return alive. The soldiers' faces lit up with excitement. Staring at the grotesque monster before them, they all shouted in unison, yes, sir. Belinda and the others charged forward, unleashing their attacks without hesitation. Kaor lunged in next, driving his weapon deep into the creature's eye. The beast roared in agony, blood spurting out in torrents. Jillian's eyes gleamed, and with a furious shout, he struck the monster with a crushing blow. Ghislaine rushed in, thrusting his blade straight into the other eye. His mind churned as he fought. Even if I know the future, not everything unfolds according to my will. Sweat poured down his face, his hair whipping wildly as he gritted his teeth. But still, around him, his companions hacked and slashed relentlessly at the creature's massive body. Its furious shrieks shook the forest, but Ghislaine steadied himself. If I do not act now, countless people will die. He raised his sword once more, determination hardening in his chest. I won't let that happen. In that instant, the monstrous serpent snapped its maw wide open, and Ghislaine threw himself into its gaping throat without hesitation. The beast clamped its jaws shut in an instant, trapping him inside. The others froze in horror at the sight before them, their voices breaking into a collective scream. Young master, suddenly, a blazing slash tore across the serpent's body. Blood sprayed in every direction as a long, gaping wound split open, the strike continuing without pause. In the next breath, the monster's head was cleaved clean in half, and from within the mangled remains, Ghislaine burst free. Kaor, Belinda, and Jillian's faces lit up with sheer relief and joy. Ghislaine emerged with eyes unwavering, his spirit burning with conviction. I am the future of Ferdium. Meanwhile, inside the Ferdium castle, a hand slammed down hard against the table, echoing through the chamber. This is a grave offense. Albert sat with two other men, his fury boiling over as he spat out his reproach. To defy the Lord's orders, to recklessly charge into the forest of beasts. Homerun, seated beside him, raised a hand in caution. Calm yourself, Albert. The treasurer clutched his head with a grimace. You know the young master's stubborn nature, Homer. After all those years of campaigning, he has started to think of himself as the Lord. The steward spread his hands helplessly. It is too late to argue about it now. The young master has already been in the forest of beasts for half a month. Remembering the one rotting in prison, the treasurer added bitterly, if it were not for Skaven's false report, we could have stopped this sooner. Why he chose to side with the young master, I will never know. He could very well lose his title as a knight. Zwalter Perdium, who had been sitting calmly while the others raged, finally spoke with a voice like steel. I can't tolerate this any longer. My lord, we must take action before he causes an even greater disaster. The moment he returns, he must be thrown in the dungeon and punished severely. His face tightened as he muttered the name in his thoughts. Giselle. Suddenly, the doors swung open and Randolph rushed in, calling out urgently, "My lord." His voice startled the men as he hurried forward. "It is serious. You must come see this at once." Zwalter, ever composed, turned toward him. "What is it, Randolph?" The reply made all three men's eyes widen in shock. "The young master, Giselle, has returned." Outside the castle, Ghislaine strode forward with long, unyielding steps. The chamber was wrapped in heavy silence, the air thick with tension. Albert's brows furrowed as he glared across the room. Randolph kept his eyes fixed as well, while Homerun's expression was one of sheer shock, unable to look away. Zwalter sat quietly, brow creased, his gaze locked on the young man before them. Ghislaine broke the silence with a calm voice. "I have returned, father." His father ignored the greeting and went straight to the point. "Did I not make myself clear? You were forbidden from venturing into the monster forest." "Was that not my order?" Ghislaine bowed his head slightly and answered with composure. "Forgive me, my lord. It was something that had to be done." Homerun's eyes widened. "Had to be done?" Randolph clenched his teeth and cut in. "Are you saying this was worth defying a direct command?" He gestured sharply as he lectured. "Invading the monster forest is a grave crime. Not only was your life at risk, but the creatures within could have spilled into our lands." Under the weight of their accusations, Ghislaine exhaled softly, then countered, "And yet, as you can see, I am still alive. The monsters have not overrun the territory." Homerun's eyes bulged, his voice cracking. What did you just say?" His anger flared, and he shouted, "By what right do you dare talk back like this?" Suddenly, Albert turned his sharp gaze on him, his voice biting. "Do you find this amusing, young master?" The unexpected remark startled Ghislaine. But before he could respond, the treasurer reached into his coat and produced a document. "Yes, it is true that your venture into the forest caused no immediate harm. So perhaps we could overlook it." But he slapped a letter onto the table. "How will you explain this?" Ghislaine took the letter in hand, his lips moving faintly as he read. "This is Count Rayfold," at the mention of Amelia, the count's daughter. Albert's frown deepened, his tone filled with censure. "From the moment you announced you went to Rayfold uninvited, I suspected trouble. And I was right. You threatened Lady Amelia to seize 20,000 gold from the territorial aid fund that should have been sent to Perdium. Because of your reckless actions, Count Rayfold is furious. He has cut off all aid to us and even nullified our agreements entirely. This could shake the foundation of our land." Ghislaine fell into silence, his thoughts heavy as he examined the letter. "This is indeed Count Rayfold's hand, a man with a poor history with Amelia. It does not appear forged." The image of Amelia cold, venomous flashed in his mind. "If I play on Rayfold's greed, perhaps he will keep silent. But if Amelia has resolved to ruin me, she won't hesitate to use assassins. I had thought this would go beyond mere hired blades." Laying the letter down, Ghislaine mused darkly. "Now that matters have turned this way, the leverage I held over Amelia has lost its value. Whether it is collapse or survival, everything will be twisted into a smokescreen for the truth. If I had delayed even a little longer, I would have been trapped here. Time is not on my side." Albert's face had grown darker, his voice cutting through the tension. "Young master, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Homerun spoke next. His tone edged with urgency. "The first step is to return the 20,000 gold." Randolph groaned, clutching his head in despair. That amount could sustain the night order for months. But to their shock, Ghislaine replied without a flicker of shame, "It is gone. I have already spent it." Their expressions froze in disbelief. He continued with an air of indifference. "All of it was used to open the monster forest." The room sank into stunned silence. Albert's voice trembled, his face pale. You wasted all that money on a forest of beasts." Ghislaine did not argue. He simply bowed his head. "I apologize. Regarding Rayfold, I have nothing more to say." In an instant, a hand shot forward, seizing him by the collar. Randolph's furious roar filled the chamber. "You bastard, the heir of this land. Destroying our future with your own hands." Homerun jabbed a finger at Ghislaine's face, his words ringing with finality. "Giselle Peridum, from this moment forward, you are no longer the young master. You are nothing but a criminal. Bind him and throw him in the dungeon." Someone at once responded, "By your command." Yet even as curses rained upon him, Ghislaine's face remained unreadable, his voice firm. "From now on, I will provide the territorial funds myself, including the 20,000 gold." Zwalter, who had sat quietly until then, finally broke his silence, disbelief lacing his voice. "What did you just say?" Ghislaine's eyes flicked aside. "Belinda." At his call, Belinda stepped into the chamber carrying a box. She set it down on the table and lifted the lid. If I intended to merely pass through the forest, I would never have begun its excavation. The men crowded forward, their eyes widening as brilliant light spilled from the chest. Ghislaine gestured toward the contents. Behold the highest-grade rune stones. A chorus of incredulous cries filled the room. Rune stones. Home Run snatched one up, his hands trembling, sweat breaking across his brow. This priceless treasure. Where did you get it? Don't tell me you exchanged it for the 20,000 gold. Ghislaine's voice was steady, almost cold. I mined it from the monster forest. At his side, Belinda looked on with a haughty, scornful smirk. Albert wiped the sweat from his brow as he examined the glittering stone, his voice sharp with judgment. If these truly are rune stones, then yes, they are worth a great deal. But even so, this amount alone cannot sustain the territory. Ghislaine's lips curved into a faint smile. It will fall short, won't it? He raised his voice, calm but resolute. This is not all. At his signal, soldiers began hauling in cart after cart, laden with more stones. The men barked at one another as they worked. Move this wagon over here, careful, do not get blinded by greed. Sort the Duras End mounts into this section. The sight left them speechless. Home Run wiped his forehead, his voice trembling with awe. In just half a month. To harvest this much, Albert, standing beside him, muttered in disbelief. Are my eyes deceiving me? Perdiam's gaze shifted suspiciously to Belinda. Belinda, are you saying all this came from a single expedition? With pride in her voice. She replied, yes, my lord. All of it was collected under the young master's direct command. She gestured toward the carcasses nearby. Duras Ent sap. Relics of the blood python, and countless other spoils. These rune stones are only a fraction of what was mined from the vein. Ghislaine pressed a hand against his chest and spoke firmly. From the very beginning, I undertook this excavation for the benefit of the entire domain. Naturally, its fruits belong to the domain, do they not? Albert clutched an accounting book, his head aching as he scribbled figures. My lord, by rough estimate, with this quantity, we may never again need to worry about the aid fund. The two men beside him gawked, their mouths agape. Then, as if on cue, two hands landed on Ghislaine's shoulders. Randolph and Home Run, suddenly fawning, kneaded at his arms. Truly remarkable, young master. You must be exhausted from such efforts. If you need anything at all, please tell us. Ghislaine did not hesitate. There are conditions that come with this support. Randolph stiffened. Conditions. Raising his hand, Ghislaine began counting them off. First, release Scovin and Ricardo. They only acted under my orders. Second, the monster forest must remain forbidden to commoners. Just as before, rumors and reckless curiosity will only bring harm to our domain. Randolph said nothing, his lips tight. Home Run rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Not entirely unreasonable. Ghislaine pressed on. Lastly, I will assume direct control over all repair forces, including mercenaries. Every time military matters are bogged down by interference, precious time is lost. The statement shook the chamber. Home Run blinked in disbelief. You mean to say you will maintain your own private army? The man beside him snapped angrily. Impossible. How are we to trust your intentions? Albert stepped forward, coughing to compose himself. Young master, it seems you have already planned this carefully. But understand right now you should be begging for forgiveness. Not demanding freedom. All I hear is that you want to act without restraint. Ghislaine countered evenly. You misunderstand, Treasurer Albert. These are necessary terms if I am to replace Rayfold as the source of funding. If minor disputes are allowed to stall our work, Perdiam's finances will suffer. Do you truly find that acceptable? The force in his words sent a tremor through Albert, who turned desperately to Perdiam. My lord, say something, he is bartering with the very future of the domain. But before Perdiam could answer, a voice rang out. Young master, heads turned as a group of soldiers approached. Kaur stepped forward with concern. So you are here after all. Jillian followed with a bow. Everyone has worked hard. The rune stones are nearly all loaded onto the wagons. At your command, we will move immediately. Kaur chuckled and asked, as you instructed, the Duras Ent sap has been stored without preservation treatment. What are your plans for the python's remains? Ghislaine waved his hand in command. The python will be dissected at once. Separate the venom, blood, flesh, and hide. Make sure none of it spoils. The men answered in unison, voices ringing with resolve. Yes, sir. Zwalter suddenly cast a sidelong glance and called out, Randolph. The man stiffened, then hastily replied, yes, my lord. The bearing of each mercenary here is anything but ordinary. Looking toward Ghislaine, Randolph sighed with wonder. I truly cannot fathom how the young master managed to gather such formidable men under his banner. His words carried on in a steady murmur. Filled with admiration, they are no different from an elite army. At that, Ghislaine turned his head. Zwalter stepped up in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "To make those hard-to-control mercenaries bend to your will, surely it cost you no small effort." Ghislaine bowed humbly. "Not at all, father. Without their aid, this expedition would have been far more arduous." Zwalter shut his eyes with a weary groan. "Enough." Then, with a sharp turn, he barked an order. "We are going back." Shocked murmurs rose from the men. "My lord." He strode forward, his cloak sweeping behind him, and spoke without looking back. "This time, I will overlook your defiance, Giselle." Casting him a hard glance, Zwalter added, voice like steel, "But if you dare disobey me again, be prepared for the consequences." Ghislaine only smiled faintly and lowered his head. "Thank you, father." As the group moved on, cloaks billowing, a voice rose to praise him. "As the heir who will inherit this land, you carry the bearing of a northern wolf." Ghislaine's mind tightened at the phrase. The Northern Wolf. That was the title once bestowed upon Count Peridum, guardian of the Luthaniac kingdom's frontier. Thinking of his father, Ghislaine reflected, he has always been a lonely man. A memory surfaced of a torn flag standing over a battlefield, flapping in the bitter wind. Ghislaine thought with a heavy heart, with meager troops, collapsing finances, and a starving land, still he fought ceaselessly at the frozen border of the north. Another image appeared, his father's body riddled with arrows, sitting in the midst of roaring flames. He gave his life to defend this territory, a land stripped of mother, of Elena, and even of me. And the price he paid was a forgotten, miserable death. A yawn cut through his thoughts. Kaor stretched with relief. "Finally, we can breathe easy." Belinda, her eyes uncertain, asked, "Young master, will you be returning to the city now?" Ghislaine's expression darkened as he gave his order. "No, not yet. Prepare everything so we can move at a moment's notice." Belinda gasped in alarm. "Why, you won't rest, sir?" Gillian stepped closer, his voice tinged with concern. "You have pushed yourself too far. Your body has not fully recovered." Belinda's jaw dropped in awe. "The fact that you survived after throwing yourself inside that blood python's body, that alone is a miracle." She fidgeted, her voice trembling with lingering worry. "Do you know how hard it was for me to purge the venom from your body, when it had completely engulfed you?" Suddenly, he interrupted, his voice firm. "Belinda." Ghislaine reached out and set a hand on her shoulder. His eyes met hers with quiet resolve. "I will be counting on you." The others wiped sweat from their brows as they watched the exchange. Ghislaine turned away, struggling with each step, his thoughts heavy. Word will spread quickly that we have obtained rune stones. And inevitably, it will reach the ears of those who covet this land. His breath came rough. Yet his inner voice pressed on. "I must expand my power, and swiftly. Only then will no one dare to set their sights on this place." But then, his body wavered. Ghislaine collapsed to the ground. The people around him cried out in panic, their voices breaking with fear. "Young master." In another place, a white bird streaked across the sky, a scroll tied to its neck. Below, a man sat waiting. The bird descended and perched upon his arm. The mysterious man untied the letter and began to read. The message confirmed the news. A portion of the bewitched forest had indeed been reclaimed. Therefore, the time had come to ignite a territorial war with House Diegald and eradicate House Perdium. Only then would the ducal court intervene. The man's thoughts lingered on a single phrase: eradicate House Perdium. Around a round table, several others murmured and debated among themselves. "You mean to say we should strip that land of its rulers, turn it into no man's ground? About time, is not it, which means soon enough, a new master will rise there." His shadowed voice cut through the chatter. "How many of our people are still embedded inside Perdium?" "One knight and 2 retainers," someone answered. The man envisioned them, biding their time in secret. Then he gave his order, calm but cutting. "Send them to House Diegald. If Diegald's heir should die within Perdium's borders, it will serve as just cause for war." His eyes darkened as he delivered the next command. "Victor will be the commander of this campaign." Gasps rose around the table. "Victor, we are unveiling the trump card this time. If Frank had done his job properly, Perdium would have crumbled already." Shadows swallowed the chamber. One of them spoke with concern. "My lord, I trust Victor can handle this, but is not it too soon to play that card? We have acted with utmost caution until now. Why is the ducal court, which has always stayed hidden, suddenly intervening in Perdium so directly?" The mysterious man replied with a single word: "Because of the bewitched forest." The others repeated in shock. "The bewitched forest." He pressed his hand against the table, rising slightly, his tone commanding. Follow Duke Delphine's arrangements without question. Do not pry further. The light finally revealed his face. Harade spoke, his voice low but sharp. Prepare yourselves for war, Count Desmond Harade Desmond. His brows drew together, his eyes narrowing. Does anyone else know of this? Elsewhere, fury erupted within a grand estate. Emilia buried her head against Burnif's chest, trembling with rage as she spat the name through clenched teeth. Ghislaine Perdium. Burnif murmured helplessly, my lady. She clutched at his tunic, venting in bitter fury. That bastard dared steal my quarry. 20,000 gold coins mine. Even the assassins I sent failed to kill him, and I had to bow my head to that old man to sever Perdium's aid. He is making me look like a fool. Her eyes burned red, tears threatening to fall as her brows knit tighter. Even the killers I hired could not finish him, and now I am forced to swallow my pride. He is humiliating me. Burnif's voice came low and steady. My lady, this is not like you. Emilia exhaled sharply, then turned away with sudden composure. You are right, I was too emotional. Her frown hardened. What is past is past. Burnif furrowed his brow and asked, then, my lady, please, give me your command. Her fingers traced the map spread across the table. We have located a runed stone mine. Our finances will soon recover. Burnif's tone grew firm, which means, there will certainly be a gathering. A banquet. Emilia turned back toward him, brows pinched as she reasoned aloud. And one crucial fact, they have not sold those stones yet. Burnif's eyes narrowed. Haven't sold them. Her voice carried on in the quiet of the night. According to the latest report, they only obtained the runestones 2 days ago. They have had no time to secure buyers. Emilia's brows drew together in cold calculation. That is the point we will strike. We will hit them at the sale. Burnif gave her a wary look. So you intend to move before they can sell. But where would we even begin? She answered without hesitation, her voice calm but certain. There is only one place in the north where they could sell them. A towering structure formed in Emilia's mind. She spoke its name. The finest tower in the north, owned by a 7th-rank archmage, the Blood Tower. Her hand lifted a tiny flag from the map as her lips outlined the plan. Rune stones are vital for magical research. That tower strictly controls their distribution channels. Send a team of assassins to ambush the transport. As she envisioned her agents intercepting Ghislaine's convoy, Emilia's plan sharpened further. This time, the target is not Ghislaine himself. It is the laborers hauling the stones. Shatter the crates, cause chaos, seize the stones, and withdraw. Burnif's brow furrowed in doubt. But in Brivant's territory, there is also the Crimson Flame Tower. Are you certain we should put all our focus on the Blood Tower? Emilia's face hardened at the thought of the arrogant Ghislaine. Her reply came sharp, unwavering. Before, maybe, but not now. The Crimson Flame Tower has lost its standing, it is in decline. That man won't go there. He will take his goods to whoever offers the highest price. Her brows knit tight, her voice dropping into a dark mutter. This time, I will take everything from you, Ghislaine Perdium. In a distant castle, Ghislaine lay still upon a bed, his body swathed in thick bandages. Moments of his battle against the monster replayed in fragments the instant he split it apart, the suffocating weight of its insides. His mind churned with cold analysis. Predators digest their prey by drowning them in venom. Before I passed through the throat into the stomach, that venom was already working to dissolve me. The space closed tighter around him, his breath ragged. The third art, its mana can burn the venom away, keep it from spreading through me. But the fumes from that process could be fatal. Venom flooded his face, searing, suffocating. He endured, forcing the thought through his skull. Most prey would lose consciousness or die here. In the recess of memory, his own voice echoed, endure. If you lose consciousness, this expedition ends here. The vision of his family's castle came to him. My treasures, my future. As his body was crushed within the serpent's stomach, revelation struck. If I cannot avoid the venom, then I will claim it. At once, a light flared at his chest. His eyes blazed with fierce calculation. The poison seeping into me, it is becoming mana in my core. With this torrent of mana, I can neutralize the deadliest venom. He shut his eyes tight, his mind screaming. A mastery of mana control, one that only the elite ever reach. And then his eyes flew open. Ghislaine drove his blade wildly inside the serpent's gut, a manic certainty rising within him. I will wield this poison as fuel, an energy to counter the mana that threatens to burst me apart. The flashback ended. Ghislaine now sat conscious upon his bed. His body tensed, then he exhaled with raw exhilaration. What a rush! He shot upright, clutching his head as fragments of memory swirled. This is my room. What happened? I remember father forgiving me, but after that. A startled cry jolted him. He turned and found Elena sitting there, stunned, her wide eyes locked on him. In the next instant, the girl threw herself against him in a fierce embrace. You have been unconscious for 2 days, she said, breathlessly. Not a word out of you, you just collapsed. Her face glowed with relief as she added, welcome back, big brother. Ghislaine's voice cracked with shock. Elena. But then, without warning, she shoved him flat onto the bed again. Elena bolted for the door, shouting, Belinda, he is awake. Ghislaine propped himself up, dazed. 2 days. He stepped off the bed, thoughts racing. After crawling out of that blood serpent, Belinda gave me a little healing, but I pressed on with work. I did not rest, not while that quarry was still unmined. But this young body, it could not keep up. His hands traced the contours of his own muscles, calculation flickering across his face. Still, though I have been reckless, this body is remarkable. 2 days of sleep is not enough to recover fully, but... As the bandages slid from him, one after another falling to the floor, something struck him as odd. He studied his own form, realization dawning. My recovery speed, it is greater than before. Clenching his fist, awe filled his voice. And my mana, it has grown. Somehow, it is increased. He raised his hand before him, stunned. Has my mana changed? His thoughts rewound to that moment within the monster's belly. Could it be the blood serpent's energy merged with me, as I neutralized its venom? Looking down at his hardened, powerful body, Ghislaine marveled. In my past life, I never imagined reaching such strength. I was not ready, but I survived the consequences. His grip tightened. I need to test this further. If this method works, my power could grow 100-fold. A grin spread across his face, wild and delighted. But just as quickly, his expression sobered. He moved toward his wardrobe, muttering to himself. First things first, the stones must be sold. It has been 2 days. Anyone who needs to know already knows. Ghislaine pulled on his clothes. His gaze sharpened as he muttered to himself, I need to gather the mercenary unit immediately. He looked toward the door, suspicion flickering in his voice as he called out. Belinda, you do not have to knock. Suddenly, the door was pushed open with force. The one who stepped inside was none other than his father. Son, you are awake, Zwalter said. Ghislaine's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, Father. Zwalter walked closer, his tone filled with concern. I already heard from Belinda. You were swallowed by the blood serpent and poisoned. Are you truly all right now? Ghislaine stammered, why yes, as you can see. Relief washed over Zwalter's face, and his shoulders loosened as he continued. Good, that is all that matters. Belinda rushed forward, cupping Ghislaine's face in both hands as she scolded anxiously. You collapsing like that scared us half to death. Are you really okay? Ghislaine gave a helpless sigh. I really am fine. Just then, Perdiem spoke his name firmly. Ghislaine. His expression had hardened as he continued, we need to talk. The words left Ghislaine stunned, his eyes widening once more. Zwalter's face grew grave as he declared, I have a request for you. Sweat trickled down Ghislaine's temple as he asked, a request. Ghislaine followed his father out into the training yard, a sword in hand. His expression was taut with nerves as he thought to himself, father and the training hall. This is the first time I have ever had time alone with him. Looking at the man before him, memories stirred. In my previous life, I was always busy running away. Too afraid of being scolded or berated. Zwalter broke the silence. I am sorry for calling you out here right after you have just woken up. Ghislaine quickly reassured him. It is fine, father. I have slept for 2 whole days. I feel great now. Still uncertain, Ghislaine asked hesitantly, so, what was that request you mentioned? Zwalter did not answer right away. He stared at his son, pensive, his eyes flicking away as though to avoid something. Ghislaine studied him in silence, recalling his mother's words from long ago. Could this be what she meant? The memory washed over him sitting with his mother in a quiet field. She had spoken gently, holding little Elena in her arms. Your father is not a straightforward man. Father, young Ghislaine had asked in confusion. She had smiled sadly. He says he must be the pillar for everyone in the manor. He always puts others before himself, never showing his true feelings. Then she laughed lightly, adding, well, except when he confessed to me. The boy had blinked in surprise at her next words, so even though he might seem stiff, try to understand him. He just is not good at expressing his emotions. The memory faded. Pick up your sword, Zwalter ordered. Tension tightened in Ghislaine's chest. "Yes, father," he replied, lifting the blade. In the very next instant, Zwalter lunged, forcing Ghislaine to raise his sword in defense. The clash rang out sharply. Without pause, Zwalter struck again, his blade hammering down. The two exchanged blow after blow, Zwalter moving with blistering speed. They broke apart, feet skidding across the ground, a haze of dust rising around them. Ghislaine's breath hitched, heavy. He stared at the weapon in his father's hands. Awe coursing through him. This is father's sword. Before he could dwell further, Zwalter was on him again, his strikes relentless. Ghislaine's mind raced, a blade strong enough to subdue the savage tribes of the north, yet gentle enough to protect everything precious. Then came a furious downward slash, wild and powerful. Ghislaine barely managed to block in time. Refusing to be overwhelmed, he launched his own counterattack. Zwalter's eyes widened in surprise as Ghislaine's strike broke through his rhythm. Ghislaine's blade came down toward his father's shoulder, forcing Zwalter to throw his sword back in a desperate block. But Ghislaine pressed forward, relentless, until his tip hovered at Zwalter's throat. His eyes were unwavering, his grip iron strong. Zwalter froze, stunned. Then he lowered his sword and smiled faintly. "You have improved a great deal." Ghislaine's voice was tight with tension. "Thank you, father." But his father added, of course. The unfinished phrase startled Ghislaine, his breath catching. Zwalter stroked his chin thoughtfully. "In combat, try easing up on the pressure a little. You have the strength and reflexes to bring down the massive beasts of the forest. But I suspect your opponents can read your intent too easily." Ghislaine considered this. "Is that so? In battle, I usually sense how an enemy will move next." Then it struck him. Wait, could this be the first time anyone has ever formally taught me? His thoughts drifted to the battlefields of his past life. "My swordsmanship has always been forged by raw combat and survival. It is instinct, not training. I have never received proper instruction. Father is pointing out what I have been missing all along." He closed his eyes, letting the revelation sink in. "I have always believed I had to fight alone, relying only on myself. But having guidance, it is not so bad." Opening his eyes again, Ghislaine's gaze softened. A warm smile spread across his face as he bowed his head. "Thank you for teaching me, father." Zwalter furrowed his brows, watching him silently. Zwalter finally broke the silence. "Truth is, I meant to scold you." Ghislaine stiffened. "What?" His father closed his eyes and spoke firmly. "No matter how many achievements you rack up, a violation is still a violation. If everyone turned a blind eye to the rules simply because someone was useful, everything would descend into chaos." Ghislaine furrowed his brow, lips pressed shut. "But," Zwalter's gaze shifted toward the family castle. "You have changed. Unlike those who stir up trouble just to claim merit, I can sense that you are looking further ahead." His voice carried a rare note of approval. He began walking slowly, lecturing as he went. "Keep it that way. Think of Perdium, of the people around you, and carry out the duties of an heir." Ghislaine watched his father's back, the word responsibility echoing in his mind. Then his eyes lit up with realization. "That is right," he called after his father. "You once said you had a proposal for me. You still have not told me what it is." Zwalter froze mid-step. His lips trembled, reluctant. Finally, he turned halfway, his voice uncharacteristically hesitant. "Do you have any money?" Later, at the encampment deep within the monster forest, Ghislaine approached his gathered men. They immediately straightened into formation. A smile tugged at his lips as he addressed them with steady resolve. "Has everyone been well?" "Yes, my lord," the soldiers chorused in unison. Kaor's eyes widened in surprise. "You look even stronger than before." Jillian stepped forward, concern lacing his voice. "Has your body fully recovered?" Ghislaine answered politely. "Sorry to have kept you all waiting." Then he turned to Jillian. "How's Rachel?" For a moment, Jillian was silent. Then he bowed deeply, voice trembling with emotion. "I never thought I would see her walk again. It is all thanks to you, my Lord Duke." "I see," Ghislaine replied softly, smiling. But his expression hardened almost immediately. "Belinda, Jillian, Kaor, there is something I need to tell you." The air shifted as he declared grimly, "Our territory is in danger." Shock rippled through the three of them. Gathered around a large table, Ghislaine laid everything bare: the ambush on Elena, the conspirators who tried to use her death as a pretext for war, and the lifeless body of Prince Degald he had discovered. His thoughts darkened as he recalled the cruel faces of those shadowy figures. There are forces out there moving against Perdium. They have been watching us for some time, Ghislaine reasoned, brows knit. I suspect they have operated inside our territory for years. And we do not have the luxury of time or resources to prepare for their strike. Belinda wiped sweat from her brow, finally understanding. So that is why you have been so restless, young master. I thought we could finally breathe easy after securing the mine. Kaor folded his arms, sighing. So after the monster forest, war's next on the list. This land never knows peace. Jillian added gravely, if what you say is true, then Perdium is the perfect target right now, a poor, fragile territory that suddenly discovered a mine of high value. Exactly, Ghislaine agreed. They won't leave us in peace. Belinda frowned, flustered. You should have told us sooner. We must inform the lords and commanders immediately. No, Ghislaine cut her off sharply. Not yet. His eyes hardened as he remembered the traitors. Even Alina's own knight betrayed her. For all we know, spies are embedded among the generals as well. Right now, we can't tell friend from foe. It is safest to keep this within our circle. Belinda's face paled. That means... Ghislaine continued. Thanks to Alina's survival, their plan was foiled, buying us a sliver of time. But now that the mine has been discovered, they have no reason to delay any longer. His voice dropped low, heavy. This battle will be difficult. The room fell into a strange, tense silence. Kaor broke it first. Fine, just give the order. A grin tugged at his lips. Honestly, following you is never boring. Jillian straightened, conviction in his tone. We have already sworn our loyalty, my Lord Duke. We will follow you to the end. Belinda clasped her hands earnestly. That is right. Who else would protect you if not me, young master? Ghislaine's chest warmed, and he smiled with quiet happiness. Thinking of the names shrouded in mystery Harade and Amelia, he reached a grim conclusion. The greatest enemy of Perdium was none other than Duke Delphini. Along with those who carried out his orders, Count Desmond and Amelia. In an instant, Ghislaine's expression hardened as he swore silently to himself. I won't let things unfold according to their will. Then, in a steady voice, he announced, from here on, we head to the Flame Tower. Kaor casually stretched with both hands behind his head, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Finally, we can unload this pile of stones. We are about to make some real money. Belinda frowned slightly, puzzled. But why the Flame Tower? The Blood Flame Tower is closer, and they would pay more too. Ghislaine turned to her and explained, because dealing with the Flame Tower spares us from unnecessary trouble. Koi cocked his head in confusion. Trouble? Jillian, imagining what he meant, quickly stepped in. I get it. When you are transporting something this valuable, uninvited guests are bound to show up. Especially since this is high-grade ore. Preparing for an ambush in advance is the smart thing to do. Belinda broke into a cold sweat but nodded in agreement. You are right. They could ambush us again, just like last time. Ghislaine's brow furrowed tightly as his gaze grew distant and thought. Ever since Delmuth of the Bloodflame Tower rose to become a 7th Circle Archmage of great renown, the Flame Tower has been in steady decline. Since then, selling ore to the Bloodflame Tower, the foremost magical authority in the north, has become far more profitable. Turning his head slightly, he reflected inwardly, the Flame Tower is still doing everything it can, but regaining its former glory won't be easy. And yet, the reason I chose the Flame Tower is because of her. At the Flame Tower, Vanessa sat trembling amid a mountain of books. In a faint, unsteady voice, she called out, Professor Lenato. Her tone wavered with doubt and sorrow as she asked, that light you spoke of, when will it finally appear? Ghislaine Perdium's company rode their horses along the wide main road. So this is the Scarlet Tower, one of them breathed in awe. Every member of the group looked around. Equally stunned. So tall. I have heard of its fame for years, but I never thought I would actually set foot here. The street dazzled with grandeur. And even the way the locals lived was on another level compared to Perdium. Their chatter filled the air as they gawked. So this is where they make spell scrolls. Suddenly someone shouted, look over there, a mage. Curiosity rippled through the group. What are they doing? I have never seen magic cast without a scroll. But the mages who noticed their stares grew visibly annoyed. With a flick of their hands, they conjured a wave of green smoke that enveloped their forms, then slowly vanished without a trace. The mercenaries gaped. They disappeared. That is insane. Seeing their astonishment, Ghislaine explained calmly, that was an invisibility spell. Looks like they do not want to be seen by us. Kaor snorted with disdain. Idiots. Stop gawking like country bumpkins in the capital. Even Belinda had to admit inwardly, and Jillian agreed as well, no matter what anyone says. A magic tower is still a magic tower. And Brivant is one of the wealthiest territories in the kingdom. But Ghislaine thought differently. On the surface, that may be true. But who would believe a tower at its peak is already edging toward decline? When they finally arrived at the base, he announced, "We are here." Even Kaor, usually so brash, tilted his head back and muttered, "Up close. It is so tall I will break my neck just looking." Belinda added, "It is massive, just walking to the front gate feels like it will take 100 years. As she glanced around, confusion flickered across her face. Wait, where are the gatekeepers, and why are these suits of armor scattered everywhere? Stand back, a stern voice shouted from atop the wall. The scattered armor suddenly stirred, rising into the air and assembling themselves into fully formed iron suits. 2 armored guardians planted themselves before the gate. From above, the gatewatcher bellowed, "Not just anyone is allowed entry into the Mage Tower. State your names and your purpose." Belinda blinked in shock. "What the? Those armors, they are like puppets," Kaor growled, clearly irritated. "TCH, they won't even come down here themselves. Typical gatekeepers of the Mage Tower." Jillian quickly stepped forward, his voice firm. "This is Ghislaine Perdium, Grand Duke of Perdium. Call your trade overseer, we have brought goods of high value." But the gatekeeper rejected him outright. "We are not buying." Belinda's temper flared. "Hold it, do not you want to at least look at the goods before turning us away?" The gatekeeper sneered. "Perdium, isn't that the beggar land in the north? No doubt your wares are cheap junk and worthless potions. Trading with you is a waste of time. Be gone." Her face turned red with fury. "What did you just say? Who the hell are you to call us beggars? Get down here this instant." Jillian glanced at Ghislaine. "Your Grace, what should we do?" Ghislaine fell silent for a moment, then asked evenly, "So you truly do not want them?" The gatekeeper hesitated, confused by his tone. Slowly, Ghislaine raised a hand, revealing a stone. "If you are mages, you should recognize this." At first, the guard frowned. "What is that supposed to?" Then he froze, eyes widening in shock. "An archaic rune stone. Don't tell me your entire shipment is filled with." Ghislaine's lips curled into a sharp smile. "Well, do you want to buy it or not?" In an instant, the guard's tone shifted. "We failed to recognize such distinguished guests. Please, come in." They were ushered inside. A man stepped forward quickly. Worry etched on his face. "I am Sylvain, trade manager of the Mage Tower. If you need anything, please tell me directly." But Ghislaine dismissed him without a second thought. "You have seen it yourself, our stock is large scale. I need someone who can handle the entire transaction. I want to meet the Tower Master directly." Sylvain stiffened in surprise. The Tower Master, his voice wavered, but he bowed deeply. "Very well. I will inform the Tower Master immediately. Please wait here a moment. Escort them to the guest reception hall." His subordinates obeyed at once. "Yes, sir." Belinda was still fuming. It should have been like this from the beginning. How dare they insult our land like that? The 3 of them walked down the corridor. But something about the place made Ghislaine narrow his eyes. "What is the matter?" he asked quietly. The guide at once reassured him. "Please do not worry, my lord." The crackle of magic echoed through the chamber, a sound born from experimentation. Nothing more. In another room, saturated with the aura of enchantments, Alfoy sneered at Vanessa. "I told you, did not I? Don't ever think you are worthy of setting foot inside a research chamber. You can't even use proper magic, and yet you dare take up space here. Are you trying to defy me?" Alfoy, heir of the Mage Tower, a third-rank master. His followers snickered and piled on mockery. "Unbelievable that the professor actually took her in as a pupil. You should be grateful the Scarlet Tower's master allowed you through its doors at all." Vanessa trembled, but forced herself to answer. "But, I have every right to use the research room. I am a mage." Alfoy's smirk twisted into a cruel grin. "Oh, is that so? Very well, I will treat you as one. Then surely you can defend yourself against this basic attack." His tone sharpened as he lifted a hand. "Let us see you block it with magic. Level 1 spell, Fireball." The blazing orb surged forward. Vanessa panicked, scrambling to summon a barrier, but her spell fizzled before it formed. Desperation gripped her, she covered her head, bracing for impact. But it never came. A figure stepped between her and the fireball, cutting it down effortlessly. Shock rippled through the room. Ghislaine Perdium stood there, sword in hand. His voice carried cool disdain. "So this is what passes for magical research here at the Scarlet Tower." Elsewhere, in the Tower Master's council chamber, a furious voice rang out. "What? We are out of rune stones." Hubert, the Scarlet Tower's master, slammed a fist against the table, disbelief twisting his face. "Damn it, how did it come to this? If this continues, the gap between us and the development tower will only grow wider. I told you fools to stockpile rune stones ahead of time. What have the elders been doing all this while?" The elders exchanged weary sighs. Every time we tried, someone insisted there was a more pressing use. Then came the banquets, the noble connections. The fine jewels, the rare imports. Their wasteful indulgences had drained their reserves. One elder voiced what many thought. Truthfully, rune stones are not the only problem. The development tower's master has already reached the 7th circle. Meanwhile, our tower master. Silence, Hubert snapped, his face darkening. Don't speak that bastard's name again. If I had the rune stones, I would reach the 7th circle myself. The elders fell silent, only their sighs filling the air. Without rune stones, even our training grinds to a halt. What is your plan now? My lord. Hubert ground his teeth. Damn it, Delmid. How did that low-born worm surpass me? Did he buy out every last rune stone? What is so special about those cursed rocks? The chamber doors burst open. Sylvain stumbled in, breathless. Tower Master, urgent news. Hubert whipped around, livid. How dare you barge in during a council meeting? Who gave you the right? Sylvain bowed low, apologizing in haste. Forgive me, my lord, but you must come at once. A massive shipment of rune stones has just arrived. Gasps filled the chamber. Back in the research hall, Alfoy hurled spell after spell in a fit of rage. Yet Ghislaine's composure never wavered. He moved with a soldier's precision, cutting each fireball in half with his blade. Gasps echoed through the onlookers. Alfoy's confidence cracked. He sliced through my magic. Who the hell is this monster? A shimmering rope coiled around him before he could recover. Belinda stood behind, her eyes flashing. You dare attack the young master, her words dripped with menace. Fear jolted through Alfoy as he struggled. What are you people? Stop this at once, a thunderous voice cut through the chaos. Hubert himself stormed into the hall, eyes blazing. What in the hells is going on here? The scene froze into stunned silence, the room thick with tension. A thunderous shout rang out. Stop right there. Herbert's fury was palpable as he stormed in, eyes blazing at the chaos. What kind of nonsense are you all stirring up? He barked. Vanessa tensed the moment she saw him. Tower Master, she whispered in alarm. Ghislaine Perdium, however, remained composed and commanded. Release them, Belinda. She obeyed without protest, replying meekly, very well. Seeing Herbert's arrival, Alfoy instantly switched tactics, fear flashing across his face. Teacher, he said weakly. Herbert, troubled by the boy's trembling demeanor, asked, Alfoy, what is going on here? But Alfoy, feigning pitiful innocence, quickly accused, they are intruders. I was only trying to stop Vanessa from entering the laboratory when they suddenly attacked me. I just did not want Vanessa, who does not have any strength, to get hurt, so I blocked her way. Belinda scoffed and teased, oh my, are you crying like a little girl now? That jab made Alfoy snap, shouting angrily. I am a man, all right. Vanessa, flustered, tried to clarify in a small voice. I only wanted to use the laboratory. Ghislaine listened silently, but in his heart he thought, just as I suspected. I was not wrong about her. A nightmare is beginning to take root in Vanessa. He studied her closely, curiosity in his gaze. So even she, that nightmare, once had such a moment. Without warning, Herbert struck at Ghislaine, his voice thundering with rage. You dared trespass into my tower, and now you even try to harm my student. I will burn you all to ashes until nothing remains. Belinda paled with worry, whispering frantically, Young master, what should we do? They look quite threatening. Yet Ghislaine remained calm, not an ounce of fear in him. Instead, he offered a belated introduction. Forgive my tardy manners, Tower Master of the Flame Tower. I am the Grand Duke of the Perdium territory. Ghislaine Perdium, I have come to negotiate a trade. For minerals. Herbert froze, caught off guard. What did you just say? Even Alfoy was stunned. Minerals, but Ghislaine's voice remained steady. There are men waiting outside the castle as we speak. Would you like to meet them now? When Herbert's party stepped outside, they were stunned into silence. An entire convoy of wagons loaded with gleaming minerals stretched before them. The elders gawked in disbelief. Impossible. Where did he get so much ore? One murmured. Another was so excited he almost lost his composure. Tower Master, there must be at least 10 wagons of stone here. What shall we do with this? Herbert's grin nearly split his face. So much ore, this is heaven's blessing. With this much stone, I could crush that detestable Bloodflame Tower once and for all. But he quickly masked his glee, feigning disappointment. Still, this is less than I expected. And the quality seems rather poor. Kaor's face twisted with rage. How dare this man insult the minerals we worked so hard to gather? But Vanessa, timidly, offered her own view. But is not the amount enormous? From what I know, Even a single wagon would last several weeks. Herbert snapped at her in shame and fury. Silence, what would you know? Get out of my sight. His voice was venomous as he cursed under his breath. That damned Ronatog left me with nothing but headaches. If you are useless, at least know your place. Ghislaine could only stare, speechless at the pettiness on display. Herbert then signaled to the elders. You all agree, do not you? The elders, quick to play along, chimed in one after another. Looking closely, the quality does seem low, as the Tower Master says. To suddenly receive such rare minerals from a poor land like Perdium, it is possible these are counterfeit. Belinda exploded with anger. What did you just say? Our young master poured everything he had into securing those minerals, and you dare call them fake? One elder waved dismissively. No matter how hard you worked, that is not our concern. Lately, swindlers are everywhere. Surely you understand there is no reason to simply trust the seller's word. Ghislaine cut to the heart of the matter with icy clarity. I see. So what you mean is, you do not wish to purchase them. His words shocked the elders. He turned to his men as though ready to leave. Very well, everyone. The Flame Tower has no use for minerals. Let us go. We will find another buyer. Herbert's eyes widened in panic. Wait, he quickly gestured to an elder, who instantly caught on. Yes, Tower Master. The elder in the green hood suddenly softened his tone. Feigning goodwill. Then perhaps, as a sign of respect for the effort you made to bring them here, we could buy them. After such a long journey, returning empty-handed would not do. Please, help the Tower Master save face. Herbert nodded with fake reluctance. That sounds more reasonable. If the elders insist, then I suppose I can't refuse. Out of my great generosity, we will purchase all the minerals you have brought. But of course, at a slightly lower price than market value. Ghislaine's lips curved faintly, his voice calm as ever. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Ghislaine turned calmly to his men and ordered, Kaor, leave one wagon behind. Take the rest away. The command left Kaor momentarily confused. Ghislaine even toyed with them a little, smirking as he added. We only agreed to sell one wagon, did not we? The words sent Herbert's group into panic. Kaor caught on to the game and played along, chuckling. Ah, right, I almost forgot. He barked at the soldiers, moved the wagons, the men obeyed without hesitation. Yes, sir. Herbert, alarmed, rushed in front of Ghislaine Perdium, shouting, what the hell is going on here? But Ghislaine only feigned an apologetic smile. My apologies. It seems there was a misunderstanding about the quantity, likely due to my subordinate's mistake. Our destination is actually the Bloodflame Tower. We only needed a little cash to cover travel expenses. The mention of Bloodflame Tower made Herbert's rage boil over. What did you just say, Bloodflame Tower? But a moment later, he forced a grin, pretending nothing had happened. Why so serious? I was only joking to lighten the mood. Don't be that way. Let us go upstairs and talk properly. His behavior left the elders behind him embarrassed, muttering under their breath. Tower Master. Ghislaine smiled, knowing his plan had worked. Very well, let us do that. Soon, they were seated in a chamber. Herbert gestured proudly. Now, let me introduce the elders of the Flame Tower. Each of them has reached the 5th circle. Ghislaine raised his brows. All 5th circle mages, impressive. No wonder you are the 2nd strongest tower in the north. The strength here is truly remarkable. Herbert quickly corrected him, a sharp edge in his tone. Perhaps you have heard strange rumors, but they are false. The Flame Tower still stands as the foremost power in the north. Ghislaine only offered a dismissive shrug. If you say so, it makes no difference to me. Belinda shifted uneasily beside him, whispering, Young master, you are provoking them for no reason. Are you sure this is wise? Gillian reassured her with a calm look. He knows what he is doing. Trust him. Herbert clapped his hands once. Impatient. Enough chatter. How much for the stones? I promise you, if you try elsewhere, you won't get anywhere near their true value. Without hesitation, Ghislaine named his price. Double. We want twice the market rate. The room erupted in outrage. One elder shouted, Double. You clearly know nothing of the real world. Even Herbert lost his composure. Boy. That is not how business works. Whoever taught you negotiation taught you all wrong. Settle down and bargain properly instead of dictating terms. But Ghislaine's voice turned sharp, carrying an unmistakable threat. I think the Flame Tower can afford to pay double. The elders bristled with fury. Do you even know where you are, boy? Do you think the Flame Tower is some joke? Herbert's eyes darkened. Watch your tongue. Brat, you are starting to irritate me. Listening to a foolish child babble nonsense tests my patience. Yet Ghislaine remained unfazed, composed as ever. Herbert forced a laugh, trying to sound magnanimous. You are still young. Mistakes are natural. This time, I will be generous and overlook it. But be serious. Why do not we settle for slightly above market price? You sell us everything, and we all win. Before he could finish, Ghislaine stood abruptly, making Herbert frown. Why are you getting up? Ghislaine dusted off his cloak, acting disinterested. Honestly, it seems you are not serious. I offered you double the market rate, but if that does not appeal to you, we will just head to Bloodflame Tower. He turned to leave. Come on, let us go. Herbert shot up in panic. Wait, don't be hasty. I never said we would not buy, did I? I just got a little worked up. Sit down, boy. Ghislaine's lips curved with amusement. Is that so? His companions remained silent, watching the scene unfold. Finally, Herbert relented with a growl. Fine, you have got guts, I will give you that. Since you came here first, we will buy everything at double the price you asked. That should satisfy you, should not it? Only then did Ghislaine nod. Very well, we will sell, at double the market rate. But then he added coolly. Only one wagon. The elders cried out in shock. What? Herbert began to sweat profusely. What are you saying? You must sell everything you brought today. Ghislaine leaned in, his tone sharpened with threat. If word spreads that the Flame Tower bought at double, the Blood Flame Tower might offer triple. Why should we sell it all to you for just double? Herbert's face twisted in disbelief. Triple? Are you mocking us? My patience is running thin, boy. Ghislaine ignored his anger, already turning away. Goodbye. Wait, hold it. Herbert's shout cracked with desperation. I will buy it all. At triple. A smile spread across Ghislaine's lips, his true goal achieved. He calmly sat back down. Now we are speaking the same language. Truly fitting for the North's premier magic tower. But Herbert could only grind his teeth in frustration. Stay here. I will fetch the money myself. Even the elders were taken aback. Tower Master. Inside, Herbert cursed his fate. Damn it, I am a sixth circle mage, yet I am being toyed with by a country brat. Why must I suffer one humiliation after another in my time? For now, I need the ore, so I will endure. But if he pulls another trick, I will burn his head to ashes. His thoughts were cut short by a calm, steady voice. Wait, I am not finished yet. Herbert whipped around, his stomach tightening with dread. What now? He shouted. Ghislaine spoke a single name, deliberate and unyielding. Vanessa, hand her over to me. The entire room froze in shock. Herbert thought for a moment he would misheard. Vanessa, but Ghislaine nodded firmly, leaving no doubt. That is right. The master of this tower, I want her to serve as my personal mage. The scene cut to a forest clearing where two men sat roasting meat over a fire. Hey, it is burning, Ghislaine Perdium pointed out. Claude scowled, grumbling, then why do not you do it yourself? What is the point of making a one-armed guy handle this crap, huh? What was that? Ghislaine asked, not quite catching the words. Claude flinched. No, nothing. But he quickly shifted the subject. Captain Ghislaine, do you know about her, the Blood Dream Vanessa? Ghislaine repeated the name with mild curiosity. Blood Dream. Claude leaned in, eager to share his discovery. I just got fresh intel. Pretty interesting. You have heard the stories, right? The sorceress who burned all of northern Luthania to ash. That woman has reached the 7th circle. 7th. Ghislaine did not look impressed. 7th circle, Blood Dream. Sounds dramatic, but what makes her so special? Claude was happy to explain. Word is, she has completely lost her mind. A sorceress, yet she chose to cultivate mana instead of focusing on the circles. Isn't that insane? Why would a mage abandon the circles to practice like a cultivator? Ghislaine gave a short, derisive laugh. She is mad, then. Claude shrugged. Mad or not, she has left nothing but fire and corpses behind. She has ruined lords, bankrupted fiefdoms. The extermination request we heard about. It is aimed at wiping her out once and for all. Ghislaine fell silent, mulling it over. A mage who reached the 7th circle through mana cultivation instead of the orthodox path. Fascinating, do not you think? He looked at Claude and spoke with resolve. We are bringing her back. Ghislaine's thoughts drifted bitterly. But that plan never worked out. Vanessa could not control the magic within her. By the time we found her, she was barely alive. Even so, despite her instability, she had the talent to reach the 7th circle. With the right guidance, she could shine. This time I will make sure she is mine. Back in the chamber, Jillian asked curiously, are you talking about that woman just now? Kaor scoffed. She did not seem all that powerful. Even Belinda chimed in, disapproving. If you plan to take someone into your service, young master, at least tell me beforehand. Meanwhile, the elders of the Flame Tower whispered among themselves. This works out perfectly. Indeed, she is nothing but a burden anyway, why not dump her while we can? We have repaid Renato enough just by taking care of her this long. Herbert, feigning reluctance, declared, Vanessa is one of the Flame Tower's most valuable sorceresses. She will gladly continue serving our tower. But Ghislaine cut him off coldly. In addition, we require combat mages 3rd circle and above to be stationed at Perdium. The demand made Herbert stiffen. Ghislaine pressed further. We need mages for the upcoming wars of territorial conquest. The words detonated in the chamber. Wars of conquest. The elders shouted, their faces pale. Ghislaine laid out his terms, clear and final. Triple the market price. Deployment of 3rd circle mages are hired to Perdium for 1 year. And Vanessa, as my personal mage. Those are the 3 conditions for the rune stones. The room fell into dead silence. Herbert stood frozen for a beat, then suddenly erupted. His aura surged so violently the glass windows shattered and cracks split across the floor. His furious voice thundered through the chamber. Ghislaine Perdium, do you really think I am a fool? The mages of the Crimson Flame Tower were forbidden from meddling in territorial wars. Herbert's voice thundered with outrage as he accused. Not only do you fail to grasp the most basic laws of the kingdom, but you even dare to demand that core mages of the 3rd circle and above be sent to the battlefield. This is an insult to the Crimson Flame Tower. I will reduce everything here to ash. His aura flared with such ferocity that even Jillian instinctively tensed. The oppressive pressure radiating from his magic was overwhelming. Enough that Kaor, who usually scoffed at others, had to begrudgingly admit, so this is the power of a 6th circle mage. Meanwhile, Vanessa clutched her hands together. Deeply worried as she whispered, young master. Chaos erupted, yet Ghislaine Perdium remained composed. His eyes turned cold, his voice sharp as a blade. You will regret this. He leaned forward ever so slightly. Pressing with quiet menace. We have discovered a massive rune stone in our territory dozens of times larger than the stock we brought with us today. The elders gasped. What? Ghislaine continued, calm and deliberate. And that information has already spread across the north. Herbert narrowed his eyes, quickly deducing the implications, which means many will hunt it down. A thin smile crossed Ghislaine's lips. You catch on quickly. We do not seek war. Perdium only requires the tower's support while we grow stronger. If you help us overcome this crisis, I swear to grant the Crimson Flame Tower exclusive rights to rune stones. At that, Herbert muttered under his breath, almost involuntarily, exclusive rights to rune stones. Ghislaine pressed his advantage, voice persuasive, nearly seductive. If that happens, it is only a matter of time before the Crimson Flame overtakes the Bloodfire Tower and stands once more at the very peak. Herbert hesitated, jaw tight as his face darkened with deep conflict. For a moment he seemed ready to refuse, but then he ground his teeth and finally gave his decision, he would cooperate. Scene shifted. In a quiet chamber, Herbert tried to persuade a young man. It has been decided, Alfoy. The youth frowned, clearly reluctant. Master, there are plenty of other mages. Why me? Herbert did not let him waver. Don't misunderstand. I am sending you because you are the greatest talent in the history of the Crimson Flame Tower. You will serve as supreme commander for the future of us all. At those words, Alfoy's eyes brightened with pride. The greatest talent in history. Seeing his excitement, Herbert doubled down. This experience will serve you well when you inherit the tower. Supervise them closely. Make sure those country bumpkins do not smuggle runestones elsewhere. And if a territorial war does break out, do not fight. Withdraw immediately. Understand, just endure for a single year. 1 year is all it will take before our tower surpasses Bloodfire and reclaims its rightful place as number 1. Alfoy fell silent for a moment, then straightened, confidence gleaming. Yes, master. But when he finally arrived in Perdium, his expression betrayed his disdain. Ghislaine welcomed him warmly. Welcome to Perdium. A narrator's voice described the scene. The castle was built in a rather classical style. It was not luxurious, but practical, its proportions harmonious, its structure balanced. To Alfoy, however, it was nothing but contemptible. What a shabby little backwater. I am only here because master ordered it. Me, the heir of the tower, sent to this filthy mansion. Still, he introduced himself with practiced courtesy. I am Alfoy, a 3rd circle mage and heir to the Crimson Flame Tower. I have been tasked with leading our mages. Ghislaine, ever courteous but firm, offered a reminder. There is much work to be done in this territory. Don't be negligent, work hard. The words pricked Alfoy's pride like needles. This ignorant country fool thinks I am his servant, just wait. When I become Tower Master, he will be the first I crush. But then Ghislaine abruptly turned to him. Alfoy, where is Vanessa? The youth blinked, caught off guard. I am not sure. She is probably trailing behind, carrying our luggage. Indeed, Vanessa appeared, staggering under the weight of several large bags. By the time she arrived, she was already gasping for air. I am Vanessa. Greetings, my lord. Alfoy scowled at her, irritated. Hurry up, I thought you were not coming at all. Ghislaine watched quietly, his expression unreadable. Then he finally said, Vanessa, put everything down and come here. She froze, startled. But, I have not finished bringing in everyone's luggage yet. Alfoy felt it was just another ordinary matter and decided to ignore it. She has done this kind of menial work in the tower before. And she can't even use magic. Fine, let her handle the chores. But then Ghislaine Perdiem grabbed a suitcase and tossed it toward Alfoy, knocking him backward. His companions immediately panicked. What the? Alfoy shouted, flustered by the sudden attack. Ghislaine paid no attention to his outburst, instead issuing a stern warning. Vanessa no longer belongs to the tower. From now on, she is mine. Do not treat her poorly. This is your first and only warning. If it happens again, your life will pay the price. Vanessa, being protected so directly, felt deeply embarrassed. Alfoy, on the other hand, was fuming. This crazy country bumpkin dares to treat me, the heir of Crimson Flame. A third circle master like this. His companions growled in response, bristling at Ghislaine's audacity. Even if he is nobility, this is too much. If needed, we could turn this entire mess into a sea of fire in an instant. Wake up, show them the pride of a true mage. Ghislaine simply waved his hand, and a squad of soldiers immediately surrounded them. Alfoy's group, seeing the sheer number of troops, tensed in alarm. What is this, barbarians? Pointing weapons at mages, we are mages, treat us with the respect we deserve. Ghislaine Perdiem barked at him sharply. Silence, Alfoy. Regardless of how you are treated, a contract is still a contract. Through a lawful agreement with the tower's master, I have the right to command you for 1 year. And I have secured exclusive access to rune stones. If this contract is broken because of your actions, who do you think the tower will side with? Alfoy hesitated, unsettled by the logic. Ghislaine continued, unflinching. Your role in Perdiem is no more than a reserve mana source. If you wish to be treated better, fulfill that role properly. Alfoy's anger flared even higher. A reserve mana source, how dare you call me that? Ghislaine did not waver, turning to his aides. Jillian, Kaor, teach them their place. Kaor let out a wicked chuckle. Our beloved scholar's life in the tower must have been quite comfortable. Jillian added, let us make sure they adapt properly to our territory. Seeing Kaor and Jillian so menacing, Alfoy's companions were terrified. These rude brutes. Meanwhile, Vanessa looked on nervously. Ghislaine called out to her directly, Vanessa. She stiffened, then replied obediently, why yes, my lord. He instructed her firmly, from now on, listen to no one but me. You are my personal mage. Vanessa's cheeks flushed with pride at the praise, but her expression quickly shifted to something more somber. She hesitated, looking down. But, I can't even use magic properly. A personal mage. Ghislaine noticed and smiled reassuringly. Follow me, I will help you learn to use your magic. Ghislaine Perdiem led her to a large square, and along the way, Vanessa remained tense, her steps hesitant. Suddenly, he called her name, Vanessa. She responded immediately, why yes, my lord. He asked about her progress. How far have you come in your studies? Vanessa hesitated slightly. I have reached 5th level magic. Though only the formulas, my lord. Ghislaine encouraged her, smiling. 5th level, impressive. Vanessa's face brightened at the praise, but self-doubt lingered. It is useless. I still can't actually use magic. He probed further, is there a reason you can't use it? She answered honestly. I have never felt magical energy, not even once, since I was a child. I always believed that one day I could use magic. So I tried so hard. But the more I learned, the more I realized I would never be able to use it. Now even my teacher has passed away. Maybe. That is why I was abandoned. Ghislaine observed her quietly, trying to assess her. 5th level. In terms of raw capability, that is comparable to most of the elders in a magic tower. Magic is not something you can use simply by learning. It requires understanding the principles behind activation, the ability to interpret, and the alignment of your will with the energy flow. He realized that Vanessa understood these things intellectually, yet her body could not respond. She must have endured countless trials and failures to even approach this level. Her efforts were not in vain. She had simply been walking a different path. Ghislaine's thoughts drifted to the past. Remember the sorceress who burned down all of northern Britannia? That woman, apparently a 7th level mage, had learned the art of mana cultivation rather than traditional magic. At the time, Claude had laughed at the idea. She is insane. But now Ghislaine smiled confidently, speaking aloud, "From now on, I will teach you to cultivate mana." Vanessa froze. She hesitated. "I am a mage. How could I learn mana cultivation?" Ghislaine reassured her calmly, "Don't worry. Both magic and mana cultivation follow the same principles. You just have not tried it yet, have you?" Vanessa blinked in confusion and quickly shook her head. "And no, it is. It is too crazy. Using mana cultivation to perform magic. If I make a mistake, I could end my life." He smiled with steady confidence. "Vanessa, let us do this together." His gaze was firm yet reassuring, filling her with a rare sense of calm. She looked at her hands. "Can I really use magic?" Clenching her fists, she silently resolved, "If this is the only way, I will master it." Slowly, she placed her hand on her shoulder and began to remove her outer clothing, preparing herself. Ghislaine's eyes fixed on her, remembering the past life she carried within, the regret, the rage, the hatred. She had once wielded power beyond her control, succumbing to instinct, consuming everything in fire. A girl trapped in a storm of destruction, mastering the mana cultivation technique of Ankiman and Grison, becoming a living disaster. Now, Ghislaine was here to prevent that fate. He reached out to grasp her hand. A surge of power spread from her back throughout her body, bringing both pain and an intense, burning heat. "Silence," he shouted. "Your mana flow is chaotic. This power is mine now. Do not lose this feeling." He guided her carefully. "Focus, feel the mana flowing. Let it seep into every part of your body, filling every corner, and draw it into your center." Vanessa's eyes widened in shock as the area around them began to glow. Memories of her past flashed. "He is saying he will cut off my aid. Does he even know what he is saying?" Her fear and doubt battled with the new surge of potential within her, yet Ghislaine's calm presence anchored her, a lifeline through the overwhelming chaos. Her master had tried to convince Herbert. "Vanessa is truly talented. Without her, how could we have proven the principles of converting mana particles into magic?" But Herbert remained unconvinced. "I acknowledge that, yes, but something still feels off. Don't you see it, Renato? No matter how intelligent she is, if she cannot use magic, can she even be called a mage?" Her master had been furious at the time. "Herbert, what on earth are you saying?" Yet he stubbornly insisted, "I am telling you, no matter how brilliant she is, if she cannot wield magic, it is useless." Vanessa realized it was me, her younger self. She remembered how much pain she had endured. "I am sorry, Master Renato. If only I had been a little more talented, you would not have had to leave the magic tower." But her master reassured her gently, "I did not leave the magic tower. I embarked on this journey to find a way to help you use magic." He encouraged her further. "Lift your head and look at the sky. There is no place in this world where darkness lasts forever. I promise you, one day, the light will reach you." And now Vanessa had found her own light. She had grown courageous, brave enough to reach toward it. "Master, you were right," she whispered. Having touched the light she sought, she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. Even for her, the light had come. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a wooden house, a battle raged. The madman had already taken down 4 people. What kind of monster is he? The large, muscular man was clearly proud of himself. "Come on, weaklings. You really think you can strike me with those metal toys?" Despite their injuries, the soldiers fought back. "Don't make me laugh." But their attacks were easily caught, and he slammed them to the ground with brute force. One soldier tried to strike him sneakily, but he noticed immediately and counterattacked. Both soldiers were thrown far across the room. The big man gloated over his victory. "I have not even started, and you have all fallen already." The onlookers fawned over him, as expected. "You truly are the greatest warrior of our age. How dare these weaklings disrupt our feast? No one here can stop us." One person slammed a wine glass onto the table in frustration. The scene shifted to the night sky. By a riverside, a man lay resting. Another approached cautiously. "How goes your training, sir?" The man said nothing and instead asked, "Is there anything you wish for?" The one wearing the hat responded immediately, "It is an order from Count Desmond." "Sir Victor." The man, DFOS, fell silent for a moment. Then he picked up a sharp helmet, placed it on his head, and stood. "Let us go. I am bored to death." The The scene shifted to Zwalter Perdium's study. He was reading a letter. In it was written, "My son, Gilmore de Gaillard, has been killed by Giselle Perdium. I will have my revenge." The message left him tense. He immediately began gathering his soldiers. A declaration of war had been made. Randolph scoffed, feeling utterly foolish. Those de Gaillards have truly lost their minds. Giselle killed Gilmore, really? Everyone else in the room murmured among themselves. Starting a war over such a fabricated reason. They need to be taught a proper lesson. All these years we lived as neighbors in the north, and suddenly they turn on us. What do they think they gain by fighting us? Yet Zwalter Perdium remained silent. Then a voice rang out, "It is about the runed stones." Ghislaine Perdium stepped forward calmly. "When your people were at the magic tower, were not two of your retainers sent as envoys to de Gaillard? Surely they must have leaked internal information about your territories." The others gasped. "Your retainers betrayed you. Do you have proof to make such a dangerous claim?" Zwalter Perdium considered this carefully. Rune stones, acting for the sake of their territory, but placing themselves in danger. Such things were not unheard of, yet it seemed the young man already anticipated this outcome. Some lost their patience and shouted, "Why overthink it? Compared to de Gaillard, our forces are superior, and we have far more combat experience. Make them pay for daring to provoke us." At that moment, a messenger ran in urgently. "A major development, my lord." Scaven's worry turned to panic. "They have arrived." Outside, an army approached the territory, led by a massive armored figure. Ghislaine Perdium and his group watched from the city walls. Randolph was astonished. "We just declared war, and they have arrived already." Albert could not believe it. How long have they been preparing all this? A messenger confirmed, their main army numbers about 6,000, with reinforcements of another 1,000 coming afterward. They have also deployed numerous siege weapons. It seems preparations began long ago. Homerun and Albert exchanged worried glances. Randolph was in chaos. I warned you. We could not reduce our forces, and now look." Zwalter Perdium barked, "Calm down, arguing won't help. Gather all soldiers on the walls." He gave orders to bring civilians into the city and close every gate. "Soldiers, hold your positions, war has begun." Not far away, Tarmos Degalari observed the unfolding scene. He looked satisfied. "Gilmore, my son, though useless, has given me the perfect excuse to strike at Perdium. What a magnificent fortress." He ordered his men, "Follow me, Victor. I have matters to discuss with my Perdium brother." Zwalter Perdium was furious. "De Gaillard, my brother, what cruel act is this?" But Tarmos did not care. "You call me cruel, my beloved son, Gilmore de Gaillard, has died on this land." Tarmos Degalari's fury was palpable. "Giselle Perdium killed the heir of my brother. Any parent would be outraged at their child's death." Yet Zwalter Perdium remained composed. He began to coax, "If you surrender now, we can end this without bloodshed." Ghislaine Perdium had remained silent up to this point. Randolph was furious. "That bastard dares to brazenly lie to the very end." Albert shared Randolph's sentiment. "My lord, there is no point in saying more." Ghislaine thought to himself, even if Elena had been saved, Gilmore's death would inevitably lead to this situation. The fact that they have prepared siege weapons shows their determination to annihilate us. Just as I predicted. Zwalter Perdium finally spoke, denying the accusations. "My son did not kill Gilmore. That is my only answer. If you value your life, turn back now." The threat shook Tarmos Degalari. The armored captain beside him could not hide his admiration. Zwalter Perdium, truly the presence of a general who has held the north for years. Tarmos sighed. "The northern wolf, with my brother's foolish choice, who knows how much blood will be spilled." He turned away, still issuing a warning. "Don't you dare regret this, Zwalter Perdium." Ghislaine Perdium's men on the wall stood silently, observing. Randolph, unable to contain himself, shouted, "Brother, hand over all the forces to me. They are just a ragtag group. I will sweep them aside and return." Homerun and Albert quickly intervened. "Are you mad? No matter how strong you are, the numerical disparity is too great. A single defeat, and Perdium will collapse." Randolph refused to listen. "Should we just stand by and do nothing?" Plans and countermeasures were thrown around. "What if we request reinforcements from neighboring territories? Could we hold the city until help arrives, or, as a last resort, abandon the city and retreat to the northern fortress?" Zwalter Perdium was growing increasingly agitated, his thoughts scattered. The de Gaillards declared war so suddenly, yet were so thoroughly prepared. Moreover, their forces far exceeded de Gaillard's usual capability. Who could be backing them? He felt completely bewildered. At that moment, Ghislaine Perdium spoke, "Prepare the city defenses." The suggestion confused Zwalter. Ghislaine calmly laid out the situation. De Gallard's army numbered nearly 7,000, while Perdium could muster barely over 2,000. That is more than a threefold difference. They were well prepared, with morale extremely high. In about half a month, once their siege weapons were completed, they would launch a full-scale assault. His recommendation: request reinforcements and hold the city. But Zwalter shook his head. Normally, that would be the plan, but I see no way out. Ghislaine leaned in, whispering into his ear. Zwalter stared at him for a long moment. Ghislaine had already prepared for the final 2 weeks before the battle. "I will go all out to turn the tide." He conferred with his subordinates. Jillian closed her eyes, silent. Kaur was dumbfounded. Belinda still could not accept it. War had truly begun. Ghislaine's voice was firm. "Yes. From now on, I will tell you exactly what needs to be done." He unveiled the strategy, a preemptive strike. Before the enemy could attack, they would target de Gallard's supply lines. Once the reinforcements were cut off, prolonging the war would become a major challenge for them. Belinda hesitated. "But, can we really do this? De Gallard's forces have already encircled the front of the city. They are surely watching closely. Any movement on our part, and they will notice immediately." Ghislaine Perdium replied calmly, "Kaur, Jillian, you too, acknowledge the plan." "Understood," they responded in unison. Kaur reported clearly, "As per your instructions, sir, we have deployed our forces along the edges of the beast's forest. If necessary, we can hide within the forest itself, so detection won't be a problem." Jillian had also completed his assigned tasks. The cloaks, crafted from the inner hides of Daruth Ents under the Grand Duke's orders, had been issued to the soldiers. Their dark material made them ideal for nighttime raids. Ghislaine Perdium continued outlining the plan. If the main army moves, they will be spotted immediately. But a small, elite unit, carefully camouflaged, will be extremely difficult to detect during a strike. There is just one issue: I do not know the exact location of their supply team. He assigned the task to Belinda. "Belinda, locate their supply unit for me." Belinda blinked in surprise, then nodded immediately. "Understood." Ghislaine felt reassured. It was a dangerous mission sneaking behind enemy lines, but if anyone could accomplish it, it was Belinda. His gaze hardened. Now, the crucial element remained. The trump card that would decide the battle: Vanessa. She was the key to ending this war. A few days later, at de Gallard's supply camp, Pabro was celebrating. "Finally, the war has begun. Just a little more, and even someone like me, who has served as a retainer all my life, will gain control of this territory." He gloated, thinking how clever it had been to side with Desmond. With so much support and troops, securing a position in the rear had been easy. His companion chimed in, praising Pabro's wise choice. "All thanks to your brilliant decision, sir." Pabro's satisfaction grew. "Farewell, Perdium. Part of this land is mine now." Outside the supply camp, observers watched silently. Ghislaine Perdium had arrived, along with his army right on schedule. Belinda joked lightly, "The weather is so dark and oppressive." Kaur laughed, "Pitch black. You can't see a thing." Ghislaine joined in, a hint of grim amusement in his voice. "This weather is perfect for a raid, is not it?" Then he gave the order, "No prisoners. Kill them all." Ghislaine Perdium gave the order, "No prisoners." He led the charge himself, cutting down anyone in their path. The enemy guards, caught off guard, were thrown into chaos. Kaur and his team fought with precision, slashing freely as the camp descended into panic. Someone shouted, "Intruders," while another yelled, "What are the guards even doing?" But before they could finish, Ghislaine's forces struck them down. He issued another command, "From now on, follow the plan. Leave no one alive." Everything erupted into disorder. A soldier screamed, "Baron Pabro, we are under ambush." Pabro, still trying to maintain composure, muttered, "I know, but we have got thousands outside. Don't panic, just hold them off." A blonde soldier hesitated. "The problem is, over 70% of our troops have been wiped out." Pabro froze in shock, then shouted, "Retreat. At this rate, we might not even survive. Forget about securing the supplies run." But before they could move, an arrow pierced the blonde soldier's neck, sending him crashing to the ground in terror. Vanessa smirked, recognizing Pabro. Well, Baron Pabro, a vassal of Perdium, is it?" Seeing Vanessa, Pabro paled in fear. Belinda had already set a fire that consumed the enemy camp entirely. No one survived. Corpses piled up in heaps. Only Pabro remained alive, captured. Vanessa identified him clearly. He was one of the vassals sent as a messenger to Degald, responsible not only for selling information but also for leading the supply guards for Degald's army. Pabro begged, trembling, "Please, spare my men, Lord Ghislaine, I surrender." Ghislaine ignored the pleas, asking instead, "Who bribed you?" "Desmond, Count Desmond. He threatened me. I had no choice," Pabro admitted. Ghislaine's mind clicked. Desmond, the one commanding Degald's army. Pabro continued pleading, "Even if I erred, I have served House Perdium faithfully. I am sure Duke Degald would pay a hefty ransom to satisfy you." Ghislaine ignored him, raising his sword. Pabro thought he might be spared. "Thank you, Lord Ghislaine. I pledge my loyalty to Perdium." But Ghislaine struck, severing Pabro's head in a single blow. Even in death, he could not comprehend his fate. Ghislaine declared coldly, "I do not negotiate with trash. Those who betray Perdium have only one end: death." Vanessa stared at him, speechless. Kaur asked, "What is next, Captain Ghislaine?" Ghislaine laid out the next move: "We head straight for the castle. The enemy will likely begin their attack soon, focusing all attention there. That is when we strike their flanks, throwing them into chaos." He detailed the plan immediately. "Kaur and Belinda will handle the left wall. I will go through the right wing." Then another order, directed at Jillian. "You will lead the direct assault on their base. This will be a surprise attack, but you will face thousands of soldiers. Can you handle it?" Jillian smiled confidently. "No problem, just give the order, my lord." Ghislaine was pleased with his attitude. Kaur teased, "That old man never holds back, does he?" Vanessa, concerned, asked, "Young master, who will defend the gates?" Ghislaine replied calmly, "No need," leaving those behind puzzled. He turned to explain further, "This battle will mark a new chapter in the history of House Perdium." Elsewhere, Zwalter Perdium was in the thick of battle, preparing to counter every assault. The walls were under constant attack, and Randolph barked orders, "Shoot, don't let them get close." Soldiers kept reporting, "They are climbing the walls, too many of them." Zwalter Perdium issued a firm command, "Prepare for close quarters combat. Do not let them take any section of the walls." From a distance, Tarmos Degalari watched with wild glee, laughing maniacally. He was thrilled, certain of the outcome even without seeing the battlefield. He ordered again, "Ballisti, ready the second volley, we must take them down as fast as possible." The armored officer beside Tarmos Degalari frowned slightly. "So, this is the end of the Northern Wolves. I had a small hope." Back on the walls, the battle raged on. Zwalter Perdium and Randolph were cornered by a squad of Yuan soldiers. Randolph voiced his worry, "My lord, at this rate, the gates will fall. What is the next order?" Zwalter Perdium remained silent. "Forget the gates. Hold the walls only," he commanded, then turned to inquire, "Scoven, what about the reinforcements?" Scoven reported immediately, "The territories we sent requests to have all refused. Zambar and Railed claim internal issues prevent support. And the messengers sent to Duke Loges have lost contact, no news at all." Randolph cursed under his breath, furious. "Damn it, not a single reinforcer is coming, ungrateful bastards." The battle continued fiercely. Suddenly, a soldier ran in with alarming news, "My lord, the supply convoy has been attacked. The warriors sent to escort the provisions have not returned. So something must have happened in the supply area." Tarmos Degalari could hardly believe it. Impossible. How could the Perdium brats inside the castle know the convoy's location to launch an attack? He tried to calm himself. Smoke suddenly appeared on the horizon, undeniable evidence of the supply area burning. Someone in House Perdium had devised this strategy. The armored officer felt a thrill. Interesting. Tarmos Degalari, momentarily stunned, asked, "Lord Victor, what do we do now? The battle has just begun, and we have already lost the supplies." The officer gestured decisively and reminded him, "No need for supplies. We will take the castle today." Tarmos Degalari was momentarily shocked. Today? The officer's gaze hardened as he scanned the battlefield. The left and right flanks of the attackers still had not broken through. The skilled forces of Perdium, including the Northern Wolves, were holding strong. But at the front gate, he realized something and pointed his sword toward the castle. He gave the command, loud and clear, "All units, charge, today, we crush them and breach the castle gates." The tall man on horseback was imposing, his eyes sharp and alert. Aden. His steed was steady beneath him. Suddenly, he fell silent, then grasped his sword and raised it high. Addressing his subordinates, he declared, "I will personally break through this gate. You, stay here and hold this position." 6 led the vanguard, charging straight toward the castle. Inside, the battle raged fiercely. Zwalter Perdium fought relentlessly, swinging his blade with deadly precision. Scoven suddenly noticed something. "My lord, over there. The siege tower." Seeing the situation, Zwalter Perdium's worry spiked. "Damn it, how do they know the height of the walls?" Randolph shared his concern. "And we are outnumbered. If that siege tower reaches the walls, we are done for." Zwalter Perdium shouted, "Ballisti, are you ready?" "Just finished installing them, my lord," came the reply. "Fire, stop that siege tower from getting close," Zwalter ordered. A boulder was launched, striking the tower. Someone used their own weapon to throw it back, successfully halting its advance. Zwalter's men watched anxiously. The projectile. It has been blocked. Who could have done that? Then he noticed something, realization dawning. The armored man. Do not tell me it is him. The man in the iron helm charged toward the gate, confident. "Useless, Perdium scum. Struggle all you want, failure is inevitable." He immediately commanded, "Bring up the battering rams, storm the gate." On the other side, Zwalter Perdium fought with extreme difficulty. "My lord." Meanwhile, the enemy gate was being smashed, and inside, only a few soldiers remained. Vanessa prepared to activate some kind of magical formation. "Release it, you worthless peasants." The captives turned out to be the Alfoy group. "We are mages, not participants in this rotten war over territory." Fergus tried to calm them. "This is the young master's order, please remain calm." Alfoy snapped, "Calm? Do I look calm to you? Look over there, letting that battering ram get this close. This battle is lost. This castle is doomed." Vanessa tried to soothe him. "Alfoy, do not worry. The young master will handle everything." Alfoy refused to believe it. "Don't make me laugh. Don't mention that Duke in front of me. Because of that bastard, I have been dragged to the brink of death. Handle everything, not a chance." Vanessa, still confident, said, "He is not crazy. The young master is." A few days prior, Vanessa had been training hard but had not yet mastered her magic. Embarrassed, she admitted, "I am sorry, my lord. I have finally learned how to use magic, but this is all I can manage for now." Ghislaine Perdium reassured her, "It is fine. For now, just being able to use magic is enough. The mana deficit will gradually replenish over time. Come with me, I have something to show you." The mages were digging something up. Vanessa immediately recognized it, the buried ancient stones. Fergus called out loudly, startling her. "Your Grace." Alfoy, exhausted and frustrated, shouted, "Why are you making our mages dig? Don't you have soldiers for this? If you intend to hide the stones, why not move them outside the castle?" A bulky man with a tuft of hair clamped Alfoy by the throat, silencing him while working. Alfoy struggled to breathe. Vanessa hesitated. "My lord, what is this?" Ghislaine Perdium explained, "Preparation. In war, the simplest and most effective strategy is to overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. No matter how hard they try, they cannot resist an endless assault. The gates will break, but that does not mean there is no way to win." Vanessa was stunned. Slowly, she realized what he meant. Doubt lingered in her mind. Could she really do this? She activated the magical formation, surprising Alfoy with its power. The formation's energy was immense, unlike anything he had seen. Vanessa focused, channeling her mana with determination. "I can do this. I will do this," she thought. The enemy was about to break through the gate. Damn it, the soldiers inside were desperately holding their positions, waiting for the signal to counterattack. Randolph noticed movement. "My lord, look over there." A unit of enemy soldiers was running toward them. Zwalter Perdium still hesitated. "That unit. Ghislaine," he muttered. The man in the iron helm on the other side had noticed too. A report was quickly brought to him. "Lord Victor, situation report. The army of Ghislaine Perdium is engaged in combat. Unknown cavalry units are launching attacks from behind, striking both flanks of our forces," came the reply. Ghislaine himself was in the thick of it, cutting a path through the enemy. Every place he passed left foes sprawled on the ground, sending waves of panic through their ranks. "In ambush, I heard Perdium had no reinforcements." The iron-helmed man muttered, tense. "Fire, shoot them down, don't just stand there," another officer shouted. "Kill them before they get close." Ghislaine's eyes gleamed. Together with his horse, he leapt into the air to avoid an incoming projectile. The soldiers watching froze in disbelief. "What? He is flying." He landed and charged straight into the enemy lines, slicing through all who stood in his way. The bodies of fallen foes lay scattered, a chaotic testament to his ferocity. The remaining soldiers trembled. "He has taken down so many. In an instant. Is he a monster?" Raising his sword high, Ghislaine called out, rallying his forces. The Peridium soldiers stood, hearts steeled. From now on, it is our turn to strike back. Ghislaine Peridium led his forces in a full-scale assault on the enemy. On the map, his army could be seen encircling the fortress, the main camp of Digotas. The enemy quickly raised the alarm. It was an ambush, their main camp was under attack. Jillian immediately deployed a plan. Gordon Toran, I will draw their attention. Spread out and disable their key defensive positions. Understood, his subordinate responded without hesitation. Understood, sir. Both of them grinned at the chaos unfolding before them. Look at these fools, completely panicked. By the time you return to your base, it will all be in flames. Tarmos Digalari was bewildered. What is happening? Why are we the ones being ambushed? His subordinate urged him to flee. Sir, get out of here. It is too dangerous. But before he could escape, Jillian surged forward. I, commanding officer of the enemy army, Baron Tarmos Digald, will take you prisoner, he declared, sending Digalari into a panic. Suddenly, an unexpected attack came from behind Jillian, but he reacted instantly, countering with lethal precision. Digalari froze in terror, unable to move. Jillian truly respected his opponent, acknowledging, he is strong. And the enemy returned a compliment. A sudden strike on the main camp with such a small force. Daring indeed. I am Adon Frasso. Name yourself before you die. Jillian's temper flared. I have no title. I am merely a weapon under the command of Duke Peridium. On the left wall, Belinda and Kaor fought in perfect coordination. Kaor, exhilarated, slashed through enemies with ease, much to Belinda's annoyance. Do you have to spill blood everywhere? She snapped. Kaor ducked smoothly. Mistress, I do not have time to worry about that. Her anger boiled. On the right wall, the enemy quailed at Ghislaine Peridium's overwhelming power. We can't stop them. We will die here. Run. Ghislaine issued the command, charge, all units, attack. The enemy is in panic. This is our chance to wipe them out. I will bring down their siege towers. His men roared in approval. Follow Captain Ghislaine, crush them. One armored soldier scoffed, these disorganized fools. Who dares turn his back in battle? He quickly shifted to command his troops. Spear-wielding soldiers blocked the path, but Ghislaine deftly maneuvered his horse, evading their strikes. What? Where did he go? The enemy muttered in shock. Ghislaine leapt high and struck again, killing one and then sweeping down the rest. None could react before becoming corpses. He raised his head, assessing the next wave of enemy soldiers. With the current pace, the wall would collapse before his forces could reach the main line. The enemy numbers were too great. Hesitation meant encirclement. The cavalry pressed forward, but reaching the enemy core would be difficult. This battle required swift, decisive action. The opposing general commanded, hold him, the siege tower is in place, the wall will fall soon. Don't kill him, just keep him occupied while the siege engine moves. Observing this, Ghislaine made his decision, there was no time left. Before they faltered, he would strike the enemy's weak point. Ghislaine surged forward. An enemy attempted a sneak attack, dead instantly. Another, and another, all fell in turn. Archers fired at him, but he dodged every arrow. Even the enemy commander panicked, approaching Ghislaine only to be flung from his horse, soaring into the sky. Ghislaine's weapon struck the wooden tower, then he conjured a magical cord, flying upward, targeting the wooden siege tower. He retrieved his first weapon and continued the assault. The soldiers were paralyzed with disbelief. The siege tower had been destroyed. The enemy captain in the iron helm acknowledged begrudgingly, the siege tower. Destroyed. That one seems powerful. Then he asked about the gates. A hesitant soldier replied, not yet, sir. The gates are stronger than expected. Internal defenses have slowed us, but we could breach them in 10 minutes. The captain fell silent, then barked orders. Do it in 5 minutes. Deal with their commander, and ensure the gates are destroyed swiftly. Fail, and you die under my hand. His subordinate trembled. Why, yes, sir. At that moment, Kaor appeared. Hey, you big guy, you are not going anywhere, the armored captain scoffed. Who are you? Kaor introduced himself with ease. Kaor, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. Come, play with me. Kaor charged forward, brimming with excitement. Let us fight. He guided his horse to the side, the white steed kicking fiercely toward the armored opponent. Kaor leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the blow, then tried to counterattack, only to be blocked. His teeth clenched in frustration as he intensified his assault. He was taken aback. He is blocking everything, the man in white armor sneered. I have seen far too many mercenaries who think they are skilled just because they ride horses. Pathetic fools. Then he struck back with a powerful blow. And Kaor struggled to defend, being thrown aside and wounded in the process. The armored man mocked him further. There is nothing more predictable than a beast swinging its weapon by instinct. Kaor struggled to his feet, irritated but begrudgingly impressed. Damn, he is strong, he admitted silently, recalling what Ghislaine Perdium had said. Ghislaine had warned him, this man's name was Victor, Desmond's ace, a key player in the attempt to seize Peridium. Kaor had wondered then if Victor might be stronger than his captain. Ghislaine had answered. Victor was indeed the strongest opponent Kaor had faced, aside from himself. Ghislaine had also anticipated Victor's strategy, using his army to force them to defend the walls, so the gates would be left undefended, allowing Victor to strike at the gates with full force. It was exactly as planned. Ghislaine had emphasized, without Victor at the gates, the entire plan would fail. That was Kaor's mission, hold him in place. Kaor had joked, are you serious? At least tell me I stand a chance. The scene at the gates was utter chaos. Steel clashed endlessly. Jillian fought fiercely alongside them. Tarmos Digalari, from the rear, was anxious, but his guards urged him to step back. Sir, be careful, you might get swept up. Jillian's troops fought with ferocity, cutting down enemies without pause. Don't even think about touching Sir Jillian, yet Jillian was impatient. Damn it, I do not have time to waste here. A massive shield blocked all attacks, nearly impenetrable. How long has it been since I faced someone this tough, he muttered. He struck with immense force, but it was deflected. Useless. My blow can't get past that shield. Jillian tried repeatedly to break through the defenses but was countered at every turn. Adon Frosso thrust his spear, wounding Jillian's horse. Jillian panicked briefly. Adon had gained the upper hand, attempting to topple him with a single strike. Jillian struggled to stay upright. And Kaor was also badly injured. The enemy relentlessly battered the gates until finally, the massive barrier was torn down. Zwalter Perdium looked on, worried. Ghislaine Perdium, however, remained eerily calm. Alfoy screamed in panic. The gate's down, you are absorbing mana, do something. Vanessa was not finished. Not yet, just a little more. The enemy commander barked, the gates are open, all forces, full assault, seize the castle. He added another order, dragging Duke Digald along. I will deal with the captains. His subordinates obeyed immediately. Kaor refused to give up. No, you are not going anywhere, the enemy, seemingly kind, advised. You are Kaor, right, with your skills, you could leave here alive. So why rush to your death? He pointed to the shattered gate. Look, your side has lost. You have failed. He conceded with genuine respect, your ambush was clever, but it changes nothing. The real mistake was letting useless mercenaries into your army, that is why you lost the castle. Adon Frosso looked down on them. No matter how skilled you are not ready to face a knight. Even the white-armored mercenary agreed. A mercenary should retreat when the tide turns. Both offered Kaor and Jillian advice, urging them not to waste themselves. Kaor ignored them. So what, he said. Soldier or knight, it made no difference. Jillian's resolve was the same, on the battlefield, only strength mattered. The two of them charged forward together, the outcome uncertain, victory or defeat. Adon Frosso sneered, despising the idea that a defeated man had any right to speak. He launched an attack, but Jillian effortlessly blocked it, even managing to control Adon's weapon and press him to the ground. Adon realized too late that inside his axe lay a hidden threat. But Jillian did not falter. He pressed the attack while restraining Adon's weapon, striking with precision. Adon's horse toppled, sending him sprawling across the ground. Rage flared within him. You, a mere mercenary, dare, but Jillian paid him no mind, continuing his assault with deadly focus. Yet Adon still managed to parry some strikes. Calmly, Jillian remarked, no matter how strong your defense, it always has its limits. As he spoke, he drew the sword from his back. I dedicate my life to you, Grand Duke. He struck with unwavering seriousness, intending to finish Adon Frosso. His very existence was a testament to the Duke's victory. Adon could hardly believe it as Jillian's sword plunged toward his head. Kaor joined the fray, launching his own assault. Deep down, he admitted to himself that this man was stronger than him, that he might die here. Yet he recalled Ghislaine Perdium's orders, hold Victor at all costs. Determined, Kaor resolved that even a single successful strike against Victor would be enough to fulfill his duty. Ghislaine Perdium wondered aloud, you want to know how I did it, and do what exactly? Kaor waved his hands and flailed comically. You know. That thing. The bet we made, remember, you dashed past, dodged, and struck in one motion. Teach me, please. Embarrassed, he looked up at Ghislaine. Ghislaine smiled and began instructing him. Those movements are not the main point. When someone fights you for the first time, they think this way. Kaor recalled Ghislaine's words clearly. Opponents tend to underestimate him. Fueled by that lesson, Kaor launched a flurry of wild attacks, even hurling his weapon at his opponent. The white-helmeted enemy dodged effortlessly, easily deflecting Kaor's weapon. He sneered, thinking to himself, these reckless fools act like they have nothing to lose, yet they do not realize this is their last chance to survive. The white-helmeted fighter raised his sword and thrust directly at Kaor. Calmly, Kaor remembered Ghislaine's advice, if you can conceal your true intent while acting. At the very moment the sword descended, Kaor sidestepped gracefully and grabbed his opponent's hand. Using the enemy's force, he vaulted into the air and retrieved his weapon. The white-helmeted man realized too late. At that moment, Kaor had a real chance to land a hit. Kaor thrust his sword down. It nearly struck him. The horse whinnied in pain. The white-helmeted man leapt from his mount, and Kaor fell to the ground. The enemy understood Kaor's unusual maneuver, the act of retrieving his thrown sword despite the risk, and acknowledged silently, only someone prepared to face death could pull that off. He praised Kaor sincerely. You are not just a mindless beast. Well done. Then he mocked him. Sometimes, a few surpass the line between life and death to push past limits. Bad luck for you that strike did not land. He raised his sword again, ready to finish Kaor. But Kaor struggled, determined. Suddenly, Belinda appeared, firing a grappling hook that snagged Kaor. She leapt into the air, mounted her horse, and escaped. The white-helmeted man was left bewildered. He landed a strike, he wondered. Without her, Kaor would have been dead. Meanwhile, Kaor muttered in frustration, I almost died here. Belinda teased. Want me to throw you down? The white-helmeted man still suspected that Kaor had not risked his life just for one strike. There had to be a greater purpose behind his actions, a reason worth gambling everything. Then he noticed something. Behind them, the castle gate and his army. A violet light erupted from the gate, starting from Vanessa. She was casting magic. Too late, he realized the truth. The light was meant only to hold him in place. Vanessa focused her full effort. Remembering Ghislaine's guidance, with her magic, she could unleash a wide-reaching destructive strike. Doubt filled her mind. Can I really do this? Ghislaine cheered her on. You can, Vanessa. A surge of power radiated outward from her. She unleashed a fiery spell, turning everything near the soldiers red with blazing flames, causing a massive explosion that spread beyond the gate. Zwalter Perdium, still fighting, looked up in shock. Belinda and Kaor paused, watching. Even Jillian could not ignore it. Ghislaine smiled in satisfaction. The soldiers screamed in panic, it is too hot, retreat, get out of the castle. Ghislaine continued to ride, cutting down enemies, and ordered his forces to surround the gate, allowing no one to escape. Victor's subordinates approached. Lord Victor, it is a disaster. Most of our soldiers have been burned alive, please order a retreat. Victor's expression darkened. This battle had been meticulously planned for years, silently cutting off all escape routes for Peridium. Yet, the enemy's cavalry, that madman, and even a high-level mage capable of incinerating thousands of troops in a single strike had arrived to overwhelm them. He had realized the cause of his defeat. All these factors, which seemed random at first, had aligned perfectly, blocking every path to his victory. Victor felt a pang of regret. Did I walk right into my own trap? Quickly accepting the truth, he ordered, call the soldiers back, we will retreat. There was no forest nearby. If they could escape the flames, they would regroup at their base. Conquering the territory would take far longer than planned, but there was no other option. Bring Adin here, he commanded. But all he saw was Adin Frosso's head. Ghislaine had taken it himself. He froze, bewildered. You are the commander of Degald. Victor's mind spun. He could not be certain of his guess, Adin. Before he could process further, Ghislaine struck him again, dealing a heavy blow. Your army and base are ruined. Surrender now. Ghislaine Perdium's forces held complete dominance, and the flames had consumed everything. Victor laughed maniacally, a sound tinged with disbelief. Don't make me laugh. You think my war ends like this, he thought. I will take each of your heads myself. He vowed, stepping into a battle-ready stance. His power erupted around him, a storm of fury and strength. The war is only beginning now. The battle raged on. Zwalter Perdium took advantage of the chaos, raining arrows down like a storm. Shoot, don't let them escape the flames. He barked, directing his forces with precision. Ghislaine Perdium pressed forward relentlessly, knowing this was their chance to turn the tide. No one survives, leave none standing. The battlefield was a scene of ruin and destruction. Belinda rushed to his side. "Young master, are you hurt?" she asked, concern etched on her face. Ghislaine shook his head. "I am fine. What about you all?" She hesitated briefly. Glancing back, though gravely injured, Kaor forced himself to appear unharmed. Seeing this, Ghislaine allowed a small smile. Belinda spoke reluctantly. "If we had been a moment later, it would have been disastrous. When I first heard your plan, I thought it was utterly crazy." Ghislaine asked, "But it worked, did not it?" She huffed proudly. "I will never execute a plan like that again. Every rune stone we buried was consumed in a single strike. By the way, do not forget to praise Vanessa afterward." Ghislaine then asked, "Where's Jillian?" Belinda suddenly remembered, and Ghislaine spurred his horse to find him. She could only watch helplessly. Meanwhile, Victor's assault intensified. Jillian tried to hold his ground, but the sheer force and overwhelming momentum of Victor's attacks kept pushing him back. He attempted counterattacks, but Victor anticipated and dodged each one. One blow landed, and Jillian realized just how formidable Victor was. His power, his speed, and his precision left no opening. Victor's anger surged. "You insolent mercenaries! I was merely playing with you, and now you dare defy me." Victor's strike was blocked by Jillian, who attempted to control Victor's sword with his axe. The impact sent Jillian's axe flying, and Victor seized the moment to reclaim his honor. Jillian's face remained expressionless, but his sharp eyes never wavered. He assessed Victor's intentions, spun his sword to avoid a critical strike, and acknowledged, beating Adin was one thing, but facing him now, I am up against raw power. Victor, in turn, recognized Adin's defeat at Ghislaine's hands as a minor victory. Victor moved with lethal intent, but suddenly, a sword shot through the air from behind. Startled, he twisted to evade. The blade wedged itself between Jillian and Victor, separating them. Victor barked, "Who dares?" A foot stepped into view. Ghislaine Perdium had arrived just in time. Jillian, exhausted and barely able to breathe, watched as Ghislaine lifted his axe onto his shoulder, then surged forward with explosive strength. Victor recognized the threat immediately. This was no ordinary foe. Ghislaine slammed his foot into the ground, charging with full momentum, raising the axe high to strike. Victor lifted his sword to block, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the blow. He countered, hurling Ghislaine backward, but the fight was far from over. Both clashed again, matching each other blow for blow. Ghislaine's strikes were swift and relentless, yet Victor dodged with uncanny ease, pressing his attacks from above. Ghislaine drew his sword, parrying with precision, and the two continued their deadly dance, each refusing to yield. Ghislaine Perdium's eyes glowed with a fierce purple light. Using his axe as a pivot, he leapt high into the air and kicked Victor away. From above, Ghislaine controlled Victor's head mid-air, slamming him down to the ground with such force that Victor groaned in pain. Victor quickly sprang to his feet and jumped back, forced to admit to himself that Ghislaine's movements were unpredictable. One lapse in attention, and he could easily die. So Peridium really does have someone this strong. Ghislaine suddenly spoke, "I know who you are. From your army to your strategies, even the troops behind you, I know everything about you." Victor immediately realized it was a trap. He gripped his sword tighter and charged forward. "Enough talk," he muttered, trying to convince himself that Peridium could not possibly have known about this secret campaign. Ghislaine wielded his axe with masterful skill, striking relentlessly at Victor. Victor was puzzled. "I left my trump card at Count Desmond's manor. Could he have found out?" The two clashed repeatedly, exchanging blows, neither giving an inch. Ghislaine leapt high to evade an attack, surprising Victor, then landed and continued his assault. Victor countered, and again the two collided in a flurry of attacks. Ghislaine's next strike sent Victor flying, fueling his rage. Seizing the momentum, Ghislaine pressed his relentless assault. Victor could barely defend, his blocks faltering under the sheer force. Each strike kicked up dust, and Victor's helmet was knocked off, revealing his face for the first time. He struggled to recover as Ghislaine dragged his axe toward him. Ghislaine smirked. "This axe is strong, yes, but it suits me far better." Victor, panting, asked, "Who? What are you?" Ghislaine's eyes burned with intensity as he replied, "Me. I am the Grand Duke of Peridium." Ghislaine Perdium. Ghislaine Perdium lifted his hand and removed his iron mask amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, revealing a stern face that stared down his enemy. "I am the Grand Duke of Peridium. Ghislaine Perdium, he declared. His deep blue eyes, framed by golden hair, radiated an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Victor froze, stunned. Ghislaine Perdium, he muttered before letting out a cold snort that erupted into maniacal laughter. Towering and imposing, his cloak lined with pure white fur, Victor seethed with disbelief. Me, a great knight of the north, defeated by a mere thug. Ghislaine's voice lowered, his brow furrowed. Yes, today, you will see who truly is the strongest knight of the north, Victor. Victor gritted his teeth in fury, pushing himself upright. Arrogant fool, he spat, gripping his sword. I will not question how you planned this, but in war, any means to victory are unchangeable rules. He raised his blade, flames roaring around them. It does not matter how. The one who stands at the end wins. His eyes flared as mana surged violently around him, his bloodied face brimming with murderous intent. Ghislaine met his gaze calmly, ready for battle. Exactly. His cloak whipped in the fire-lit wind as he prepared to meet Victor head-on. Then fight. Around them, their allies fought with all their might, the battlefield a chaotic inferno. Ghislaine and Victor collided violently, swords clashing with thunderous impact. The two warriors locked eyes, each burning with the singular intent to kill. Sparks flew with every strike, and the sound of metal on metal roared like the battlefield itself was screaming. Victor seized an opening, shoving Ghislaine back a few steps. Ghislaine could only defend, parrying each precise strike. Suddenly, Victor lunged with a lethal stab aimed at Ghislaine's side. Thanks to his agility, Ghislaine managed to deflect and counter, his movements swift and fluid. The two clashed again, Ghislaine barely deflecting Victor's strikes. Dust and sparks erupting with each blow. Victor's helmet flew off, exposing his face as the combat intensified. Ghislaine leapt onto Victor's blade, kicking him hard in the face, nearly distorting it. Victor staggered back, dazed. Sensing the opening, Ghislaine surged forward in a relentless flurry, forcing Victor to defend desperately. Victor countered fiercely, the sound of their weapons colliding echoing across the fiery battlefield. Ghislaine slid across the scorched earth, gripping his sword tightly, analyzing Victor's every move. Victor met his gaze, lips curling into a slight, confident smile. For a tense moment, they stood in silent stalemate, observing each other amid the blazing inferno. Suddenly, Victor charged with ferocity, swinging his sword at Ghislaine, who deftly blocked the strike. Ghislaine immediately retaliated with a counterstrike, just as forceful. Victor spun with skill, forcing a minor surprise, but Ghislaine's sharp reflexes allowed him to evade, flipping through the air while still parrying Victor's attacks. Landing without losing momentum, Ghislaine immediately lunged downward, swinging his blade with deadly precision. Their swords clashed with a resonant clang, sparks scattering across the sea of red flames. Each downward strike from Ghislaine was met with Victor's instant defense. They closed in, face to face, neither yielding. But slowly, Victor began to falter, his strength waning. With a frustrated motion, he drove his sword into the ground, following the arc of Ghislaine's blade to swing a counterattack. Ghislaine ducked just in time, seizing Victor by the collar and spinning him through the air, hurling him a great distance. Ghislaine dropped low, using his momentum to launch himself back at Victor with his gleaming, razor-sharp sword. Victor rolled along the ground, preparing to strike again, and kicked up sand and dirt to obscure Ghislaine's vision. Caught off guard by the sudden move, Ghislaine raised his hand to shield his eyes, the dust nearly blinding him. When the haze cleared, Victor's shining blade was already lunging toward him. Ghislaine's eyes locked onto his opponent, and he could not help but acknowledge the truth. You truly are powerful, Victor, he admitted silently. There is not much difference between us. I have already unleashed my third core. Memories of a past life flitted through his mind the moment he began the battle and struck toward Duke Desmond's estate, only to be stopped by Victor himself. He recalled every clash, every near miss, and thought, I could only have defeated you by finding that one fatal opening. Yet because of Victor, the battle had lasted far longer than anticipated. With someone like him leading troops against Peridium, the fortress would have surely fallen. But these thoughts dissolved as the present came rushing back, the searing duel of now, filled with fire and steel. Victor, impatient, surged forward, desperate to end the fight immediately. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, staring him down with steely resolve. Any fool who dares aim at us, death will follow. The two swords struck in perfect synchrony, and Ghislaine's blade pierced Victor's body. Blood sprayed in vivid arcs, and Victor staggered, his eyes rolling in disbelief at what had just occurred. He struggled to speak, words choked and halting. Desmond, she, Before he could finish, Ghislaine coldly slammed him away, tossing him violently across the scorched battlefield. Victor lay on the ground, gasping, face battered and bloodied, eyes half closed. Though reluctant to admit defeat, he had no choice but to yield. Ghislaine stood amidst the sea of flames, his golden hair whipping in the firelit wind, his gaze fixed on the fallen Victor. He turned and strode away with unshakable dignity, a commanding presence radiating from every movement. Victor's faint, strained voice cut through the roar of the battlefield, forcing Ghislaine to pause. Who are you? Really, the question came with great effort, each word labored, his battered face a testament to the brutal duel. Ghislaine tilted his head slightly, glancing back, but remained silent. Victor's breath grew shallow, each inhalation a struggle. Ghislaine, that I knew, was the shame of the Perdium house. A worthless northerner. His final words escaped in a raspy whisper before his eyes closed forever, never to open again. The first light of dawn broke over the eastern horizon, casting its glow on the quiet battlefield. Victor now lay still, defeated. Ghislaine Perdium, victorious, sheathed his weapon behind his back and strode forward with majestic authority, every step exuding the commanding power of a true duke. As the sun rose, the full devastation of the battlefield became clear. Ghislaine Perdium, his body soaked in blood, struggled to support Gillian as they moved forward. Both were gravely wounded, their breaths shallow and uneven. Ghislaine squinted against the rising light, taking in the scene before him. He saw the Slogan forces, bloodied and weary, struggling to stand. Then he shifted his gaze to the side, where Belinda's group stood tensely, watching him with concern. Only after confirming that everyone was safe did Ghislaine allow himself a small, relieved smile. He looked at them with genuine joy. Everyone, you all survived. The words were simple, but they unleashed a torrent of emotion. The soldiers rushed forward, calling out repeatedly, "Young Master, Captain Gizzle." Excited voices swelled from the gathered mercenaries. I have been a soldier for years, but I have never seen a battle like this. That spell just now. What was that? I was on edge the entire time. Ghislaine smiled softly. Thank you all for fighting alongside me. You did well. Kaur leaned on Gillian's shoulder, teasing him. Come on, old man, still whining because you got stabbed a moment ago. Gillian, however, remained calm. Not too bad, he replied. Belinda, seeing his wound, panicked. Not too bad. Look at all that blood, stop being stubborn and get treated already. Ghislaine's voice called out, Belinda, Vanessa, where are they? Belinda collected herself and answered, if you are asking about her. She is completely exhausted. Old Fergus took her into the castle along with the other mages, so she should be safe. Suddenly, a loud shout from behind drew Ghislaine's attention. My lord, Randolph laughed heartily as he ran forward, enveloping Ghislaine in a strong embrace. Well done, truly worthy of being the heir of the Perdium house. Ghislaine, caught in the hug, could do nothing but accept the praise. You fought well too, Captain of the Knights, Randolph continued. Before Ghislaine could respond, Zwalter Perdium appeared, his expression strained, sweat glistening on his furrowed brow. Ghislaine approached his father. Without a word, Zwalter hugged him tightly, then praised him, you did well. Ghislaine, slightly stunned by the unexpected embrace, stood quietly for a moment. Zwalter continued, when I first heard your plan, I thought it was absurd. A satisfied smile crossed his face as he patted Ghislaine's shoulder. But you made it work. Ghislaine stayed silent for a long moment before replying. It is thanks to you holding the walls so well, father. Zwalter shook his head with a soft sigh. No, it is all because of you. Then, suddenly, he grabbed Ghislaine's hand, raised it high, and shouted, this victory is ours. The soldiers echoed in unison. Victory for Perdium, joy and relief radiated across the battlefield, smiles breaking out everywhere. Watching this, Ghislaine's lips twitched into a small, involuntary smile. Yes, this is why I returned. Suddenly, he clenched his hand so tightly that it trembled, yet his battle-ready gaze remained sharp and deadly. He stepped toward Randolph. What now? Should we check on the soldiers? Zwalter cut in. You should have your troops rest, Gizzle. We still have much to do, so take this chance to recover a little. Ghislaine shook his head firmly. No, we do not have time to rest. We need to force Count Diegald to surrender as soon as possible. Zwalter hesitated. That can wait until tomorrow. Ghislaine's resolve only strengthened. If we wait, it will be too late. I will take my troops to Count Diegald's territory, so grant me your authority as the Lord's representative. Randolph stammered, our representative of the Lord. Zwalter quickly cautioned, the battle just ended. You and your troops are exhausted. There is no need to rush. Ghislaine Perdium stepped forward, his tone firm and resolute. "Father, the war is not over." Zwalter Perdium froze for a moment, surprised by his son's seriousness. Ghislaine continued, "Count Diegald has instigated the conflict, breaking alliances to seize our lands. We cannot give him time to plan. Otherwise, he will find an opportunity to reclaim what he lost. We must strike first, force him to pay reparations, and ensure he never dares to oppose us again." Zwalter Perdium looked at him in astonishment, thoughts racing through his mind. He had expected his son to bask in the glory of victory, not already have a plan for what comes next. After a moment's consideration, he finally nodded in approval. "Do as you see fit, and strike hard so that you may secure everything you wish for." Ghislaine bowed respectfully. "Yes, father." Zwalter's tone softened with concern. "Remember, Count Diegald was once our ally and a noble sworn to the crown. Treat him with the utmost courtesy." Ghislaine offered a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, father." He then turned to those behind him, checking on his companions. "Kaor, Belinda, can you both still move?" Kaor nodded. "Yes, just some scratches, nothing serious." Ghislaine wasted no time, decisively mounting his horse. "Very well, let us ride. Onward to Diegald's territory." The others quickly followed suit, and the group rode straight toward the heart of Diegald's lands. At the castle, the white flag atop the tower fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, a loud curse erupted. "Damn it!" Tarmos Digalari slammed his hand against the table, clutching his head in fury. "How could this happen?" he screamed, flailing in madness. "I secretly agreed to follow their plan only because that Desmond was formidable. And yet he has been defeated by those loud-mouthed Perdiums. Are they mocking me?" Lowell, terrified, tried to calm him. "Please, my lord, try to remain calm." But Tarmos's anger only intensified. "Quiet, Lowell, look at the situation. How can I remain calm?" He jabbed a finger at him. "Get moving. Prepare for surrender negotiations. Tell the administrators to draft the reparations immediately." Lowell stammered, "Our reparations? What exactly does that mean?" Tarmos's hands trembled with rage as he gripped Lowell's neck. "Count Perdium is a fool who values tradition and honor. He will surely agree to negotiate. Their coffers are strained, so demanding reparations is enough to get us out of this mess. Then we blame Count Desmond for everything." Lowell's face paled. But we have spent all our funds on this war. Where will we get the money to pay the reparations?" Without warning, Tarmos lunged forward, tightening his grip around Lowell's neck. "You fool, how have you managed your duties until now? Just take what you need from the people." He pressed his face close to Lowell's. "What is that? Hurts to hear. After all, you were born among them, were not you? Do they matter more than I do, or do I matter more?" Lowell stammered with difficulty. "Why you, my lord?" Tarmos hurled him to the ground, then barked an order. "Do you understand who your master is? Now get to work." Lowell coughed violently, covering his neck, while secretly calculating. "I have been running Diegald's administration with force, but I cannot endure this tyranny any longer. This might be my chance to revolt." Suddenly, a guard burst in, panicked. "Bad news, my lord, the Perdium army has arrived." Soldiers were summoned into the council chamber, forming two lines on either side of Tarmos Digalari's desk. He bowed his head, muttering, "Damn, these fools arrived too quickly." Sweat poured from his furrowed brow, tension gripping him. But things will not go as they expect. Footsteps echoed through the hall, and Tarmos lifted his head to see Ghislaine Perdium, Kaor, and Belinda entering proudly. Ghislaine spoke first, his voice cold and unwavering. "You are preparing for surrender negotiations, are you not, Count Tarmos Diegald?" Tarmos's eyes widened. "Why you? Why is not Zwalter here? Why send his son?" Ghislaine's expression remained composed. "My father is occupied with restoring his territories. I am here as his representative to negotiate with you." His gaze burned with lethal intent. "Hand over that person." A few hours earlier, Ghislaine and his cavalry had ridden like the wind. It took them a while to emerge from the dense forest. Kaor, riding at the rear, furrowed his brow, sweat streaming down his face like rain, uncaring. Frustration laced his voice as he muttered, "TCH. That Degard or whatever. He is fast. A noble, and he abandons his soldiers to retreat to his territory like that." A fat man behind him hesitated, his expression more cautious than the red-haired one. Sorry for letting him get away." Kaor's lips curved into a cold, thin smile. "No, it was not them. It was the old man who let him escape. You all did your part, that is all I mean." The wind blew through Ghislaine's pale blonde hair, sunlight glinting off his sharp features and deepening the intensity of his eyes. His gaze became cutting, lips pressed into a tight line, betraying no emotion. Inwardly, he wondered, should I drag Gillian into the next bet? The sound of hooves echoed as the dust kicked up around them. Two riders raced side by side, charging forward. Kaur tugged on his reins, voice tinged with dissatisfaction. But Captain, surrender negotiations mean we let that count live, right? Why? Ghislaine tilted his head slightly, his violet eyes sharp as blades. Voice calm, unaffected by emotion. Everyone knows Degard is a scoundrel who wants to seize Perdium. But from an outsider's perspective, this looks like revenge against the heir. If we demand too much in reparations, it would be awkward for us. They will pay what is necessary, we will negotiate the compensation, and that is it. Kaor's eyes darted restlessly. Negotiations, compensation. It drags everything out. Why not just storm their lands and wipe them out? Belinda rode up beside him, her gaze cold, her face showing clear disdain. You really think it is that simple? This is a matter between nobles, not some street thugs. Use your brain. Kaor muttered, yeah, nobles or mercenaries, they are all human. They think they are gods because they are noble, but they were the ones who attacked first. Why should we care about their pride? Ghislaine, riding at the front, called back, do not worry, Kaor. This is exactly how my father would handle it. Belinda wiped sweat from her beautiful face, hesitating. And what about the people, my lord? For a brief moment, Ghislaine's lips curved into a faint, cold smile. I am different. The thundering of hooves continued. Soon, before them rose a massive fortress. I will claim Degard's territory as my own. Tarmos's eyes widened in shock as the three approached with unshakable confidence. His voice trembled as he stuttered, why you? You are. Ghislaine ignored the question, advancing with a cold, sharp gaze. You are preparing to negotiate surrender, are you not, Count Tarmos Degard? Tarmos slammed both hands onto a table in anger. Why is not Lord Zwalter here? Why send his son? Ghislaine remained composed. My father is occupied with restoring the lands. As temporary lord, I am handling the negotiations. His violet eyes sharpened, his tone now stern. Kneel. Immediately, Kaor and another subordinate moved forward to force Degard to his knees. Sweat dotted his face. Any resistance was useless. He shouted, what are you doing? Let me go, how dare filthy commoners touch me? In the end, he knelt before Ghislaine, who looked down at him as if he were utterly insignificant. Belinda approached, whispering in his ear, my lord, you really intend to do this? Ghislaine's voice was firm. Yes, even if the Lord scolds me later, this is not my suggestion. Tarmos's eyes widened in fury, as if he wanted to lunge at Ghislaine. I have been loyal to the kingdom. Do you think it matters nothing to the king's subjects? Show respect immediately. A sharp sword was suddenly pressed inches from his face. Tarmos's eyes widened in alarm, the cold steel so close it left no room for defiance. Ghislaine's voice rang out coldly, each word sharp and commanding, echoing with authority, Tarmos Degard, you are the traitor who shattered the alliance and schemed to seize Perdium, lured by the enemy's honeyed words. Ghislaine stood above him, looking down like an executioner. For those who threatened Perdium, death was the only fate that awaited. Tarmos's face twisted in disbelief. His brows furrowed, teeth clenched in rage as he spat out. No, this can't be. You mean to kill me? Ghislaine's eyes, icy and piercing, radiated lethal intent as he spoke. If you dare sacrifice thousands in war, then you must also put your own life on the line or pay a fitting price. Tarmos trembled so violently that tears pooled in his eyes, panic overtaking him. This madman, his armor clanked lightly as he raised his sword. Expressionless, intensifying the fear coursing through Tarmos. As Ghislaine's blade began to descend, Tarmos shrieked, wait, his voice quivered, cautious and small. I only need to pay a fair price, yes, just a fair price. His face had gone pale, every word trembling as he stammered, all right. All right, I will relinquish the territory. Everyone around gasped in surprise, but Ghislaine merely curved his lips into a faint, satisfied smile. His eyes gleamed as if he had achieved exactly what he wanted. I knew you would say that. Not stopping there, Ghislaine continued, his tone menacing. However, to inherit a territory, one must be a member of the house or a legitimate heir. Otherwise, this violates succession law. As a count, you should know better. Tarmos winced, his expression twisting into panic. I will take care of it. You do not need to worry, he stammered. Why yes, I will claim you are a distant relative. I will have my men forge the inheritance papers, you just need to accept them. Immediately, he barked at his subordinates, hurry, Lowell, bring the paper and ink here at once. Ghislaine's gaze sharpened, his blue-tinged pupils glowing with intensity. I am not so sure about that yet. Tarmos, kneeling on the ground, ground his teeth as he spoke slowly. I will compensate with money too. I do not have cash now, but I will collect taxes from the people and bring it. Please, grant me more time. Seeing Tarmos forced to kneel, weak and pleading, Ghislaine raised an eyebrow, his face full of disdain. Is your life really that precious? Tarmos's eyes widened at the question, joy and relief flooding his features. All right, I will give you a chance. But before he could react further, a sudden force yanked him violently away. By the time he realized it, Tarmos had been thrown out of the city walls. Before him now stood the citizens of the town. The people, still unaware of what was happening, murmured to one another, faces a mix of astonishment and fear. What is happening here, my lord? They whispered. Tarmos spun around, his expression a mix of anger and confusion. Listen here, young master, do you realize what you are doing in front of the commoners? Ghislaine's every word dripped with contempt and threat. Watch your tongue. After all, you are standing before people who now have the power to decide your fate. Then, his voice rang out, strong and commanding. Brimming with authority, people of Degard, I am Ghislaine Perdium, heir of Perdium. His words carried across the city square, powerful and resonant. Count Degard declared war on Perdium in an act of revenge and has been defeated. As a result, he intended to make you pay the cost of this war. Ghislaine's gaze swept over the townsfolk. Who among you will willingly pay? The citizens, stunned, exchanged glances. What did he just say? Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Anger flared as some shouted. Last time he took everything from us, now this again. Where are we supposed to get money to pay? You nobles deal with this yourselves. Ghislaine's tone softened, his voice calm and deliberate. As temporary ruler of Perdium, I offer you mercy by giving you a choice. He glanced down at Tarmos kneeling pitifully before them. You may pay a substantial sum to spare your own life or kill him and join Perdium. The choice is yours. By doing so, you will not bear the costs of this war. Tarmos trembled, glancing around, his face pale. This Ghislaine, how dare you humiliate me like this? Suddenly, a stone flew straight at Tarmos, drawing blood. More stones and makeshift weapons followed in quick succession, hurled by the furious townspeople. Their eyes blazed with righteous anger. You have taken everything, my mother's relics, the bread meant for my children. Do you know how many have suffered because of you? Tarmos had no escape, no words of denial left, only a stammered, I. The citizens surged forward in unison, striking, beating, tearing at him. His face was battered beyond recognition, a brutal spectacle of rage and retribution. Meanwhile, Ghislaine turned and walked away, unshaken. Belinda and Kaur watched silently, neither speaking. His expression remained cold and unreadable as he commanded, let us return. The war is over. Before leaving, he glanced at Belinda. She quickly understood his meaning. Yes, as always. I trust he has his reasons, she replied, stammering slightly. I have no worries. At that moment, in Perdium Castle, everyone present in the room, Homerun, Albert, Randolph, and even Zwalter, could not hide their astonishment. They muttered in disbelief, What happened? Ghislaine remained completely unafraid, his handsome, cold face composed as he calmly stated, as you have heard, Count Degard is dead. Zwalter's anger flared immediately. Have you forgotten my instructions? Show the utmost respect. But before he could finish, Ghislaine interrupted firmly, I have not forgotten. I only saw that this course of action is the best. His words were decisive, unwavering. If we gave him the chance to surrender, he would have turned his sights on Perdium again. Randolph could not help but exclaim, again, he would attack us again. Homerun, stunned, stared at Ghislaine. Impossible. It can't be. Ghislaine's tone remained calm and measured. Degard attacked Perdium with 7,000 soldiers. Everyone must realize that is far more than he could muster on his own. His expression tightened, every feature taut with seriousness. Desmond supplied troops and Rayfold provided support behind the scenes. The room erupted in shock. Desmond and Rayfold, you mean those two territories were targeting us, but Desmond's supposed to be neutral. And Rayfold, this is because of the old grudges. Ghislaine sat quietly in his chair, eyes deep in thought. The reason the reinforcements did not arrive from allied territories must be Amelia. She killed the envoy to block all communication. That is her favorite tactic, isolate the prey. But if I control the guard, things change. Since our territories border each other, they cannot attack Perdium without me being able to respond immediately. Zwalter raised a hand to his forehead, a mix of exhaustion and tension on his face. So that is why you killed Count de Garde. Even so, he could not shake his concern. A lord's death does not automatically make the land ours. Everyone knew that legal inheritance or familial ties were required. Ghislaine gently placed a sealed scroll on the table. Zwalter picked it up, confused. The document clearly stated that Ghislaine was a distant relative and the rightful heir to de Garde's estate. This is. Ghislaine leaned back, exuding confidence. I received this directly from Count de Garde himself. With this, most issues regarding the territory and succession are settled. The room fell silent. Someone beside Zwalter whispered, "My lord." Zwalter's gaze sharpened. Ghislaine, ruling a territory is not easy. Do you have enough people to manage the area? Ghislaine smiled confidently. Don't worry, I have already chosen the perfect people for the task. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location, the Austin territory of the Sarin Kingdom. In a grand, famous casino, the atmosphere was electric, bustling with energy. A tense gambling match was underway, drawing a large crowd. Wow, he is really going all in, betting he will cry when he has to say goodbye to his right-hand man. The dice lay in a perfect line on the table, and a cup slid across, scooping them all up. The gambler's hands moved with incredible skill, shaking the cup rapidly and expertly. Across the table stood a notorious casino owner, cigarette dangling from his mouth, smoke curling upward. His voice was sharp and threatening. You know what happens if you are caught cheating, do not you, Claude? Claude, unflinching, met the bald man's glare with teasing confidence. Come on, lighten up. It is all in good fun. Tension in the room spiked as the dice balanced precariously, standing upright on the table. In the grand hall of the castle, before the eyes of many witnesses, a commanding voice rang out. For your great accomplishments, in the name of His Majesty the King. Zwalter held the scepter, his gaze fixed on Ghislaine. I hereby bestow upon you the title of Baron Fenris. Ghislaine extended his hand to receive the scepter with respect. The assembled crowd erupted in joyous celebration, cheering in unison. Long live Baron Giselle Fenris. Ghislaine's eyes shone with determination. After the war, I have become a lord. Not long after, Ghislaine sat quietly at the tea table, staring at a map spread across it. He pointed to a spot in the center. As you can see, Degald's territory has been divided into 5 baronial fiefs, excluding the royal lands. I intend to establish my base here, at the center. In the Fenris fief. He raised his head to look at the elders. That is all. Any questions? Randolph and Homerun exchanged glances, thinking, questions, this is more like an announcement. Gillian leaned toward Zwalter and whispered, my lord. Zwalter looked at Ghislaine, then waved his hand in approval. Very well, do as you see fit. Someone has to take on that role anyway. Ghislaine nodded politely. Thank you, everyone. Suddenly, Zwalter cleared his throat. But it seems our finances suffered heavy losses during the war. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow, curious. Losses? Zwalter continued, are you planning to sell magic stones to raise money? Ghislaine's expression shifted slightly as he remembered. Ah, right, we do not have any left. Zwalter froze. Why not? Ghislaine leaned back casually, as if it were obvious. We blew them all up at the city gate. Don't worry. Soon, I will have someone mine more. Back in the present, Belinda smiled brightly and called out, young master. Behind her, Gillian and Kaur looked at him shyly. Please, young master. Join us for a meal. Congratulations, my lord. Ah, no, Lord Fenris, our captain has finally gained fame quite extraordinary. Belinda, slightly bashful, continued, we were worried before about how you would develop. But it seems your progress is thanks to our good upbringing of you, right? Kaur could not resist teasing. That is why he is a bit skewed now, huh? Belinda playfully kicked Kaur in the stomach, then turned back to Ghislaine, laughing. Our young master has truly become a lord. Amazing, haha. A soft voice drew his attention. Opa. Turning, he saw Elena pulling Rachel along. The little girl elbowed Ghislaine playfully. Are you really the Opa I knew, or should I call you Lord now? Ghislaine slipped his hands into his pockets, slightly exasperated. Call me something that makes sense. He glanced to the side. And he looked at Rachel standing shyly nearby. Rachel. The girl looked up. Ah, hello, Giselle Opa. Ghislaine instructed seriously, Elena, if she ever bullies you, just tell me. If she dislikes something, deal with it immediately. Rachel nodded reluctantly while Elena gasped. What? Ghislaine ignored her playful punches and turned to Jillian. Looks like Rachel has fully recovered. Jillian bowed slightly. Thanks to you, my lord. Ghislaine clapped his hands loudly, then addressed everyone in the room calmly. All right, everyone, listen. You have all been extraordinary in standing by my side throughout the war. His gaze hardened with resolve. From now on, I am the Lord of Fenris. I will reside in Fenris, not Perdium. He continued, therefore, I want to recruit my personal guard, not just mercenaries. The others were taken aback. Personal guard, does that mean they officially become an army? Ghislaine smiled faintly. Yes, and I intend to train each of you to become knights. To the astonishment of everyone, he added, the courage you have displayed in the recent war qualifies you for knighthood. You are worthy. Belinda looked at him, flustered. But won't that cost an enormous amount? Ghislaine nodded. Exactly. That is why we need to earn a lot of money. He turned to the person beside him. Gillen, how is he doing? Gillen responded carefully, yes, no problems. Ghislaine was silent for a moment, then spoke. Gillen, take everyone to Fenris first. Jillian froze for a few seconds, surprised. You are not coming along, my lord. Ghislaine replied calmly, I have to stop by somewhere first. His tone grew serious. After the war, security is probably chaotic everywhere. You go ahead and stabilize things over there. Jillian remained silent, but Ghislaine's next words startled him even more. You are the most trusted person. That is why I am entrusting this task to you. Jillian took a long moment before replying. Understood, my lord. When Ghislaine turned to leave, he bowed respectfully. Take care. He then approached Belinda and Kaor. Belinda, Kaor, you are coming with me. Get ready to go. Belinda asked curiously, where are we going? To the Austin territory in the Kingdom of Ceylon. Belinda was surprised. Abroad. Kaor immediately recognized the name. Wait, Austin, isn't that the city famous for gambling? Both of them grew excited. I want to go. I love traveling abroad. The war is over. Let us celebrate, right? Ghislaine immediately dampened their enthusiasm. We are not going there for fun. In another room, Vanessa held a staff firmly. Please, let me absorb mana one more time. Alfoy stepped back in shock. Are you crazy? Absorb? What? Vanessa stepped closer. If I absorb the Lord's mana like last time, I think I can actually cast the spells I have only imagined in my head. Alfoy yelled. Why my mana? She looked at him puzzled. But the young master said your role is basically a mana source. He was completely stunned. What? Just then, Ghislaine pushed the door open. You all have a lot of energy, The two of them turned toward him immediately. Young master. Alfoy quickly spoke up. Hey, little lord, do something, she keeps trying to absorb my mana. Ghislaine paid him no mind and walked straight to Vanessa. Are you alright? She nodded quietly. Yes. Ghislaine reached out to pat her head. This was your first real battle. You must have been nervous, but you did very well. Vanessa blushed. Thank you, my lord. Alfoy muttered to himself, am I invisible or something? He did not even look at me. Ghislaine finally remembered him. Right, you did well too. I am glad you completed your role. Alfoy gritted his teeth. Damn it, just wait until I get back to the magic tower. Ghislaine interrupted suddenly. Oh, that reminds me. He smiled at him. You are coming along as well, Alfoy. Night fell in the Kingdom of Ceylon, Austin territory. Inside the Kragan casino, Kaor exclaimed excitedly. This atmosphere, the scent, it has been so long. Alfoy, puzzled, asked, Lord, were not we supposed to go to the magic tower? Ghislaine tossed a bag of money to Kaor. Kaor, Alfoy, wander around freely. I will call you if I need you. Kaor caught the bag. Oh, alright. Alfoy looked at the money, raising an eyebrow. This is all we get to roam around with. Kaor grinned slyly and draped an arm around Alfoy. My dear mage, you can cast spells, yet you know nothing about the so-called world, Alfoy frowned. The world. Kaor smirked, eyes gleaming with intent. Look closely. This is a game where we bet money and take from others. Belinda followed behind Ghislaine and asked, honestly, you want to come here to gamble, do not you? Be honest. With your rank, no one would blame you. Ghislaine replied calmly, I told you, it is not that. He spoke seriously. I came to find someone to appoint as the steward of a territory. He ended up here because of circumstances. I must reach him before he loses his hand to this gambling life. Belinda gasped. Here, you want to recruit a gambling addict as a steward. Ghislaine sighed. I told you it is due to circumstances. He reassured her, don't worry. He really has talent. His name is. A piercing shout drew their attention. Claude. The man had finally caused trouble. He was pinned to the table while two others shouted and drew their swords. All his past lucky wins had been a scam. He always bragged about being clever. Now, caught cheating, he had nothing left to defend himself. Crank looked at them. Boss, chop off that bastard's hand. I warned you, did not I? Don't cheat with trick dice. The man had been fiddling with weighted dice, trying to cheat them. Crank ground his teeth and crushed the dice. You have been scheming all along, have not you, Claude? Claude tried to protest. I do not know what you are talking about. I never prepared or swapped dice. You said cheating is not allowed. Now you are blaming me. Crank crossed his arms, unconvinced. You could not have known, so do not be so upset. He sneered. We were never meant to understand each other. Claude gritted his teeth. Crank. The man beside him raised his sword. Do it. Claude closed his eyes and braced himself. After a while, feeling nothing, he opened his eyes. Looks fun. Mind if I join in? The sword was blocked by Ghislaine. Crank stammered, why you? Who are you? Ghislaine looked at them coldly. Gizel, from the kingdom of Luthania, Baron Gizel Fenris. Crank stammered, why you? Who are you? Ghislaine looked at them coldly and replied, Gizel, from the kingdom of Luthania, Baron Gizel Fenris. Hearing the name, Crank froze for a moment. A foreign noble. The two subordinates next to him, showing no hesitation, raised their swords to attack. That bastard. Just as they were about to strike, Crank called out, stop. He smirked, gesturing toward Ghislaine. Welcome, noble of the neighboring country, to the Kragan Casino, my lord. However, I hope neither you nor your men cause any disturbances here. He then looked at his two subordinates and barked, you two, put your weapons away. Ghislaine retracted his sword. Belinda frowned. Crank crossed his arms and asked, but, what brings a noble to a shabby place like my casino? Ghislaine replied coldly, I am looking for someone. It just so happens he is here. He called to the man lying face down on the table. Claude, get up. Squinting at him, he added, I am here to fetch you. The dice tumbled from the cup. As they hit the table, all three landed on a 1. Countless gold coins were pushed toward Alfoy. Lord Alfoy scored 1,000 points victorious overall. The people at the table immediately shouted, damn it, how could we lose to a rookie like him? Why does all the luck fall to that bastard? Kaur leapt forward, draping an arm around Alfoy. Hey, if you keep playing like this, how much money will you end up winning? Our little bookworm really has talent. Alfoy's expression changed slightly. In that moment, it felt as if the whole world consisted only of him and the gold coins before him. I just earned several times more than I make selling magical scrolls all day. And in such a short time too. Alfoy clutched his chest suddenly, face flushed and dripping with sweat. How long has it been since my heart raced like this? A shout from the upper floor caught Kaor's attention. What? Belinda exclaimed in surprise, the gambling expert that our young master was looking for. Is this kid? Ghislaine confirmed, yes. Crank, holding his pipe, frowned thoughtfully. I am sorry, but that won't do. That boy did not participate in a game of this caliber honorably. He used trickery. He must pay for his actions. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. Trickery. Claude suddenly grinned slyly. He fell to his knees and begged loudly, I am sorry, Baron Fenris. He wept, explaining, the precious money you gave me, Baron, I was tricked by them and lost it all. Claude continued to protest. All the dice here were controlled by them. They even checked what patrons brought in to eliminate any cheating devices. But just when I tried to make a big, decisive bet, a problematic dice appeared. How is that fair? Belinda panicked and stepped closer to Ghislaine. What is he saying, young master? When did you even meet him, and how dare he lie so blatantly? Ghislaine raised a hand to stop her. He turned to Crank, as if seeking confirmation. Is what he says true? Crank did not respond immediately. Internally, he thought, that Claude. I have always wondered where he got such a large sum of money. He puffed his pipe and spoke coldly. I do not know how you know Claude, but what he says is not trustworthy. Cheaters always claim innocence. Exhaling smoke, he continued, besides, this casino belongs to Baron Austin. Even if you are a foreign noble, if you keep causing a scene like this, a diplomatic dispute is inevitable. Let us consider what just happened as if it never did. Can you and your men leave quietly? Ghislaine furrowed his brow. That might be difficult. After all, it is no different from your having stolen all my money earlier. Crank's expression shifted, and he sighed. Well. Ghislaine pulled Claude forward, seating him in front of Crank. Now, do not frown. Both you and I want him, right? So let us see if we can reach some kind of agreement. Crank's curiosity was piqued. Agreement? Ghislaine's tone turned serious. Play around with me. If I win, I reclaim all the money you have won from Claude earlier. If I lose, I will wager my current title and all my possessions. Claude, Crank, and Belinda all gasped. What? Claude quietly cautioned. I am extremely grateful for you going along with me, but who are you that you would go this far for me? Ghislaine immediately draped a hand over his shoulder, pulling him close. I am someone who desperately needs your support. Crank laughed heartily, clearly entertained. It has been a long time since I have seen a noble this daring. Fine then. He shouted, if you have come to the casino, you would better play around. Everyone in the casino cheered with excitement. A big match, a fresh-faced noble dares to challenge old man Crank. Today's definitely not a day to be bored. Crank rolled a die onto the table. The rules are simple, the lowest number wins. If there is a tie, we keep going until one of us prevails. He taunted Ghislaine with disdain. Noble as you are, if the game were too complicated, you might not understand. Ghislaine rested his chin on his hand, replying coldly, I understand. Let us start. Crank smirked. You are quicker-tempered than I thought. Fine. He flipped a coin in his hand. Both Ghislaine and Crank made their guesses, heads or tails. As the coin landed, everyone erupted into chatter. Crank goes first, someone shouted. Crank grabbed a die and placed it into a cup. Permission to roll first, he said sternly, covering the cup. Then, with expert motion, he shook it. Belinda looked on with contempt. Good grief, all this fuss over a single die. In a swift move, Crank swapped in a different die inside the cup and slammed it onto the table. When the cup was lifted, the die showed a 1. The crowd erupted. Big brother Crank got 1 point. They were thrilled to watch. Crank scored a point, and the noble has not even acted yet. How did it end so quickly? Who dares challenge Crank like this? Belinda's concern grew. Young master. Claude stared at Ghislaine, puzzled. Crank, smug, muttered, it is embarrassing. After preparing such a big roll, it ends so quickly. Tricky, is not it? Ghislaine, calm as ever, stayed silent. He picked up the die, noting silently, your mouth and body clearly do not match your composure. Yes, Crank replied, pouting. He sneered at Ghislaine, HMPH, pretending to be calm, but I can read every thought inside your head. However, all your efforts are in vain. Crank recalled his previous cheating technique. That was a special cup. Depending on how I hold it, I can secretly slip in a weighted die that will always land on 1. Covering the swap with the cup's motion hides everything. His confidence in victory grew even stronger. And I have never been caught using this trick, not once. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. No matter how many times you roll the dice, you cannot avoid defeat, you arrogant noble. Ghislaine concentrated his mana in his hand. Then, with a decisive motion, he slammed it down over the cup. The entire room fell silent, everyone holding their breath as they watched him. He pressed the cup onto the table, recalling the rule, the player with the lowest number wins. Slowly, he lifted the cup to reveal nothing but a pile of powder 0 points. Crank's eyes widened in shock. What? The others in the room were just as stunned. The die turned to dust, 0 points. How is that even possible? Is Crank going to lose? Belinda and Claude exchanged incredulous glances. Crank sprang to his feet, furious, pointing at Ghislaine. This can't be, this result does not count, it is cheating, even if you are a noble, you cannot act so brazenly. Ghislaine grabbed Crank's hand, twisting it to reveal the die he had hidden. And what is this? The die tumbled across the table. Gasps echoed through the room. Wah, there is another die in his hand, so all this time, he has been cheating too. Ghislaine's gaze was icy. When participating in a sacred game like this, one must play fairly, as I clearly stated before the rainy season. Crank's face turned pale with sweat. Impossible. Could he have known everything in advance? In a flash, he drew a sword from his waist and lunged straight at Ghislaine. With a swift sidestep, Ghislaine dodged the sudden attack. Belinda and Claude froze in shock at the abrupt turn of events. Ghislaine smirked. You should have shown your true nature from the start. Pretending to be polite does not suit a thug like you, it is clumsy. Crank's henchmen drew their swords. What is he saying? One shouted. Enough talk, things have come this far. We can't let him leave unscathed. One of them pointed his blade at Ghislaine. Attack. He pointed his sword at Ghislaine and barked, attack. Ghislaine furrowed his brow, his eyes locking onto them. Under the swing of their blades, he dodged every strike with ease. He sprang into the air, using the momentum to vault off the backs of a few henchmen before lunging toward Crank. Crank panicked, withdrawing his sword as sweat drenched his forehead. Just as he thrust upward, Ghislaine twisted midair, flipping behind him and landed firmly on the ground, pressing the tip of his sword against Crank's neck. The sharp blade hovered perilously close, and Crank struggled to swallow. The two henchmen panicked, shouting, "Be boss Crank!" In an instant, two more swords pressed against their necks, making them tremble uncontrollably. Those blades belonged to Kaor and Belinda. Kaor smirked, glancing at the defeated men. "You shrimp, at least pick opponents you can handle." Belinda frowned slightly. "Young master, what should we do with them now?" Ghislaine's voice was calm but firm. "As I said before, we are taking both him and all the money you won from Claude." Crank stammered, "And no, that is not possible." Ghislaine continued, eyes cold, "Crank, as the manager of the Kraken Casino, the primary source of income for Baron Austin, you were caught red-handed attempting to cheat a foreign noble. Do you understand the consequences a casino faces when it loses the trust of gamblers?" The tip of Ghislaine's sword drew a thin line of blood across Crank's neck, and his sharp eyes glinted ominously. "If you ever repeat what happened today." Crank's fear was palpable, sweat pouring down his face. After a long pause, he finally nodded, trembling, "Why yes, I understand." A small, satisfied smile crept across Ghislaine's lips as he gave the order, "Let us go, Claude." But when he turned back to the table, Claude was nowhere to be seen. A piercing shout rang out, "That guy ran off already." Belinda grumbled in irritation, "That gambler not only ran away but also took all the money the young master had won. If it were not for us, he would have lost a hand by now. What an ungrateful brat." Kaor chuckled, "Ha, a wildcat like him will probably just end up in another casino anyway." Belinda clenched her fists. "We will need to search the entire area now." Ghislaine waved a hand, stopping her. "No need. It is unnecessary. I already know where he is headed." Outside the casino, Claude rode his horse through the night, a sack of money slung over his shoulder. As he glanced back, he sighed in relief, "Phew. I survived. But who is that noble who helped me?" He tightened his grip on the bag. "Still, thanks to him, I got what I needed. Mission accomplished." Claude chuckled bitterly to himself. "Some foreign noble. I am sorry, but I really needed this money." A year earlier, in a ramshackle house deep in the forest, coins tumbled across the floor. "Anna, look at this," Claude exclaimed excitedly. "It is amazing, is not it? Gambling is not just a game of chance. There is a formula to always win. If I keep earning money this way, we won't have to live on the run anymore. We can return to a normal life quickly." Anna suddenly interrupted, her voice cold. "Stop, Claude." He was taken aback. Anna." She reached out with trembling hands to grasp his. "I know about my father's death. The same father who was your master. It is not your fault." Seeing Claude's bruised and battered face, she shivered. "So please." Claude let out a small, bitter laugh. "It is my fault. My foolishness and recklessness turned my master into a traitor." A voice, dripping with contempt, rang out. "The scholar of Saren Royal Academy is a traitor, and you are the child of that traitor. Boethius accuse Anna accuse." Anna, bound and watched by Crank and his henchmen, was dragged forward. Claude, lying on the ground, strained to reach her. "Anna." Silent footsteps approached Claude. A low, measured voice spoke, "Your name is Claude, correct?" The man leaned on his cane, his tone deliberate. "I will give you 1 year. Bring 2,000 gold coins here." He rubbed his chin with a twisted satisfaction. The fate of that girl was supposed to be sealed. "But if you deliver the ransom, I will release her." Snapped out of the memory, Claude clutched the money bag, whispering Anna's name. His eyes shone with hope. "I will get you out of here," he vowed. At Austin Castle, in the study, voices echoed. "Are the prison barracks already full? Feeding those lowly prisoners is just a waste of food, HMPH." A fat man sat writing with a brush. "If they can't even pay their ransom, there is no reason to keep them alive, Baron Austin." He waved dismissively at a subordinate. "Rosiel, anyone who fails to pay within a week, execute them." "Understood." The subordinate bowed. "Yes, my lord." Another aide stepped forward hesitantly. "My lord, it has been nearly a year, but—" Austin frowned, annoyed. Then suddenly a lecherous smile spread across his face as he rubbed his chin. "Ah, you mean that rebel's daughter, do not you?" Their conversation continued. Any news of that brat Claude? Yes, my lord. I have heard he has not earned the money yet and spends all his time idling at the casino. Then it seems Crank is doing his job well, Austin scoffed. Normally, I would consider taking the girl as a servant, but since she is a rebel's daughter, it makes me uneasy. Throw her into the execution group and make sure Claude does not hear about it. The aide asked cautiously, and if he manages to bring the ransom? Austin replied calmly, take the money and deal with him. A gambler like him, nobody will care if he dies. He revealed his greed plainly. Of course, that is, only if he manages to get the ransom I demanded. The study door creaked open. Another aide rushed in. Apologies for disturbing you, my lord, he said. Austin, irritated, snapped, at this hour, what now? There is a man Claude making a commotion, demanding to pay the ransom. The heavy sack of coins thudded onto the desk. Claude stood before Austin. 2,000 gold coins. I have brought the full amount, he said, pleading. Please, release Anna. Austin opened the bag, scrutinizing each coin. Frowning, he thought, not counterfeit. Where did you get this money? He demanded. I won at gambling, Claude replied. Austin tossed the coins back into the bag. I see. He barked orders. Imprison this man immediately. Claude was stunned. What? But I brought the full amount you demanded. Two aides lunged to restrain him. Panicked, he shouted, Hey, I have already brought the full ransom, why now? Austin's expression darkened as he pondered. The origin of this money seems suspicious. I must confirm with Crank first. He pointed at Claude. And you, if you value your life, behave yourself and go to the dungeon. Claude lowered his head, a bitter laugh escaping him. Ridiculous. Austin sneered. A gambler like you, actually preparing the full ransom I demanded, who would believe that? He eyed the coins greedily. Claude roared in anger like a wild animal, struggling against the aide's grip. Suddenly, something struck the necks of the two aides with force. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed unconscious. Austin, shocked, turned toward the door. Claude, panting, glanced back. A silent hand rested on his shoulder. Ghislaine patted him lightly, whispering reassurance. You have done well. Ghislaine strode forward toward Austin. Pleasure to meet you, Baron Austin, he said. Austin stammered in shock. Who are you? With a snap of his fingers, Ghislaine introduced himself. From the Kingdom of Luthania, I am Baron Ghislaine Paris. At the same time, Belinda threw the bound Crank to the ground. Austin's eyes widened in disbelief. Kaur placed a chair before Austin. Ghislaine sat, propping his feet arrogantly on the desk, eyes fixed on the Baron. Bring out some tea for your guest first, won't you? Austin's face twisted with anger. What did you say? A nearby subordinate brandished a sword toward Ghislaine. How dare you be so disrespectful, bowed to the Baron immediately. Another sword suddenly pointed at him, making the man recoil in surprise. Kaur's cold voice cut through sharply. Stop that. This is not something you should interfere with. The subordinate trembled. What did you say? Austin pointed and shouted, how dare you act so brazenly in front of me? Why are you all just standing there? Drag this man out. Ghislaine remained calm. I am not acting recklessly. He propped his chin on his hand, eyes sharp as blades. I am here to demand compensation. The room fell silent. Compensation, Austin stammered. Ghislaine extended his hand and called, Belinda. At his command, she kicked Crank to the floor. Ghislaine pressed his palm against Crank's face. In your casino, your manager, this Crank, was caught red-handed cheating. Because of his fraud, Claude and I almost lost all the assets we had wagered. Austin's eyes widened as he glanced at the pile of gold. Crank hurriedly protested, Baron, that is not true. I am innocent, the real cheater is them. Belinda slammed her foot into his head. That bastard keeps lying, does not he? Austin gritted his teeth. Crank, you fool. You have to know your targets and your actions. So now, what do you want me to do? Ghislaine's tone was steady. In a casino, reputation is everything. Cheating is utterly unacceptable. Therefore, Baron Austin, you must provide proper compensation to both Claude and me. Austin averted his gaze. Wait, that one is crying foul too. I do not know whom to believe. Why do not you take it up with the court and settle it yourselves? What does this have to do with me? Ghislaine paused, then spoke firmly, it does concern you. Austin furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Ghislaine leaned back, pushing the chair slightly aside. The Kraken Casino, which you own, is frequented by nobles from many nations. I have heard that over half the territory's total income comes from it. If word spreads that your manager was caught cheating, you will be seen as complicit in fraud aimed at the nobility." He slammed the chair down and locked Austin in a challenging gaze. "So your future will be quite interesting to watch." Austin's face darkened. He ground his teeth and hissed, "You mean I have to pay off the star?" Ghislaine nodded. "Correct. I want double the amount you just received as compensation, and—" Austin's eyes darted nervously to the sack of coins on the table. Ghislaine added another demand, "You must immediately release Anna Akius." Claude stayed silent, watching him. Ghislaine's tone softened slightly. "If you comply, I will consider today as if it never happened." Austin's expression shifted. "I see. Now I understand everything." He roared furiously, "Claude, you ungrateful wretch." Claude's eyes widened in shock at the outburst. Soldiers stormed in through the doors. "I gave you the chance to save a woman who was supposed to be executed, yet you dared to secretly conspire with a foreign noble to cheat me." Kaor shoved Claude aside. "Uncle, you are in the way. Step outside." Belinda scoffed. "I do not understand. It is like we were in on it beforehand." Ghislaine commanded, "Belinda, get me a short sword." Austin, furious, shouted at his soldiers, "No matter what, if I kill all of you here, it will be like this never happened. Kill them." A royal guard lunged with a sword at Ghislaine. Ghislaine kicked the heavy sack on the table. By momentum, it flew into the face of the guard. Grabbing the short sword, Ghislaine leapt, surprising Austin, and drove it forcefully down onto the Baron's hand. Austin screamed in pain. Meanwhile, Kaor and Belinda blocked the swords of two other soldiers. Ghislaine's voice was icy. "Kaor, Belinda, do not kill them." Kaor charged, annoyed. "Fine." One by one, the soldiers' attacks were effortlessly blocked by Kaor. Ghislaine punched one in the face, knocking him unconscious. Belinda used magic to control another's sword, then spun and struck his neck with a kick. Ghislaine wielded his sword against two more soldiers, dispatching them with ease, one after another. One of Austin's close subordinates swung his sword, but Ghislaine easily dodged. He twisted his body, smashing the pommel of his sword against the man's neck. The subordinate cried out once before collapsing unconscious. Claude stood frozen to the side, watching the fight in disbelief. Sweat poured down his forehead as he struggled to comprehend, who is this man? Kaor, Belinda, and Ghislaine continued their relentless assault amid Austin's frantic shouts. Claude recalled Ghislaine's words in the casino, "I am someone who truly needs your support." He pressed his lips together, tears streaming down his face. "All this time, I have learned it to my very bones that in this world, no act of kindness comes without reason." Time passed, though Claude did not notice how long. Austin's soldiers had all been defeated, lying scattered across the floor. Ghislaine withdrew the short sword from Austin's hand. The Baron trembled, threatening, You wretch, how dare you humiliate and assault a noble like me?" Ghislaine regarded him coldly. "As I said, I will take both the money and Anna. If you have any complaints." A hand rested lightly on Ghislaine's shoulder. Claude stepped forward, voice filled with gratitude. "If you went this far for me, how could I refuse?" He turned to Austin, his gaze firm. "If you have any complaints, come to the Paris estate in the Kingdom of Luthania and see me, Baron Austin." Claude forced a smile. "I will treat you as a guest. It is better this way than to live forever in regret." As evening fell, the sun cast its golden light over the castle towers. They passed towering mountains, a stretch of dense forest, and endless fields. Eventually, they arrived at the same house as before. On the road back to Perdium, the carriage rolled slowly. Claude stared ahead, lost in thought. Ghislaine suddenly asked, "You are really not going to live with Anna, are you sure that is okay?" Claude lowered his gaze, answering softly, "Yes. Compared to living next to the man responsible for my father's death, I think Anna will feel much more at peace back home." He looked up at the sky. "After all, I was not able to fully protect her with my own strength." Ghislaine stayed silent, looking away. "Consider this my debt to you, Claude," he thought. He reflected on his past. "I, who once drowned in a blind obsession for revenge, have now repaid the debt I owed. Now, I finally feel relief." A faint smile curved his lips. As they traveled, they continued talking. "So, what do you think of this place? Fresh air, is not it? If we ever had the chance, taking the Lord's head here would not be too hard. Though, are you suggesting I chop my own head off?" Claude raised a skeptical brow. "This poor little village is your estate, you look so well off. That is why I followed you." Ghislaine reached over, draping an arm around Claude's shoulders. "From now on, you are the chief steward of my estate." He gestured forward. Everything you see here, you will be responsible for it. Claude froze for a moment, then they continued talking. After thinking it over, I realize I would rather return home to live with Anna. Please, let me go, it is late, this wretch, he said. Inside a dim room, a man sat silently at the center. Those around him murmured with grave expressions, "Perdium. Paris." Harade's face darkened, eyes burning with lethal intent. Ghislaine. He raised his hand in command. Send a letter to Amelia. Inform her that we will accelerate the plan. At the Paris estate, inside Paris Castle, Belinda, Kaor, Ghislaine, Alfoy, Vanessa, and Claude stood neatly in a row. Ghislaine leaned on his staff. Facing them, he spoke with authority. Everyone's gathered, correct? A faint smile curved his lips. Let us begin our work. They responded in unison, yes, my lord. The estate, freshly freed from Disgald's brutal rule, was in utter disarray. Ghislaine had appointed Claude to various administrative roles to begin the process of restoring stability. Leading the group, Ghislaine pointed with his staff. First, start by surveying the population. Find every survivor and bring them back to the village. He glanced at Claude, jotting notes behind him. Once the survey is complete, use that information to procure enough food to last at least 6 months. Securing provisions is the most urgent task, prioritize it above all else. Claude nodded earnestly. Understood. They continued forward. Soon, we will also farm. Distribute cattle and plow-equipped oxen to the households in the estate so they can tend the fields. Additionally, check if we can harvest wood from the nearby forest to expand arable land. Claude blinked in surprise. My lord, are you really planning to cultivate crops on this cracked, barren soil? Exactly, Ghislaine replied calmly. They surveyed the estate carefully. We will crush the bones of the blood pythons for fertilizer. All outdated facilities and equipment that can no longer be used must be replaced. Build warehouses, drainage systems, and so on, and do not forget this, that, and the other. Claude forced a smile. My lord, you must be joking. The chief steward of Paris, administrative director, secretary, treasurer, inspector, household officer, materials officer, distribution officer, tax officer, collection officer, enforcement officer, food officer, disaster officer, supervisor, junior officer, and many other roles all assigned to me. In the study, Ghislaine furrowed his brow, pen in hand. What is it? Flustered, Claude admitted, I am handling all these roles myself. Ghislaine lowered his head, continuing to write. You have never done this before, right? Take this opportunity to learn. If needed, recruit assistants to help. Claude spun on his heel and sprinted out of the study as fast as he could. Wendy, Ghislaine called calmly. From somewhere, Wendy appeared, hurling a binding projectile toward the fleeing Claude. She spun gracefully, and Claude found himself tangled in ropes. Bowing slightly, she introduced herself. It is an honor to meet you, my lord. I am Wendy, assigned by head steward Belinda to serve as your bodyguard. Lord Claude, I look forward to your guidance. Claude screamed in panic. Ah, help. Ghislaine leaned on his staff, silently thinking, you will have to endure this, Claude. Back when you handled these matters, it was a piece of cake. The next day, Ghislaine led Claude and Wendy on another survey. A noble carries both responsibility and duty to protect the people living on their estate. The people's loss of trust in the nobility, born from exploitation and oppression by greedy lords, leaves them disheartened and trapped in poverty. Hunger and neglect only isolate the noble further. Addressing these fundamental issues as soon as possible is crucial to establishing a stable foundation for the estate. He closed his eyes, lost in thought. But then a piercing, astonished shout echoed through the castle. You mean to say we do not have enough money? Ghislaine sat atop the table, surveying his ledgers. At this spending rate, I won't even be able to pay your salaries in 3 months, he mused. Gillian stammered, this is a serious problem, my lord. Kaor placed a hand on his hip. So, what is the problem? Aren't we just supposed to dig up more rune stones? Ghislaine replied, we can't sell all of them. I need some for other purposes, and the mages require them for research. He rested his chin in his hand, pondering. Rune stone veins are not infinite. We can't keep relying on them forever. We need a sustainable source of capital. Suddenly, Claude burst in aggressively, flinging open the door. Ghislaine, pen in hand, looked up and exclaimed, Ah, Claude, perfect timing. I just happen to have a task that requires someone like you. Claude rushed forward, confidence radiating from his voice. There is no need to worry about those tasks, my lord. I have already prepared the perfect plan to save this estate. A sly grin spread across his face. He proudly proposed, "We build a casino." The moment he said it, Claude was literally kicked out of the castle. Belinda leaned to Wendy and whispered, "Next time he opens his mouth to spout nonsense, you just deal with him immediately." Wendy nodded, carefully noting it down. "Understood." Claude shouted in frustration, "No way, what am I supposed to do now?" Determined, he argued, "We can't farm, and runestones can't be used recklessly. Isn't turning this wasteland into a proper entertainment city the most practical solution?" Alfoy, closing in behind him, said, "I completely agree with you." Ghislaine looked up at him calmly. "I will consider your suggestion later, once the foundation is secure. For now, continue the tasks I have already assigned." Claude protested, "No, do you think we have enough food to hold out until then?" Ghislaine patiently explained, "If we build a casino while the estate's foundations are weak, we might make some money initially, but we won't be able to prevent the rise of an underground world. In the long term, it is not the best choice if we want to confront them later." Claude crossed his arms, frustrated. "Our supplies are already running low, and you talk about the future, I mean, we have to do something now, before even the money to buy food runs out." Alfoy chimed in, "Other lords do not farm not because they hate it. I think building a grand entertainment district here is the right move." Ghislaine nodded. "Then leave the food situation to me." Claude looked puzzled. "Yes, sir." Ghislaine instructed firmly, "If I can make crops grow on this land, from now on, follow my instructions without a single complaint." Claude sighed. "Honestly, I already told you, this land is barren and impossible to cultivate." Ghislaine smirked. "Are you certain about that?" Claude and Alfoy exchanged confident glances. No matter what, they were sure the land could not be farmed. Ghislaine smiled gently at them. "Bet you a wager." 3 months later, Claude and Alfoy stood in stunned silence, staring at the fields before them. "Master Mage, am I dreaming?" The once barren fields were now fertile, golden with ripened crops. Villagers wielding sickles eagerly harvested the bounty. "Success. It is finally a success. How many years has it been since we last had a harvest on this land?" Claude stared at Ghislaine in amazement. How is this even possible?" Ghislaine calmly explained, "Black barley naturally grows well even in barren soil. Before sowing, I sprinkled powdered blood python bones, which are highly nutritious, over the prepared land. Then I planted black barley enhanced with the mana infusion array." He bent down, lifting a stalk of grain in his hand. "Seeds sown this way grow at an accelerated rate, allowing us to harvest more frequently." Alfoy clenched his teeth, his astonishment mixed with frustration. "Damn it, so that is why you had the Bond mages create the slow-growth mana arrays." Vanessa looked at him with admiration. "My lord, you are truly incredible. How could you think to use the mana infusion array, something meant for humans, on seeds?" Ghislaine hesitated for a moment, closing his eyes in thought. "That was not exactly my idea." He recalled the origins of the mana infusion array, a magic array capable of drawing the energy stored in rune stones to accelerate mana growth exponentially. At first, some had questioned why such a precious resource would be used on wheat, but once the results were seen, no one could argue against it. This method had been verified by mages and scholars from the future. Ghislaine smiled faintly. "As for the principle behind it, that is not something I concern myself with." The villagers in front of him cheered enthusiastically. "My lord, from now on, we will follow you unconditionally, no more starving to death. Long live Baron Paris." Amid their jubilant celebration, Claude and Alfoy tried to sneak away quietly. A voice called from behind, startling them. "You too." Ghislaine had somehow appeared behind them. "Where do you think you are going? You still have your wager to settle." Claude forced a sheepish smile. Wager, sir, what wager?" Ghislaine calmly opened his inner robe pocket. "If you win, I will give you 5,000 gold and your freedom." He pulled out a small scroll. "If I win, you will serve as my unpaid servants for 10 years. Immediately, Claude and Alfoy were surrounded. "The bet's already made," Ghislaine reminded them. The two exchanged resigned smiles. Damn it." And so, the first harvest concluded. With a stable food supply secured, runestones could now be used for purposes other than sale. Herbert raised a brow, puzzled. "Why you want me to build a branch of the magical guild here?" Ghislaine nodded. "Yes, master of the tower." Herbert grew more confused. "But, I only came to visit because my brother said you became the lord here. Why bring this up now?" Ghislaine replied calmly. "It all began with the unilateral declaration of war from Lord Disgald. In that battle, we received the aid of magic. but it was incredibly difficult to secure victory, especially by detonating the rune stones. Sweat beaded on Herbert's forehead. Wait, he said he detonated those precious rune stones. That brat only told me he won the battle. I never heard about this part. Ghislaine sighed heavily. If a fledgling territory like Paris comes under attack again, we will have no choice but to detonate the rune stones meant for magical defenses. Just like last time. Hubert, alarmed, quickly intervened. No, no, do not. Why do you always have to jump to such extreme measures? Ghislaine gave him a satisfied smirk. Fine then, my lord, please send more mages our way. Mages shine brightest when their talents are put to use building all sorts of structures, housing, aqueducts, temples. At the Paris branch of the Crimson Flame Magic Guild, everyone raised their staves, shouting with enthusiasm, "We are mages, thanks to the mages' manpower." Bolstered by magical support, Paris had been able to swiftly complete the construction of large-scale projects. But some grumbled, that heartless jerk, forcing mages to do manual labor. What kind of injustice is this? Though minor disputes occasionally flared up with newcomers still adjusting to the territory, both sides usually reached peaceful agreements soon after. The same crowd that had been so spirited earlier now lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted. Ghislaine, unfazed, issued a command. Alfoy, go fetch those contracts and bring them here. Inwardly, Alfoy muttered to himself, I can't be the only one slaving away like this. The territory quickly regained its core functions. But then, Claude burst through the door, panting. My lord, we have got a major problem. Gasping for breath, he delivered the urgent report. Word is, a riot's broken out in Rayfold. Ghislaine's brow furrowed as he thought. The riot in Rayfold escalated faster than expected. Could my interference have caused this? Lady Amelia of Rayfold, along with Desmond, were mere puppets dancing to the tune of Duke Delphine. Having failed to seize Perdium through Disgald, they now had no choice but to take direct action. Ghislaine's eyes blazed with murderous intent. This war of mine is not over yet. Gillian spoke up, his voice tentative. My lord, what is your plan? Belinda, equally anxious, added, if Lady Amelia takes our territory. Ghislaine cut in, his voice slow and deliberate. If they dare try to crush me, I won't sit idly by. We will march to the kingdom. To Luthania's capital, Cardinia. In a cluttered room, strewn with scattered belongings, a hand reached out from the shadows in the corner. But the moment it touched the light, it was scorched, burned to ashes. The figure stared at their trembling, blistered hand for a long moment. Then, lifting their gaze to the sky, they whispered, all I want is to die. In a vast city brimming with energy and life, the streets teemed with people. Wagons followed one another in long lines, and knights stood guard with solemn dignity. As they gazed at the magnificent city around them, they could hardly believe it. This was Cardinia. At last, Ghislaine's group had set foot in the capital. The group of portly men could not help but speak up. The territories we have seen before. They were nothing but toys compared to this. One of them stammered in awe. The castle we built in our own lands does not even count as a real castle anymore. Kaur glanced at them, smirking. If you are so brave, try saying that in front of the commander and see what happens. Vanessa leaned out of the carriage, her eyes sparkling. Look, Lord Alfoy, they are selling ingredients here that we have not even seen in our mage tower. Alfoy clicked his tongue and scratched his cheek, conceding. Seems like everything here is built a bit more meticulously than our own mage tower. Just a touch more detailed, I guess. Nearby, Ghislaine muttered under his breath something that sounded displeased, though Claude beside him could not catch it clearly. He looked up at the splendid city before them. His tone icy and disdainful. This city, it is so arrogant, it makes me want to smash it to pieces. Claude, puzzled, whispered to Wendy, why? Why is he suddenly so angry? She lowered her eyelids slightly and replied coldly, if the Lord says so, then you can be sure it is so. Claude rolled his eyes in exasperation. He seems not quite normal in some way, does not he? He watched Ghislaine's hostile gaze fixed on the city. And dared to guess, could it be that in his past life, this place held some grudge against him? Ghislaine, meanwhile, sat silently atop his horse, studying the impregnable fortress before him, the indestructible capital of Cardinia, a city said to be under the protection of the goddess. Memories of his past life, spent amidst oceans of fire, stirred within him. I once conquered this city. And yet it is also where I died. I attacked the capital to kill Duke Delphine, who plotted to seize the throne. But he was not here. Blinded by my desire for revenge, I made everyone my enemy. Alone, I could accomplish nothing. A few days ago, not long past, at Perdium Castle, Zwalter's eyes went wide with astonishment. You are saying you are going to the capital? Ghislaine, mounted on his horse nearby, responded calmly, yes, father. This is a matter of great importance. Zwalter's worry deepened. Then, what about your Paris territory? Ghislaine placed a hand over his chest, showing utmost respect. I will provide a year's worth of provisions for Perdium. In my absence, I request that Governor Homerun and Knight Commander Randolph be sent to Paris to oversee its management. Homerun and Randolph's eyes lit up, stunned. A year's provisions. Zwalter furrowed his brow, still uneasy. Food is not the concern. It is just that, did not you yourself say that Rayfold was targeting us? With a rebellion erupting in Rayfold, you are leaving now. You must understand what that implies. Ghislaine raised his bow toward a bird soaring in the sky. I understand, father. As you said, if Desmond and Rayfold form an alliance and strike while I am absent, we would not have the strength to resist. However, he released the arrow. It shot through the air with precision, piercing the bird effortlessly. Frowning, he continued, Emilia has only just assumed control over Rayfold's internal administration. We still have time before she stabilizes her authority there. In that window, we must build our strength to confront our enemies. Zwalter could not help but be surprised. Build strength to confront them. Ghislaine replied matter-of-factly, exactly. This has been planned all along. I intend to draw the kingdom closer to our side. A merchant clasped his hands together and bowed deeply, showing utmost respect. Yes, as you requested, my lord. By now, they had stopped before a grand castle, imposing yet shrouded in an eerie, cold atmosphere. I have prepared a stately mansion for you. The merchant continued, luxurious, with gardens, spacious grounds, and reasonably priced. Ghislaine smiled smugly, glancing at Belinda standing beside him. What do you think? She forced a smile, helpless. Well, it does look quite imposing, I suppose. Claude and Alfoy, however, reacted violently, both shouting in unison at the merchant. Hey, sir, why does this place look so run down? The merchant stammered, ah. Well, it is just that no one has managed this place for a very long time. A murder of dark crows flew out from the nearby forest, startling the fat man into a yelp, huh. The knight accompanying them sneered, with a cowardly look like that. How did you survive and make it back from the beast forest? The man hugged himself, shivering. It is. A bit chilly here, is not it? Vanessa turned her head, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. Just wear more clothes, and you will be fine. The merchant cleared his throat several times, then launched into a polished sales pitch. Anyway, all those rumors about ghosts or wandering spirits in this mansion are completely baseless. I assure you, there is nothing wrong with this place at all. Ghislaine immediately agreed to purchase. Fine, let us settle on this place. How much is it? Claude quickly intervened, grabbing the merchant by the arm and pointing at his overly eager face. Look at him, he is clearly just happy to get rid of this cursed property. Do you really think concepts like feng shui and geomancy exist only for show? Ghislaine let out a light smile, answering calmly, leaving Claude speechless. It is fine. Ghosts won't kill anyone. Just smash them if they act up. What is there to fear? The merchant, grabbing Ghislaine's hand excitedly, exclaimed, this is an excellent choice, my lord. Originally, including the land, this property is worth over 1,000 gold. But due to our mismanagement, I will let it go for 500 gold. Ghislaine turned to him, setting the price, 200 gold. The merchant froze. Well. He looked around the mansion, pretending to worry. I have heard rumors about ghosts. I am afraid of them. If you do not buy at 200 gold, I will have to look elsewhere. Upon hearing this, panic overtook him. No, that is impossible. A mansion this large, selling for 500 gold was already a bargain. There is nothing cheaper in the capital. But Ghislaine's firm words flowed relentlessly. A property this hard to sell, if you tried to manage it properly and sell it later, the upkeep costs would exceed its value. And even then, who would buy it? Yet every year you still pay property taxes. The merchant could offer no further argument. Ghislaine smirked, both satisfied and proud. Think about it, who else would want to buy this besides me? Meanwhile, a mysterious figure inside the mansion observed the commotion. Within a moment, that figure vanished without a trace. Belinda, hands on her hips, spoke with forceful resolve. Everyone, get to work quickly. Inside the castle, everyone busied themselves cleaning, scrubbing floors and dusting. Let us erase every trace of gloom in this mansion. A voice rang out, making Ghislaine tilt his head to glance. Claude, holding a broom, paused and asked, My lord, you said you planned to establish relations with the kingdom to connect with the powers. In Paris. How do you intend to do that? Does anyone here even care to meet a rural noble from the borderlands? Ghislaine turned calmly. As you said, from the perspective of the kingdom's nobles, they have no reason to meet me at all. Claude stammered, panicked. Then, what will we do? A subtle, knowing smile spread across Ghislaine's lips. I will make them wish to meet me. After a while, the room was filled with a variety of ingredients and a few pots. Claude could not hide his astonishment at the sight of all the materials piled up. What? What is all this? Alfoy, equally surprised, spoke up. What is going on here? Don't tell me you plan to use alchemy in this place. Ghislaine calmly walked around, surveying the prepared ingredients. From a certain perspective, you could call this alchemy, he remarked. Then he spoke again. From now on, we will be producing cosmetics. Alfoy's eyes went wide. Cosmetics. Only then did Ghislaine begin to explain. We will create sample products and send them as gifts to all the noble estates in the capital. Some of the others looked a little worried. Will it really work, just with a gift like that? He turned to them with a gentle smile. You will see for yourselves once you try what I have made. They won't be able to resist seeking me out. Nobles regard an exceptional appearance as a display of power and prestige. They are the sort willing to dive into boiling water just to look more handsome or beautiful. In the near future, it will become clear that most cosmetics of this era, those containing lead, mercury, or bismuth powder, are harmful to the skin, sometimes even lethal. The Delphine family made a fortune by creating a cosmetic that corrected these flaws. I obtained that formula after seizing the duchy's power in my previous life, a dream cosmetic that solves all the shortcomings of existing products. Then everyone set to work together. First, they used magic to oxidize zinc, turning it into a fine powder. Meanwhile, they melted beeswax in a heated double boiler and mixed in evening primrose oil and shea butter extract. After removing it from the heat, they added the zinc oxide powder prepared earlier. Ghislaine held a small glass vial, a faint smile tugging at his lips, and blended in a special essential oil extracted from the blessings of a spirit. He poured the mixture directly into the pot, and a rich, intoxicating fragrance immediately filled the room. Vanessa leaned over, her eyes sparkling like stars. This scent, it is incredible. Alfoy, equally astonished, exclaimed, this is cosmetics. Claude watched the scene in stunned silence, thinking to himself, how could a low-ranking noble like him know how to make something like this? Ghislaine held up the finished product, gently shaking it. It is not done yet. We need to let it sit for a day to solidify. Once someone uses Deneb just once, all other cosmetics will feel like worthless trash. It will become an essential item for the nobility. He gazed at the liquid in the glass with pride, a small, self-satisfied smile forming. Duchess Delphine, I will put Deneb to very good use. Ghislaine turned to issue instructions, but a dark figure had been standing outside the window, observing. Claude, once it solidifies, package it and send it to the nobles. What, shouldn't you test it first? Claude exclaimed, astonished. Still standing there, watching them, Ghislaine replied calmly, no need. It will work, I am sure of it. The red-tinged eyes of the observer had witnessed everything from the start. That night, a storm swept through, lightning flashing and thunder booming across the castle. Inside, everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. In the center room of the otherwise dark and cold castle, lightning illuminated a strange shadow. The figure glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, then approached the table covered with the cosmetics they had just made. The shadow reached for a jar. Gently twisting open the lid, a rich fragrance wafted out. It picked up a soft, solid substance, rolling it lightly between its fingers. Unbeknownst to the figure, Ghislaine had appeared behind it, his voice calm but firm. So, you are the ghost from the rumors, huh? Startled, the shadow immediately turned around. Ghislaine remained composed. I can assure you, that will work for you. The thunder and rain outside the castle grew louder and more intense. Inside, the two figures stood silently, facing one another. The mysterious person suddenly swung their sword, attacking Ghislaine in an instant. He did not hesitate, swiftly drawing his own blade to counter. Ghislaine tilted his body, effortlessly blocking the unexpected strike, then quickly turned the tide, taking the offensive. The clash was fierce and relentless. Ghislaine attempted to subdue his opponent, only to find the stranger able to seize his blade. The mysterious figure then spun lightly, slashing at him from behind. Yet Ghislaine easily parried the strike. The two quickly separated, stepping a few paces apart, eyes locked, each assessing the other with sharp precision. The opponent was completely shrouded, head to toe, brandishing their sword in preparation for battle. With another charge, they engaged in a decisive strike. Ghislaine, observing and analyzing each swing, could feel the elegance in every movement, the grace, the control. The stranger executed a skillful spin to evade one of Ghislaine's powerful attacks, forming a twisting arc like a rose in motion. Then raised the sword high, preparing for a decisive blow, each movement painting a refined trajectory. Yet Ghislaine easily blocked it. Seizing the moment, he grabbed the opponent's sword hand. If he remembered correctly, with a swift maneuver, he turned the situation around, pressing the tip of his sword to the stranger's neck. The figure froze, astonished. Finally, Ghislaine spoke, his eyes gleaming sharp and cold. "A lady like you. Playing the ghost here, what is your connection to the Brantford family?" After a moment, the storm outside subsided, and the castle returned to its prior quiet. Belinda and Gillian rushed in, worry in their voices. "Young master," Belinda called out urgently. He, too, looked flustered, asking, "What is all the commotion?" But before them, Ghislaine stood silently, gazing out the window. He only responded softly, "Everyone, return to rest." Moonlight poured through the window, casting a serene glow over the silent night, as if signaling that things might yet turn out well. In a splendid, beautiful flower garden within the estate, a pale, elegant hand carefully cradled a delicate object. A faint tint of red adorned her lips. She stood before a mirror, exuding composure and poise so striking that even the nearby servant could not help but comment, "You still look as beautiful as ever." Madame Countess Mariel of Aylesbury. Mariel frowned at her reflection, her expression twisting with irritation and disdain. No, this is not right. My face, hidden under all this makeup. When I was young, I set trends in the capital. All the noble ladies copied my style, my makeup, my fashion. But over time, my fame has faded. She remembered her aged, unflattering reflection with rising anger. Makeup was merely a mask to hide the passage of time. Could those days really never return? The servant reminded her softly, "It is time to attend the salon, madam." Mariel sighed lightly. "Very well, let us go." Her eyes flashed a cold, shivering sharpness as she glanced at the smooth, fair-skinned face of the maid beside her. She grabbed the girl's face with both hands and began kneading it forcefully, murmuring, "The suppleness, the firmness." The maid, bewildered, stammered, "Madam." Mariel, on the brink of madness, shouted, "What have you done to your face? Tell me everything, do not leave out a single detail." Terrified, the maid confessed. The Count of Aylesbury was given some cosmetics, but he said he did not need them and gave them to the maids. From that revelation, a procession of knights and carriages made their way to Ghislaine's castle, claiming a new noble had arrived in the capital and sent gifts for introduction. Claude and Alfoy were shocked and astonished at the sight. They stared at the grand escort accompanying the carriage. What, could it be the queen herself? Claude wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking, this is definitely someone important. A beautiful woman stepped down from the carriage. So the cosmetics really do work. Wendy nudged Claude forcefully from behind. What are you standing there for? Go greet them immediately. Claude, flustered and stammering, could only call out, let us go inside and speak with them. He then led Mariel, followed by a protective knight, into the castle grounds. Claude, noticing Ghislaine leisurely enjoying a cup of tea, cautiously spoke up. My lord, Countess Mariel of Aylesbury has come to see you. Ghislaine, hearing him, remained calm and continued feeding the raven beside him. Mariel held her fan lightly and said, slightly surprised, you are Baron Fenless. Ghislaine rose smoothly, gently taking her pale, flawless hand, and spoke, it is an honor to meet you. Miss. Following proper etiquette, he lightly pressed a kiss to the back of her hand. I am Giselle Fenless, Lord of the Northern Territory of Fenless. It is truly a privilege that you personally came to this remote place. Mariel paused briefly, then spoke with a hint of reproach. I am not supposed to receive gifts. Why is it only my husband who gets them? Perhaps my reputation has not reached where you live. Ghislaine smiled faintly and replied, not at all. I simply thought it would be disrespectful to offer something unworthy of a lady who sets the trends of the capital. Upon hearing this, she allowed a satisfied smile to appear behind her fan. Ah, so you do understand. Then let us set aside formalities. After the greetings, they both sat at the tea table. Mariel then made a proposal, give me that cosmetic of yours. Ghislaine's expression became serious as he asked, have you tried it, miss? She nodded slightly, her expression radiating satisfaction. Yes, it is excellent, so good that I no longer need my old makeup. Mariel looked up, her eyes sharp and resolute. I will maintain exclusive rights to it. You just focus on developing and supplying the product. Ghislaine maintained a calm, polite smile in response. If it is a bulk order, I welcome it. She narrowed her eyes, smiling subtly. She continued, her tone calm yet carrying a subtle warning. You surely know that doing business alone in the capital is extremely difficult. No matter how good the product is, it is hard to surpass the established powers. Moreover, your residence here suggests your finances are not particularly strong. Ghislaine remained composed, as if nothing unusual had been said. Belinda, observing from outside, could not hide her annoyance. That woman dared to threaten the young master. Claude only whispered softly. The location of this manor is merely the Lord's stubbornness. Ghislaine, pausing for a moment, asked, the supply price will be somewhat high. Will that be acceptable, miss? Mariel waved her hand arrogantly. You must be joking. The Aylesbury family is one of the wealthiest in the capital. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, the price is 100 gold per bottle. She froze, eyes wide in astonishment. Mariel could not believe it. Are you joking? Ghislaine remained calm. I am not joking, he said with a faint, flattering tilt of his head. You are the queen of the high society. If Countess Aylesbury pays attention to this product, that price is entirely reasonable. Her eyes lit up with delight, convinced by his words. But her expression quickly darkened, clouded with anger. Old scoundrel. Jewelry or furniture is one thing. But 100 gold for a cosmetic, to make a profit, the price must be above cost, which would mean giving up exclusivity. You dare toy with me? Ghislaine smiled, clearly pleased with her reaction. Then he proposed something else, steering her out of her thoughts. How about this? He gestured forward, and Belinda carried a wooden chest to the table. I cannot grant you exclusive distribution rights. But I can grant you the honor. Mariel gasped in surprise, honor. The chest was opened, revealing numerous carefully packaged bottles of the cosmetic. Her eyes shone as she looked at them. Ghislaine did not hesitate to explain. These are my self-made cosmetics, called Deneb. They are a commemorative gift for our connection. He picked up one of the bags and held it forward. Many nobles still have not seen it. Deneb. Its effectiveness can transform the market. Miss, you will be the one to change it. Mariel narrowed her eyes, silent as she considered his words carefully. Mariel lowered her fan, then smiled naturally and said, Baron, how is it that you always know just the right elegant words to say? She reached out and closed the wooden chest. Very well, let us do it this way. Then, extending her fan forward, she lightly tapped Ghislaine's chin. You will handle the distribution of the cosmetics. I will lead the trends. Ghislaine smiled faintly, inwardly pleased. Excellent. He escorted her to the outer grounds of the castle. Mariel was cheerful as she spoke with him. I will be going now. If you need anything, just ask. If it is within my power, I will agree. Just as she was about to step onto the carriage, Ghislaine called out, May I request a favor from you, miss? Mariel paused, curious. A favor. Ghislaine's expression became serious as he stated his request. Please speak to Viscount Brantford. That the Baron Giselle Fenless can resolve an issue concerning his daughter. At the Brantford estate. Meanwhile, in the Brantford estate, a grand castle stood atop a towering hill. Inside the study, a man sat quietly at his desk, pressing his lips together as if weighing his words. His eyes flicked toward the side, calculating, resting on Giselle Fenless. Claude excitedly tossed handfuls of gold coins into the air, shouting, We are rich. The grand hall of the castle was now overflowing with chests brimming with gold. It was incredible, truly incredible. The reputation of Countess Mariel must be immense, as the expensive cosmetics sold out immediately after production. Overjoyed, he rushed to Ghislaine and exclaimed, With this capital, we could gamble to our heart's content. Belinda shot Claude a look of disdain, silently thinking, Lord, are you really going to abandon the estate and run a business here? Gillian, standing nearby, looked puzzled. Why is he so excited when this money is not even his? But, Lord, it does make it easier to build connections in the kingdom. Ghislaine, however, shook his head slightly. No, it is still not enough. His blue eyes flickered sharply, carrying a glint of determination. What I truly want is... Under the cover of the dark night, Ghislaine walked briskly through the castle grounds. His gaze narrowed as if noticing something. In the center of the courtyard stood a mysterious figure. Clad in solid, imposing iron armor. Sensing Ghislaine's approach, the figure spoke, You are Baron Fenless. Moments later, Ghislaine strode confidently toward the majestic castle before him. You are summoned by Viscount Brantford. 2 armored knights stood guard at the doorway, and as Ghislaine approached, they opened the doors to let him in. Inside, the room was both grand and refined. 3 people were already waiting, one seated solemnly at a desk. Flanking Ghislaine were Belinda and Claude, waiting for permission to follow. Facing them, Ghislaine's expression remained calm and composed. Viscount Brantford looked at him with a measured seriousness. Ghislaine and Claude placed their hands over their chests, bowing respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you, Viscount Brantford. I am Giselle Fenless, Baron." Brantford's eyes narrowed slightly, unreadable, but soon his facial muscles relaxed. In a low, commanding voice that conveyed the weight of his authority, Brantford spoke, revealing Gislaine's current position. "You're the son of Viscount Zwalter Perdium, heir to Perdium." The voice carried pressure, aimed directly at the audacious young man who had killed a count in the Degald conflict and seized a lordship Giselle Perdium. Finally, Brantford concluded coldly, "You are nothing like your father." Ghislaine furrowed his brow, silently noting, "So he has been monitoring even distant lands." Viscount Brantford, the royal advisor, is the most powerful among the nobility. Head of the royal faction opposing Duke Delphine. He inclined his head slightly, feeling cautious in the presence of such a formidable figure. Everything in the kingdom passed through Brantford's hands. Without Countess Mariel's support, another royal-backed influence, he could not have secured such a swift meeting. A steward approached, pulling out a chair. "Please, have a seat." Gislaine's eyes quickly flicked to the table, noticing his own cosmetic products already displayed there. He then sat down, facing Viscount Brantford directly. Brantford half closed his eyes, speaking in a low, measured tone. "You claim you can resolve my daughter Rosalind's condition." Gislaine smiled confidently, answering boldly. "Yes, I can cure the young lady's illness." Brantford exhaled softly, placing his hand on a book before him. "I have never met Rosalind." Then, intertwining his hands with a grave expression, he questioned with authoritative weight, "You dare claim you can cure a disease that no one has been able to treat for years?" Gislaine remained calm, maintaining the friendliest smile possible. "While gathering information in the capital, I heard of it. And previously, I have cured this very illness." Observing his demeanor, Brantford could not help but commend him. "Your confidence is impressive," he said. Gislaine bowed slightly in acknowledgement. "You flatter me, sir." One statement from Viscount Brantford caught Gislaine completely off guard. "Return," Brantford said. His thoughts drifted to his daughter before he continued. "You are not the first to claim you can cure Rosalind. All those before you failed, and they paid with their lives for their arrogance." Brantford held up Gislaine's cosmetic product, inspecting it closely, and added, "I will not watch a young man with potential waste his life." Gislaine could not help but think, his attitude is harsh, but he is right. He must have tried every method to cure Rosalind. Still, Gislaine pressed on, attempting to convince Brantford. "You truly do not want to treat your daughter. Even if I fail, it won't be fatal. A bit of skin irritation is not going to kill her." He furrowed his brows, continuing his reasoning. But Brantford's expression darkened. "I summoned you to observe you with my own eyes," he said, his voice rising with authority. "Are you really that confident?" Gislaine placed his hand over his chest, showing utmost sincerity. "I am not like the others who came before me," he said firmly. Brantford hesitated slightly, seeing the resolute determination in the young man. After a moment, he spoke slowly, "If you are truly ready to risk your life." Finally, Brantford relented, granting Gislaine an opportunity. "Very well, you may try." He glanced down, adding, "Do not withhold any support from Baron Fenless in his treatment. If he succeeds, I will reward him generously." The steward standing nearby placed his hand over his chest and replied, "Understood." At that moment, Gislaine spoke up, drawing Brantford's attention. "A mere reward is not enough." His eyes glimmered with deep determination. "I ask that you grant me something I truly desire." Brantford's expression darkened with displeasure and unease. He looked at Gislaine intently, paused for a moment, then said, "Repeat that." Gislaine smiled lightly, confidently raising his hand as he spoke. "You are the pillar of the kingdom, Viscount. Surely you can fulfill at least a small wish of mine." Brantford's voice rang with authority and tension. "You dare demand a price just for curing my daughter?" Gislaine answered with unwavering conviction, "Yes, I believe it is worth it." He continued boldly, showing no trace of hesitation. "As the pillar of the kingdom, the strongest noble, if you cannot even protect your own family, what is the use of that power?" Seated before Brantford, Gislaine confronted him directly, his tone firm and forceful. Belinda tensed behind him, while Claude bit his nails nervously, thinking, "This madman, how dare he speak like this to the Viscount?" Brantford's voice remained calm, yet stern. "The cost of your demand will not be cheap. Behind you are countless lives, all tied to this wager. If you wish to obtain it, then stake everything you have." His tone carried an ominous weight, testing Ghislaine's resolve. Ghislaine's eyes fell on the hand placed before him. A faint smile curved his lips. He gripped the hand firmly, a silent affirmation of his commitment. Branford's pupils constricted, unable to anticipate the audacity of the situation. Looking Branford straight in the eye, Ghislaine declared, "I dare." Their gazes locked, the stakes of a monumental wager hanging between them. Branford then turned decisively to his aide. "Notify the Treasury to cut all aid to per diem. Command the lockdown of Baron Fenless's estate in the capital. From this moment, no one may enter or leave." He clasped his hands behind his back and stepped past Ghislaine, the weight of an immense responsibility pressing down on the young man's shoulders. "I will give you 1 week. Within that time, bring Rosalind before me, flawless." Ghislaine responded with a calm, gentle smile. "I will do it." Claude nearly lost his mind, tearing at his hair and swearing under his breath. "Damn it, I thought money worries were over, and now this mess." Belinda looked at him with concern, a deep unease settling in her chest. If the Branford family acted, per diem and Fenless could be wiped out. It was only a matter of time. All she could see was the back of this young master, carrying the weight of countless lives. Ghislaine slowly rose from his chair. The Viscount would never forgive anyone daring to challenge his authority, and at the center of it all was Rosalind's illness. He walked forward, lost in thought. Even the most powerful in the kingdom had been powerless to solve this problem, which left only one option: he must succeed at all costs. Branford did not fail to leave a final warning: there is no turning back now. Deep beneath the castle, in a shadowed chamber, a mysterious figure stood alone: Giselle Perdiem. She was deep in thought, recalling her father's words. Even helping others required risking one's life. The aid of the weak is false. To truly help, one must first attain power worthy of the task. She looked at the sword resting quietly on the table. "I have followed father's advice. I have trained to gain strength." Her gaze fell to her bloodied hands, trembling. "If this ghastly result is what comes of it, then so be it." Ghislaine stepped in quietly from behind her. "I know it is you," he said. She turned, tears still glistening on the edges of her eyes, ready to fall. "Lady Rosalind Branford, daughter of Viscount Branford." Ghislaine placed a hand over his chest in a gesture of courtesy. "I am the Lord of Fenless." He smiled warmly, extending his hand forward. "Giselle Fenless." Rosalind narrowed her eyes, her tone guarded. "Why have you come here?" Ghislaine smiled softly as he closed the distance. "I have come to treat you, my lady. Did the product I gave you have any effect?" Suddenly, an object flew at his face. Ghislaine tilted his head, dodging effortlessly. The box smashed against the wall and cracked apart. Her voice was sharp, each word bitten off with venom. "Do you think you are the first to claim you can cure me?" Rosalind clutched her trembling body, her entire frame shuddering. "No matter what medicines I take, no matter what treatments they try, it is all the same. Just leave me alone, none of it will work." Ghislaine frowned. "I am different from the rest because I have staked my very life on curing you." Rosalind spun toward him, shouting in rage, "Every greedy fool who has come here has said the same thing: I am different. I will wager my life. Cosmetics, potions, empty promises. All of them, just because fortune smiles on you. You think yourself special, a great man." Lowering his voice, Ghislaine tried to steady her. "I know you have endured suffering and humiliation beyond measure. Rosalind Branford, heir of the Marquis household, daughter of the kingdom's most powerful faction leader, child of the Prime Minister's bloodline. After your mother's death, you became the rising star of your house, gifted in both swordsmanship and mana." His gaze softened, "But a mysterious skin disease overturned your life entirely. Despite every effort, the Branford family could not heal you. So the Marquis sought to safeguard your future through political marriage. It would not restore what you have lost, but at least the Branford name could shield you." He paused, his eyes sharp. "The true cause is spontaneous, irreversible skin inflammation triggered by improper mana circulation. It is one of the rare rejection responses that occur when the balance of the two poles, yin and yang, the very principles of mana, collapses. Once that equilibrium is broken, it cannot return to its original state, which means the key lies in your mana pathways." Rosalind drew her sword and roared with fury. "Get out of my sight before I kill you." Ghislaine's thoughts turned grim. The more she abuses her mana, the harder this illness will be to cure. "Forgive me, but..." His hand tightened around the hilt at his side, then he lunged forward. "I will have to perform forced treatment." Rosalind slashed down, but Ghislaine bent low, parrying with the hilt of his blade. He spun and knocked her sword aside, then seized her arm. With a swift motion, he threw her down and pinned her to the ground. "Belinda, Wendon," he called. 2 young women appeared, carrying a bed. "Yes, my lord." Rosalind was strapped tightly to it, thrashing wildly. "What is this madness? Untie me at once." Ignoring her screams, Ghislaine slowly shrugged off his cloak. "If that is the case, I will need you to remove your helmet first." She stiffened in shock. "What did you say?" Belinda reached to take hold of her mask, but Rosalind jerked in protest. "Before I begin proper treatment," Ghislaine explained firmly, "I must examine your condition." "No, I told you I do not need it," she cried, violently resisting. The iron helmet was unfastened and thrown clattering to the floor. The entire room fell silent as everyone caught sight of her face. Ghislaine retrieved a vial of medicine, holding it up and giving it a light shake. "In any case, for the next week, I ask that you endure it, my lady. With enough willpower, you can bear it." Rosalind ground her teeth so hard they grated. "You really must have a death wish. Do you honestly believe you can cure me?" Ghislaine stuffed a cloth between her lips. "If I fail, I will die anyway." His brow furrowed. "And you, my lady, you will soon perish as well." Her bloodshot eyes went wide, glaring furiously at him. Ghislaine steadied himself, focusing on the flow of mana. "Don't worry, I will succeed." He placed his hand against her body. "Because this method of treatment is something Rosalind herself, your future self, once created." He began the procedure. A torrent of mana surged, engulfing her entirely. Lightning-like currents ripped through her body. Her pupils rolled white, her scream raw. It hurts so much, you expect me to endure this for an entire week." Inside her thoughts, Rosalind screamed in despair. "Why me, out of all the people in the world? Why must I be the one to endure such agony? If this fails, then I will die anyway." She clenched her teeth against the torment. Then, with a sudden roar that startled Ghislaine, she shouted, "Fine, if I am going to die anyway, then do it all the way. Don't you dare hold back. If you stop halfway, I will kill you myself." Her eyes widened, blazing with both fury and determination. Her blood-curdling cries echoed throughout the castle, searing the air with her suffering. Outside, Alfoy clenched his fists in worry. "Damn it, who the hell are these people surrounding our estate? We did not even get to explore the capital before being locked down like this. It has gotta be that reckless lord stirring up trouble again. Right, hey, we can't just sit here forever. Should we go find the commander?" Jillian and Kaur descended the staircase, both clutching wine jars. "No need," Jillian said flatly. Kaur smirked, lips curling. "Just drink and relax. Our lord never moves without a plan." 1 week later, Branford ascended the stairs, 2 guards in tow. His hands clasped behind his back, he entered with measured steps. His brows furrowed the instant he saw the scene before him. Ghislaine stood silently at Rosalind's bedside. Her entire body was wrapped in white bandages. Blood covered him from head to toe. Sensing another's presence, Ghislaine slowly turned his head toward Branford. The Marquis narrowed his gaze, staring hard at him. Ghislaine reached out and gently pulled away the bandages covering Rosalind's face. Branford froze. His eyes widened as he looked at the girl lying on the bed. A glimmer of light flickered in his stern gaze. Outside the castle, rumors erupted like wildfire. They say the Marquise's daughter's illness has been cured. What, but was not it supposed to be incurable? I heard the Marquis is about to host a grand banquet, don't tell me. Ghislaine entered the study alongside Belinda and Claude. The 3 of them bowed deeply before Marquis Branford. The Marquis gave a slight nod. "So, you are not merely a man of empty words." Ghislaine smiled calmly. "That is only because you granted me the chance, my lord." Branford fixed him with a serious gaze. "A promise is a promise. Speak now, what is it that you desire?" Belinda and Claude swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on Ghislaine. He looked straight into Branford's eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I ask that you become my backer." The room fell into stunned silence. "What did you just say?" one of them gasped. Belinda's eyes sparkled. She gave a triumphant thumbs up, as expected of the young master. Claude, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. "If the Marquis becomes our backer, then no matter what our lord does in the future, the Marquis himself will have to share in the responsibility. There is no better way to establish power in the kingdom." Branford chuckled softly to himself. "And you still call that a small wish? Clearly, you had your reasons for coming to me." Ghislaine only smiled in silence. The Marquis sighed. "But I have already set my sights on someone else in the north." "It seems that." Ghislaine interrupted smoothly. "You mean Count Bribant, do not you?" Branford's eyes narrowed. He studied the young man carefully. In the north there are other great lords, Rayfold and Desmond among them. Why assume it is Bribant? Ghislaine explained. On the surface, Desmond appears to belong to the neutral faction. But precisely because of that, no one can truly read his intentions. Rayfold is mired in chaos from internal strife. Beyond them, the rest are either blinded by greed or hopelessly incompetent. Count Bribant, however, is different. He has strong ties to the royalist faction, great wealth, and commands part of the Crimson Flame's magical force. In the north, the only one worthy of catching your eye, my lord, is surely Bribant. The Marquis exhaled slowly. So, in your view, as my protégé you would hold more value than Bribant himself? Ghislaine nodded. Tell me honestly, my lord, you are not satisfied with Bribant, are you? A low chuckle escaped Branford. Then, suddenly, he burst into booming laughter. You are right. The man is decent enough, but he is lazy, indecisive, and easily swayed. Ghislaine pressed on. And because of that weakness, he has surely been influenced by the ducal house of Delphine, the royalists' enemies. If you are to bestow a gift upon me, then grant me your complete support. Would that not be the wiser choice? He placed his hand over his chest, his voice ringing with sincerity. Please, allow me to become the noble representative of the North. Branford fell into deep contemplation, then, as if reaching a firm conclusion, rose abruptly to his feet. So this is the reason you dared risk everything to challenge me? Very well, his voice thundered across the chamber. Let all present bear witness, I, Marquis Branford, from this day forth, shall stand as the patron of Baron Ghislaine Paris. His enemies are mine. Any who oppose him must know that I stand behind him. He extended his hand. But you, too, must swear that in all things you do, you shall weigh my honor as well. Ghislaine drew his sword and drove it firmly into the floor. I swear it. Just then, a voice called from behind him. Congratulations, my lord Baron. Forgive me earlier, I was too flustered to properly greet you. The sound of a folding fan snapping shut echoed through the study. Rosalind appeared, her face radiant, her bearing transformed now that her illness was cured. Even if my father agrees to repay you with some great price, she said, the one who has directly received your grace is me. I shall be the one to become your patron, Baron. The banquet hall buzzed with constant chatter. Have you heard the rumor? One guest whispered. I have. They say some upstart noble cured Lady Rosalind's illness with homemade cosmetics. Right, another scoffed. If it is about homemade cosmetics, then it must be that Deneb brand Lady Mariel was promoting. No, a few burst into laughter. Don't be ridiculous. How could cosmetics cure an illness even physicians could not treat? Do you really think Marquis Bradford would host a banquet like this without reason? There is talk that he has already chosen whom he wants to sponsor. That is probably what this is about. Honestly, I am sick of hearing every baseless rumor repeated over and over. Suddenly, someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Look over there. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Ghislaine and Belinda walked in, radiating confidence. That is Baron Paris, the guests murmured. Belinda tugged at Ghislaine's sleeve and whispered sharply, Master, take your hands out of your pockets. And for heaven's sake, smile. He shot her a sideways glance. Belinda, do not you think you are making too much of this? She only chuckled. Opportunities like this do not come often. This banquet is being hosted by one of the most powerful figures in the kingdom. And it is for you. We can't afford to look down on. Ghislaine clicked his tongue and swept his gaze over the hall. This banquet probably is not for me. It is. The grand doors creaked open again. Marquis Bradford entered, escorting Rosalind by the hand. The entire hall fell into stunned silence. Her graceful steps exuded the poise of a true noble lady. With a radiant smile, Rosalind greeted the crowd. It has been a while, has not it? I hope everyone has been well. I am Rosalind Bradford, daughter of the Marquis. The hall erupted in gasps. Lady Rosalind's face. Unbelievable. She is completely recovered. My God, she is even more beautiful than before. Belinda whispered, awestruck, she really looks different. Is this truly the same girl who used to snap at us not so long ago? Rosalind's eyes narrowed as she glanced around the hall only to meet Ghislaine's calm, detached stare. Marquis Bradford's voice carried across the hall. Thank you all for attending. Tonight's banquet is held in celebration of my daughter Rosalind's full recovery. He smiled warmly. And it is also to announce that I have made my decision about the one I will sponsor. The nobles stiffened in shock. So the rumors were true. He has really chosen someone. Bradford continued, some of you may already know, while others may not. It is thanks to a young man's help that we were able to cure the illness that tormented Rosalind for so many years. He turned toward Ghislaine, raising his voice. Baron Ghislaine Paris. Then, with a subtle, enigmatic smile, he declared, from this day on, the Marquisate of Bradford, as the guardian of Baron Paris, will fully stand behind him. Henceforth, when dealing with him, I expect you to treat him as you would treat me. The weight of his words sent a ripple of unease through the hall. Bradford's eyes revealed a scheme hidden beneath his calm demeanor. Now then, he concluded, please, enjoy the banquet. In an instant, every noble in the room turned their gaze on Ghislaine, their stares sharp and suffocating. He thought to himself, Marquis Bradford so cautious when making decisions, yet so decisive once he acts. He recalled the Marquise's words, attend the banquet. I am now your sponsor. You must meet and greet the nobles aligned with our faction. Only then will they lend you their support in the future. Ghislaine let his eyes wander across the banquet hall, silently marveling. Nearly all of the kingdom's key nobles had gathered here tonight. The pressure was undeniable, but securing such a coveted place among them was something that would undoubtedly serve him well in the future. The whispers around him had not ceased. Isn't he far too young, so beneath our rank? Even if he cured Lady Rosalind, why would his lordship sponsor a family so insignificant? Belinda muttered irritably under her breath. They do not know a thing about the young master, yet they dare. Just then, Rosalind carefully approached. Pardon me, Baron Paris. I am Rosalind. Lifting the hem of her gown slightly, she dipped in a polite curtsy. Allow me to officially extend my gratitude to you, Baron. Her words silenced the hall in an instant. With a faint smirk, Rosalind added, there is no need to mind such petty chatter. Famous people are always surrounded by rumors, after all. Ghislaine nodded. And yet I would prefer to turn down that fame. Their stares are so hot I am about to burn alive. Rosalind tilted her head, stepping closer. Today is special. Everyone just witnessed my return at a formal event and heard my father declare himself as your sponsor. Naturally, they are restless. She extended her hand toward him. Come, let us go greet them together. They are waiting for you. Ghislaine glanced back. Belinda only waved with an encouraging smile. He gave a small smile of his own and followed Rosalind. The princely faction can be divided into 3 main branches, Rosalind explained as she guided him. She introduced each noble in turn. First, Lady Mariel, a grand patron who dominates the capital's culture and high society, from the family of Count Aylesburg. Next, the eldest son of the kingdom's prime minister Lord Bylower Norton, who oversees the law and administration as the High Magistrate, and is also kin by marriage to our family. Finally, Marquis Maurice Macquarie, commander-in-chief of the kingdom's army. Rosalind's eyes narrowed slightly. These 3 high nobles wield immense influence controlling administration, justice, and the military of Luthania. As the representative of the North, whomever you greet first will determine whose favor you honor, and whose pride you wound. Ghislaine's expression tightened. Don't forget, the world you are stepping into is nothing like the one you knew. Standing before the 3, he exhaled deeply. He bowed respectfully. I am Baron Paris. Then, after a pause, he stepped toward Count Aylesburg and bent low. Count Aylesburg, I humbly ask for your favor in the future. Maurice's face darkened instantly, furious at being passed over. Aylesburg only smiled and patted Ghislaine's shoulder. No, it is I who should be grateful to you. Thanks to you, my wife has gained prestige tonight. If ever you need help, do not hesitate to come to me. Lady Mariel, hiding her smile behind her fan, moved closer. My dear younger brother, you truly are a man of loyalty. Ghislaine winced helplessly. Lady Mariel. In a place like this, should you really call me that? She chuckled. Why not? Between us, it hardly matters. Still, thank you for upholding the honor of my family. Maurice cleared his throat sharply, his displeasure evident. Alongside 2 other nobles, he sneered, if he is the son of a border count, then surely he should have paid respects first to Marquis Maurice Macquarie, commander of the kingdom's armies. Seems Marquis Bradford's eyes for judging people have dulled with age. Ghislaine said nothing. His gaze flicked over them once, cold and silent, before he strode past without a word. Instead of acknowledging their taunts, he went straight to Bylower, bowed deeply, and said, I am Baron Paris. I truly thank you for aiding Lady Rosalind's recovery. Thanks to that, I can finally breathe easier. The gesture made Maurice tremble with rage, his body shaking with suppressed fury. Bylower's face lit up with excitement as he looked at him. I already heard it from the Marquis. You are planning to rescue the enslaved dwarves and elves. Or not you, leave the legal issues with slave merchants and the tax matters to me, you do not need to worry about that. He answered humbly, thank you, my lord. Afterward, Gillian walked over to Maurice and bowed. His whole body trembled as he forced out each word through clenched teeth. Don't get arrogant just because you have Bradford backing you. People like you I can erase at any moment. He replied in a calm, detached tone, "Indeed, I still have much to learn. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Mocking laughter erupted all around. "Bradford, I can't believe you would trust some country bumpkin like this. Don't tell me it is just because he has good ties with the Islesbergs. Or is it because Lord Norton and Marquis Bradford's families are in-laws?" Rosalind looked at him and asked, "Was that order of greetings intentional?" Gillian faltered for a moment before answering, "I only followed the call of my heart." The other nobles immediately swarmed him. "Baron Paris," they cried, pushing closer. "Please look this way, my lord. Accept this gift, I beg you. I have heard you personally defended your lands during the territorial war. Is that true? Please spare some time for my family." Watching the scene, three men whispered their thoughts. "He has already earned the hatred of Marquis Macquarie. Don't worry, dealing with him is not too difficult. Jealous as he may be, because of Marquis Bradford, he won't be able to deny the boy's worth." Marquis Bradford, hands folded behind his back, stepped toward them. Of course. After all, he cured Rosalind of her illness, the very same illness that had stumped every physician in the kingdom. Billor's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at the Marquis. To discover someone so exceptional, truly worthy of befriending, only you could recognize such a person. Bradford closed his eyes and sighed. "I did not do anything special. For him to rise from nothing and stand before me like this, it is entirely his own strength. He led a battle from the brink of defeat to victory with sheer force. And he has the rare ability to read the flow of situations and anticipate what comes next." Turning his gaze distant, he added softly, "That is why I believe he is someone I can trust. But when a light suddenly shines so brilliantly, I only hope the shadows that follow won't be too dark." A chill ran down Gillian's spine. Suddenly, a blurred silhouette appeared at the doorway, leaning on a cane. As the man stepped in, the entire hall fell silent. Gillian's head snapped toward him just as the sharp crack of a cane striking the floor broke the stillness. A man radiating sheer pride entered the room. Gillian clenched his jaw. At last you finally crawl out." He glared at the man with eyes filled with deep hatred. "My eternal enemy, the ducal house of Delphine. And you are his closest aide, the Duke's personal strategist." That man was Raoul Joseph. Then, behind him, another figure emerged, a strangely dressed man carrying a massive sword strapped to his back. And with him came yet another presence.